what you love, what you have, oh, what you love. Thunder only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. Women, they will
There's nothing special about it.
I'm here. I am here. Oh, look at that. Okay. Very hot. Sweating. I can't go to this boss. This boss has been eluding me for a little while. We might play something else. Hey, we had the boober outfit on. I wanted to check because allegedly they had censored this game, but I didn't see it. Yeah, splash damage. But apparently they censored this game, and they changed a bunch of stuff to like appease the Chinese. Allegedly. I don't know, but that's what I read. Who's popping big up? It's Darwin. But that's what I read. I read they changed it and now like there's a bunch of stuff in the game that don't make sense. But I don't know how true it is. Just change your hat. But apparently that's what happened. Because my dad, that's my great granddad. My great granddad was. -1 on whatever. You know what? Let's not even bother. They're not even worth it. All the posture defense to us. Like 10 times worse. Oh my god, let's just go for it. Let's go for it. It's fucking boss dudes. English. I mean, pretty. Oh, what? I pressed the wrong button. There we go, good. It's immediately gone bad. The fight started terribly. Why? He like throws spells and I feel like I'm gonna not get hit and then they hit me. Like I'm right on her. She throws the spell like that and I'm like, that won't hit me. Flats. Right, let's God damn it. Let's ready to fucking Warfield's up already. He's playing Stranding today. Is he doing no podcast? Is it a no podcast day? Okay, we've got someone laughing in his chat that they're living in their car. them days. I'm not watching him play Death Stranding. Oh my god, his Death Stranding gameplay is so. What the fuck is this? Yeah, no bugger.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
What the fuck is this? Oh yeah? Oh yeah? This is what we're doing, isn't it? Right, here we go. Okay, back off, make space. Okay, bait a ranged attack. Play safe. Dodge through that. She's coming in. I don't know why it didn't hit her. I don't know why that didn't hit her. The tracking on that move is really sus sometimes. I think that's why it didn't hit her. It's okay, we got away with it. Dodge away. Heal. Heal. Quick. Bro, the tracking. I might change to the magic build and just try and use the magic because this spell's really good. And she'll be right next to me, and sometimes like I'll just completely miss her point blank. And then if you don't like, this spell thing is like a spear thing that you use, and it throws her in the air and gives me like an opening. But if it don't hit her, she just turns on me and batters me. Like I have to get close to her to use it. But the tracking's so bad sometimes, like half the time it will hit her, even if I'm like super in range. So I might spec into the magic and then just do the same kind of play style, but counterplay with like a homing magic spell. Like it'll take longer, annoyingly. It will take longer. Let's build up this thing. That track was very sus. Very sus. Oh, we were playing it. Fucking Friday night. Okay. Have we built up a bit? That'll be enough. You like that one hit? That one hit, but I've got to have such a good like. Oh. The bosses are so fucking OP in this game, dude, I swear. Let's try the magic. Let's see how the magic does. They're so spammy. Between the range and that, they literally, every single combo they just one shot. The bosses are so fucking cringy in this game. Like, they're good to fight, but some of them is just like, what are you doing? Like, we get it. Compared to the real. really good, but also, again, with like the boss, say for instance the boss balance or some of the areas, some of the locations, you can kind of tell that it's just, again, one of these companies where they're like, Souls-like equals enemies do a load of damage and you're really weak, or there's a bunch of like cheese enemy placements and stuff. It's kind of, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that in this game. Let's see if that. There's a lot of that. There's some really cool locations, and there's some really cool, like mechanics and stuff. But also, there's a lot of annoying stuff in it. I don't know if this is going to work. But, oh shit, it's like, oh god, stuff like that. They're very, like in Dark Souls, they'll punish certain enemies, will like kind of spam a move when you heal. And you're like, they'll do it sometimes or whatever. In this, that's really, really apparent. Like the input reading and just that sort of stuff is like just ramped up to 10 to the point where you're like, it's just, you're making it that difficult because you think Souls-like equals I must die fast. But it's not very balanced, and you feel that. I should be able to shoot out of range. I can keep hitting her with this because it gives me like semi-invulnerability when I use it. Like, she's got a lot of openings, this one. It's not that bad. She's got opening. I've got to fight it the other way. I'm not going to do enough damage like this. I'm not going to do enough damage like this. It's constant. When am I going to heal, by the way? Punish the heal. Twice. Oh my lord. Fight with the other one still, just make some more items. Just try a few more times. Like some of the enemies in this final area, I'm just like, what the fuck? Like some of the enemies in this final area are so over the top, and I'm just kind of a bit like, what the fuck? There's like a staircase somewhere around this. I'm sure there's a staircase up there. I forgot about it. Is it in here? Ah, yes. I don't think I hit this. Okay, they're gonna fight. Oh, sorry for the sniffing. I sneezed. Nothing here. I'll mop up the road left. See how fast he recovered, by the way. You're supposed to be able to backstab them. And you're like, what? No. Okay. The recovery of some of them is just like, what? I can get knocked out of my spell as well, by the way. I was literally casting, you saw it in my hand. Okay, I've got time to go back to it as well. Even as it's like hitting them, you just get knocked out of it. Balance! Did not understand the assignment. Just copied the fucking smart kid's homework. There's a lot of that. Bro, it's not even out. You know what? If I don't do it now, it'll happen in the boss fight. If I don't do it now, it'll happen in the boss fight. Oh god, the guy has started. But he's not actually here. Can't wait. Hear him fucking moan. Wait. By the way, I have found the best video for you. I have found an amazing video for you. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. Oh, you're gonna love this. You ready for this? You better be there, fuckhead. Specifically when I saw this, I thought, oh, I really like that.
This is Jonathan Ferguson, the Keeper of Firearms and Artillery at the Royal Armouries Museum in the UK, which houses a collection of thousands of iconic weapons
Watch
from
this.
throughout history. And I'm Dave Jewett, your host and guide. Join us as I take Jonathan on a journey through the zone as we take a look at the weapons of Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl.
It's the Vector.
In-game, the vector's called the Integral A, so I'm guessing Integral is a reference to the recoil system, but you can see on the side of the in-game model,
These are
they
very
basically just
interesting
inverted
videos.
the V that you see on the side of a real vector to make it an A.
Oh, interesting. That's a little cheeky. Does that mean that we actually have an A as well? Video game version unlocked.
If you like this kind of content, make sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss next week's episode. If you can't wait that long, however, you can join us on our Patreon so you can watch next week's episode 1 week
This dude
early.
knows his
Next
shit. You
time,
ready
we'll
for
be
this?
taking a trip to the movies as we break down the weapons of the
This
Captain
dude
America
knows his
films.
shit.
There is also the extended edition of this episode, which comes in at an hour long. So if you want deeper breakdowns and further discussion
This
from
guy
Jonathan and I,
knows his
head
shit.
over to our Patreon. But whether you watch us there or subscribe to us here on YouTube,
This
we
is
appreciate your
wild.
support. Right, grab your sausages and energy drinks as it's over to Jonathan.
Mitro and I were just discussing a certain puzzle we found in the zone, but we can't quite seem to get all the pieces to fit. Maybe you can figure it out.
That's the most Canadian Ukrainian man I've ever heard. I'm not here to comment on accents. So this is in-game
Turkey and
footage.
Armenia.
Is it?
Yeah, the
Is that
cutscenes
happening?
are actually live. So if I were to drop a bunch of medkits and sausages on the table, they'd all be moving around. But
It's
yeah,
the sausages. The Dave Jewett story.
the two methods of healing in Stalker.
That's all in game, which means everything you see there in terms of the components looks really good, really accurate. The way he is stripping that down is maybe a little lacking in the weight of the components. They don't seem to each have any mass in space. Yes, it's a little hard to describe, but this is the level of nitpickery that I have to descend to with that scene to actually try and criticize this in any way, because to actually have a fully realized virtual weapon, we are at a level of fidelity that's
Do you
just
know
so
how to do that?
impressive.
So what are the actual parts that he's taking off the weapon? Because I guess you'd call this field stripping the AK, right?
Yeah, so he's doing it as he should. Magazine off. He's then cocking it, popping off the top cover,
I reckon you
taking out
do.
the recoil spring and guide rod, removing the bolt carrier with the bolt. Now, what he didn't do, which he'd probably get shouted at or kicked for, is remove the bolt from the bolt carrier, because you can't properly clean the thing, and that's really why you would strip it like this. Then again, he's testing the character here, so you wouldn't necessarily need to take the bolt out, but that's really the only thing I would say. We've got two mags jungle taped together. We have green polymer furniture. Oh, we got a jam there. Love to see a stoppage and getting cleared. I don't know why it has. I haven't finished putting this back together, but I say I don't know why. I think it's probably because it was in prior games, but the upper handguard has 3 vents cut into it. That's something you could do with a Dremel, I suppose, if you wanted extra cooling. And given how much ammo you're putting through this thing in the game, then maybe that's sensible. I don't know, but it's not standard. So we've got a much higher fidelity to the real thing in this sequel, but I'm still seeing a bit of kind of leftover. We want it to look like the gun from our original game, is what I'm guessing that is. And grenade launcher is correct. GP25, I'm guessing. I can't get a great look at it. The GP30 is pretty similar, but we see the muzzle loading VOG25 grenade.
Is that how you
That's
doing?
correct. It goes in like a kind of like a muzzle loader.
You have
Well,
not?
exactly like a muzzle loader, because it is. Either way, you shoot people in the torso with 5.45 by 39 and they go, ow. That's maybe the most immersion breaking thing I've seen so far.
Trust me, bro. There's a lot of that in this game.
And we have our 74 AKS 74U now. We can tell that if we couldn't see the front because of this form of rear sight, which we can clearly see model there. And I can even see the close quarter setting of the sight. Yeah, looking pretty good. We could maybe quibble over a couple of dimensions there.
One thing that struck me is there's obviously a difference between the sound effects firing outside and inside, but they've done a real good job at firing
what?
outside and a second later hearing like a second snap, like in the distance.
Oh,
That
wow.
report
Okay.
coming back to you. That sounds really good.
That kind of environmental sound in an open world game is very important. So we've got a Cobra type red dot on there. So both of these are lacking optic rails. Do have examples with optic rails, but not of the standard AKS 74 or AKS 74U, unfortunately. I like the sparks there. So the muzzle flash
Oh, no.
and the smoke and the sparks seems to vary with every shot and in different lighting as well. It appears different outdoors, as it should. And occasionally we're getting these bright sparks, which is a thing with sort of Eastern Bloc ammunition.
You can see, despite that guy being in the watchtower, very far away, he's still able to pepper me with a
Yeah, that's
buckshot.
Stalker,
He's using a
mate.
shotgun from that range.
Yeah, how far away do we think that is in game?
It's far enough that I was missing a lot of my shots.
Yeah, I mean, as we've discussed before, it's certainly doable, depending on the choke for a standard buckshot
Definitely
load to
not from
carry
them
out and
rusty
be a
old
threat.
sawn off the band.
I mean,
you've
hell,
got in
out to
Stalker,
100
though.
yards, potentially, 100 meters. Some of them are probably going to hit you, and they're not going to be pleasant.
Guys, the DSP's complaining that no one makes music for him.
I quite like the flipping over for the reload there, which you have to do with this, as you can tell. Quite plausibly
Sadly,
done
you don't
as
have
well.
this
Sometimes
gun.
there's a bit of fudge around. I've got some
That
rounds,
was one of the
rounds
best
going
shotties in the game.
somehow. But here we see them drop in. That's a very cool shotgun sound. Got some earbuds in today, so I think I'm getting better sound. So everyone's games that where I haven't complimented the sound design might be because I was using substandard equipment.
That shotty
This
was
sounds
definitely one of
great.
the best in the game.
Environmental
I'd like a
changes in
special
audio
version of that one.
and the echo on the inside as well is great. Sort of a short, sharp, punchy report, and then the echo coming in as well. Great.
One detail I quite like that I'll point out now. There's different ammunition types in Stalker 2. So, you know, armor-piercing ammunition for your AK, for example. To swap that ammo, you just replace the magazine. You replace it with a magazine that, in theory, has the ammunition in. With shotguns, the character actually has to clear the internal magazine of the weapon, so pump all
That's true, that's very
the
annoying.
rounds out before then replacing them, which I thought was a nice.
Depending
nice
on the
touch,
shot,
nice
he
attention
literally,
to
if you
detail.
change the slug ammo,
It's like
he
we always
literally has
say,
to
you know,
eject every shot.
realistic behaviors that add to gameplay, or at least don't hurt it, do it. Is that, you know, how tense is it to have to empty the weapon and then maybe get attacked by something else in the meantime, or the thing you're trying to shoot, before you've got the right rounds in? Or maybe you only get one arm-piercing round in or whatever, and you have to shoot that and then you're empty. It adds so much to be able to make guns behave as guns really behave. I mean, I think it's quite tense just having to flip your shotgun over to load it, to be honest. Like, at least with a pump gun, especially a pistol grip, although you could do this with any of them, you could keep it under the arm looking over the gun and top it up while looking at the target and have it ready to shoot in an instant, even if you have to shoot one-handed with the stock under the arm. This thing, less so. You've got to take it sort of further out of the fight in order to reload
getting
it. I'm sure there's a
harassed by
technique for
bloodsuckers.
reaching up and getting shells in to top it off. It's the Vector.
In game, the vector's called the Integral A. So I'm guessing Integral is a reference to the recoil system. But you can see on the side of the in-game model, they've basically just inverted the V that you see on the side of a real vector to make it an A.
Oh, interesting. That's a little cheeky. Does that mean that we actually have an A as well? Video game version unlocked. Good high rate of fire. These things do run at a, well, moderate, I suppose, on automatic. Does that sound like what you just heard? Not too far off. Feels like there might be more going on with this. So with something like a Thompson on semi-automatic, you'll get a click when you pull the trigger because there's a disconnector that is disconnecting trigger. It's part of how it operates. With this, all that's really happening is the trigger is pivoting, it's hitting a wall, it's engaging with the mechanism. It's not making a click though. This is astonishingly nerdy detail here, but just because I have it in front of me, I can compare the exact sound effect.
Well, that click was coming from that was happening to tell you there's a jam. So would the sound change if you had a jammed vector with something in it?
That's a good point. It's going to be hard to simulate without some inert rounds and a lot of faffing. It takes a bit of effort to cock these things, by the way. It depends what's caused the stoppage. So as long as the firing pin has released, which is what that sound was, you're always going to end up with that dead trigger and no clicking per se. For design and safety reasons, the trigger's always going to be disconnected from the mechanism until it's A, cocked, and B, in battery. And all you're going to get is a click. So probably not, but it's incredibly minor. Yeah, so that cocking action there. Now these are brand new guns, and I could probably do with more Weetabix, but it's not as easy as that to pull back that cocking handle. It is now, it's cocked. Sounds good with the suppressor on. We've got 2-round bursts going there. 2-round, which is correct. Yeah, we have on here a single shot, 2-round burst, and automatic. And that Super V deflecting diving bolt really is at its most effective on that 2-round burst. Somehow it really does mitigate the recoil exceptionally well. The 2 very high rate shots. The Malyuk. So to get real briefly, this was seen somewhat frequently in the 2022 invasion of Ukraine. I believe it was on issue 2, elements of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, Special Operations Forces. For a couple of years now, I haven't seen any of these Malyuk bullpups. As you can probably detect from its design.
You seen one of them,
I'm looking at anyway. You have a
Have you
an
seen
AKM
one of them?
receiver in there, and it is a sort of essentially bullpup. Distinctively Ukrainian. We'd love to have one in the collection. I don't know that there are.
Yeah, he's cool. He's done a Sniper Elite and I've watched a bunch of these. Sniper Elite, a fucking load of them.
Anymore. It's almost like an AK.
What's that gun like,
Oh? AUG. Can't tell you how faithful this is to the real thing because we don't have one. I don't wonder if the designers had access to a real one for this.
It's interesting, the detail and the choice of weapons that have gone into Stalker 2, because a lot of the development team have fought in the Ukraine war themselves.
That's
I think it's influenced
classified.
a lot of the design choices,
Oh.
even the naming of this weapon being named the Dnipro after a city in Ukraine, after a river that flows through
It is called the
Ukraine.
DN Pro.
It's interesting, I think, how much players can see of that and how much authenticity they might be able to read from that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of. I'm guessing some of the delay of this coming out was to do with the conflict, the war, I should say.
Yeah, it very much was. But they've done, in spite of the horrible situation they were put in, they've made an exceptionally impressive game. And the fact that they've been able to use some of their heavy real-world experiences and put it into
I don't think you
a
can
game
do
that
that.
they've
You know, you
developed
can't.
is an incredible
do
story
that,
to
can you?
even consider.
Agreed.
I don't think you can do
Yeah,
that.
it feels almost
Game?
petty.
Get the guy in the
Commenting
fucking
on
backpack. I think.
in this one for that reason. It just goes to show, doesn't it? Violent video games that have been so controversial over the years, they're not real. They're
This
an escape
is-
from the real. And something as, on the face of it, as horrific as this, with monsters in an irradiated, or
Blue cherry or
post-irradiation
something?
wasteland,
Allegedly.
effectively, in a real part of the world,
Allegedly.
with some real world guns and some real world experiences behind
Was it
them.
sour
That's
cherry?
still escapism. We've
Something
well
cherry.
past the first generation of soldiers who relax by pretending to kill people. They're not killing people. Violent video games are not violence. I know we all know that, but it kind of really brings it home. Ukrainian specific design, not the only one out there. We don't currently have any. When the situation allows for it, it would be nice to preserve, some artifacts
Maybe.
actually, as well
Depends
as
how far away you are.
some artifacts in terms of firearms that may have been in places, as well as from a technical point of view and a fun gaming
Just round
point
here,
of
I
view,
could.
some designs that we have seen crop up. So it'd be almost a shame if they hadn't included the Malyuk, even if it's maybe not seeing as, and it might be selective observation. I'm sure they're still out there seeing some use, but there's also an absolute glut of Western influence designs in there as well. A rifle's a rifle at the end of the day.
If you're enjoying the episode so far, you may be interested in the hour-long extended edition over on our
Chilling.
Patreon page.
They're
Yes,
chilling.
Jonathan and I get very nerdy about this game. You can also get early access
They're
to our
chilling.
marvelous episode on the guns of Captain
Keep going,
America.
Dawn.
Either way, thank you for supporting us, watching here on YouTube, commenting, subscribing, all that good stuff. But let's get back to the video.
Oh, what's that? Oh, what's
So if
that?
the Malyuk is kind of expected in this part of the world, the Carmel is not. And no, that's not American for caramel. I believe it's Mount Carmel in Israel. It's another sort of geographical tribute name, as it were, that IWI tends to give their firearms. That jam there looked like the cap hadn't been struck. So sorry, this design is pretty new. IWI decided that the bullpup Tavor was not to everyone's taste, and they keep making those, but they're going to come up with their
All
own
of this is
take
supposed
on
to be
a conventional
classified.
layout.
Bruv knows
rifle.
guns.
That's what the Carmel is. So this
Bruv
being
knows
quite a new
his
design,
guns.
we haven't had the
Oh, God,
opportunity
the guys
to
here.
get hold of. Limited things that I can say about it. It has quite a,
Let's watch
little
one
bit of a
more.
science fiction aesthetic to it. That's another horrific looking creature there.
Sorry, did I turn my camera on? That's my bad.
Wow. Are you fishing for compliments, though?
Let's watch the RPM. What's that one like, oh?
This is called the RPM 74, which it's not, but
It's one of these. It's a PKM. Looks like one. It sounds like one. I don't know why it isn't called one, because there's absolutely no legal reason to not.
Heavy, but not as heavy as cat.
Starter tab for the belt there. That was cool. So that sticks out the side until you cock it, and then it gets stripped off. The dust cover flapping madly out on the left side there. There's that click again. So yeah, there's really nothing to make that click on the real thing, but you need that feedback in theory. Although it not going bang is, you would think, feedback enough.
it's an interesting gun to use in game because, as I mentioned, weight is a massive consideration in Stalker 2. So heavy weapon, using a lot of ammunition, it's a bit of a hard sell to use. But as soon as you unlock exoskeletons and your carrying capacity and strength increases in game, it becomes
I'm sorry, what?
so much more feasible. Oh yeah, I'm wearing an exoskeleton while wielding this,
Yeah.
which will help with the weight.
Nice.
It will. And that's a fun concept for a game like this. It makes me twitch slightly because it's that era of Call of Duty where everything went sci-fi for several years. Yeah, I mean, this is... I'm kind of struggling because I'm seated, but this is actually a very lightweight.
Exoskeletons
general
are
purpose
also
machine gun,
real and
lighter than the
classified.
FN Mag, M240 if you prefer. But yeah,
What about
relative
optic camo?
to just about anything else you could feasibly
What about
want to
optic
fight
camo? They
with,
got that?
it's a hefty piece of kit.
In game, it fires 7.62 by 39, by the way.
Oh, why? Oh yeah, so it does. Yeah, interesting, because they could have gone with the RPD instead, and then it would have been correct. And it sounds like
Well, the
760 by
optic camo.
54. It looks like 760 by 54. Unless I'm going blind, that is a long-cased rimmed cartridge. So yeah, it's very much a gameplay, well, not gameplay, but an in-game contrivance to have it use the same ammo. Now this thing is kicking out disintegrating links, which if it's a PKM, it ought not to be, because it uses non-disintegrating link, which just comes outside and you load it back up and you stick it back in again.
Probably.
Potentially. Or you would in this situation anyway.
So in reality, this fires 7.62 by 54.
Correct.
So that round is available for the SVD.
That's what I was thinking. It must be in the game somehow. So is this just a mistake, or is it a balancing thing?
If 7.62 by 54 is in this quote unquote sniper rifle ammunition category in the loot pool, it will be rarer.
Bro,
Whereas
look how
I
many
think
shots is it? Bro,
760
how
by
many shots do you
39
need? That
is
bloodsucker's
much easier
dead,
to
right?
come across in the game.
Yeah.
It's allowing
dead.
the player to keep it fed more easily.
I wonder if they designed this to take the correct ammo and then realized that the economy of the game they'd ended up with wouldn't permit it to be any use. Like you can't get a belt of 100 or whatever 760 by 54 because it's by necessity
Look at
scarce.
this
Otherwise, a
section.
sniper
Look
rifle
how many bullets the Chimera takes.
becomes the only weapon you'd use.
He's full auto.
Whereas,
And it
you
must
don't
be
wanna
on
make
easy
it
because he's got an exo. This thing is taking chunks out of him.
bolt action or something stupid like that. So
Look, even on
nerf the
easy,
machine gun.
look
Whereas
how
if you're doing
much
it from
health the
scratch, I
Chimera
dare
has.
say you would just make it.
Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The mutants have way too much health in that game. Oh god, the guy's here. Okay, hang on. I need to see the terrible intro where he goes, "What? Good morning, everyone. I'm today's show." I need to see that bit. Oh no, because we haven't got a podcast, so he's just going to say, "Oh, we're just going to hang out for a while." I want to hear that. The king of the live stream.
Welcome to the stream. I'm DSP, and it's time to chill for about a half an hour before we begin with the conclusion of Death Stranding 2.
Oh
I'm told that Death Stranding 2 has around 2 hours left. I don't believe it, because every single time that I believe,
So I'm to
someone tells me how much is
understand.
left in a game, it always takes me longer to beat it.
Ah.
So I left extra time today on purpose, so that if it takes us longer than that, we have the time. Okay?
Oh my god.
Cool.
Cool.
Good morning, everyone. How are you all this morning? Apologies, my eyes are adjusting because I just put eye drops in again.
Oh
Again, I
wow.
came in here, I was fine. I turned on the air conditioner, and I'm setting everything up, and within 5 minutes, my eyes are burning. I'm like, oh.
Bruv, you know you're an adult,
Eye
right?
drops again. It's ridiculous.
You have no dignity.
Good morning, Slayer. Well, well, I guess it is good morning for you. You're saying it's 2 a.m. there? There you go.
Wow, that's dedication, Slayer.
Original Grant, hello. NJZ, hello. Donkey Kongathon, what's up? Charles over on Kick, how are you? Good morning. Mario Kart World, good morning. "8:30 p.m. in Germany," says Matt. See,
good.
I explained this to everyone that I do have a worldwide international viewer base. I really do.
I really do.
Well, how did that happen? It's because I've been around for so long. You know, if I just started today, I probably would just have people watching me in like the US and maybe the UK. But I've been around for so long that people know about me all over the world and tune in from every time zone. It's pretty crazy. That's why, like, no matter what I do, no matter what times I stream, it's never perfect. There's always someone who's happy because it's the perfect time and someone who's upset
Listen to this.
because they can't be here because it's a bad time. So not much I could do about that. The Villain, how are you? Jalen, what's going on? McDog Dog, good morning. Do I have viewers from Japan? Interestingly enough, okay, Japan is one of its own kind of microcosms. And what I mean by that is it's one of those parts of the world that's kind of isolated to itself. It really just focuses on itself. It does sometimes go outside of itself, but so much media, so much content in Japan is just in Japan. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many things in Japan that are popular that us outside of Japan don't know about. And they focus on most of that. They don't really look outside. Like, most Japanese would not watch an American streamer. No, they wouldn't. They just into their own thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, there's other places where, like, truly are kind of international vibe. But Japan is like, everything's here, you know? What's up, Chris? Good morning. How are you? I have an air purifier. I literally have an air purifier sitting in front of my air conditioner. So the air in here would be even worse if I didn't have the air purifier. So I'm glad that I have it. Official Rye Nirvana just gifted a whopping 20 memberships to the channel. Thank you to Official Rye Nirvana for that. That is awesome. They're just starting to trickle in right now. So you guys are going to see pop-ups for a while. Thank you very much, Official Rye Nirvana. For the record, those are legit. Like, some people have asked, is this guy legit or is he doing Argentinian memberships? Now, he's super chatted legit before, too. And it's not Argentinian. Like, these are legit memberships. So everyone enjoy. Let me get this on the leaderboard. Big support to start. Thank you so much, Official Rye Nirvana, for a large, large contribution right here at the start of the stream.
The start of the stream.
My hair's already
Send it. Hell no.
Give me a sec. So dumb. I'm just going to go wet it down because you can see a big...
I don't need that heat.
That drives me nuts. Let me fix that before we begin. Okay?
Not now. Like, currently, you know what I mean? At present, if you know what I mean. Need updates? No. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to hear about the next thing. But I'm sure we could sort something out. I'm sure we could sort something out. No, currently I'm waiting to hear. Bro, what is he doing? Is this cunt for real? Legalized weed? I don't know. I don't know. Some rain shit.
sorry about that. Again, what it is as I'm getting older, you know, things change, my hair and everything. I do my hair differently now, and I'm trying to get used to doing it a certain way. My hair looks fine in the mirror, like when I brush it, and then I get in here, and every day I look like, what the hell? Why is one side of my head puffed up compared to the other?
Okay, we have to go sort our hair in the mirror.
Didn't
Great.
look like that when I was just in the bathroom combing my hair. So I just wet it down, so hopefully now it'll stay down. Okay.
I love that.
So what's going on this morning, everybody? Longtime fan actually just gifted a sub over on Kick, but we have so many pop-up memberships going on right now, it probably is going to take a long time for that to pop up. So let's get that on the leaderboard over here. Thank you so much to Longtime Fan Real.
Longtime fan.
Fox, you're correct. Fox this morning before the stream went live did $1 super chat. And I didn't add that because it's not in my queue here. The queue only updates when the stream's live. So thank you to Fox for $1 this morning. Let's get that on the leaderboard as well. Cool.
Right, got one shotted. Amazing. Great game.
Theodore says...
Very balanced.
That Atari is going to do a Bubsy The Perfect Collection next month. If I do a Worst Games Marathon, maybe I should play Bubsy 3D. Yeah, is Bubsy 3D on par with Donkey Kong 64 as like a really awful 3D style collectathon platformer? If so, maybe I will play it. So that would be cool. So we would have Big Rigs Over the Road Racing. We would have Bad Rats 1 or 2 or whatever. But we would have Bubsy 3D. Okay. That's good. Like, if we keep brainstorming, if we can get like 5, 6 really bad games to play during that marathon, that'd be perfect. Okay.
All right, big up Sham Chow. Did I say that?
No, Charles. Officially last night, we decided no DLCs for GTA 4 because we just do not get consistent attendance and support for it. We don't.
Oh,
Last
by the
night,
way,
attendance was low.
you missed people. You missed a kind of cool stream earlier, but I uploaded it to YouTube so you can watch it. It's not very long. Hey, look, there it is. It's only half an hour. It was fucking hot. It was fucking well hot. Fucking hot. Looks like Chernobyl. There is a little bit that looks like Chernobyl. Looks good though, right?
Well, they've all like tagged their names in it. Sometimes you'll see the year. Yeah, look, see, look, it's got their names, whoever. Jensen, don't know what that one is. Lala, Dav, and then it says 24. As well. So if you're speaking, I am close to this. Am I getting any shade?
There is a stalker-esque one somewhere.
Can we see me yet?
Bro, look how hot I am.
Do you see all that sweat?
Dripping.
Where the woods are. So that, okay, we could, if we wanted to, crawl into the old World War II pillbox thing. But it's probably full of shit and smells of piss. Yeah, it's full of rubbish in there. I don't particularly want to crawl in there. So we won't be doing that. I could if I wanted.
Waiting them big ups. My house is over there.
Ah, yes, the Thames, see? Look a bit murky, does it? Told you it's a bit murky. No, I'm not about that.
Oh, it's that one, look.
Oh, yeah, this one.
Pretty good. There's Chernobyl.
Oh, my God. Yeah, there you go.
There's the plant, dudes.
Okay. I'm going now.
Point a weapon at your own brother?
So chill out and then I'll be back later. Thanks for hanging out on the secret walk-in stream. See you all later.
Yeah, the thing was like a pillbox. That thing was like a pillbox that I stood on. Yeah, like a gun emplacement, like Dragger says from World War II. Oh god, my mouse fucking battery's running out as well. I need to change. Holy fuck! Not what you want to spin, but probably not really. We watched that series. We watched that. What's his name? We watched Ed. Didn't we, chat? We watched Ed kayak down the Thames. Wish I could take 3 weeks off to do that. Then just live on like this from sea to source. What go the other way? Be bad. Again, if I could take 3 weeks off work to do it, I wouldn't care. That'd be fine. I'm not scared. Like la la la, I'll fucking kayak up through there. I've never kayaked before in my life. I would take minimal stuff as well. I would take a fucking phone and like a fucking power block thing, and I would just be pulling up at every pub, everything, like just fucking just stuff in my face, sleeping rough. Oh my god, why isn't he doing the 7? I don't know. I'd be useless at that. I'd be.
Why is there a
useless at
muscular
that.
man screaming?
Yeah, see that'd be good. Staying at viewers' houses, that's what I want. Oh, imagine you'd have to take pre-rolls, wouldn't you? Oh no, but you'd have to like wrap it so good, because if you did fall in, like it can't get wet at all. Imagine your weed gets wet, how fucking angry you're gonna be. It's gonna be so bad.
And support was not great. In fact, we were only
I'd
at
love
like 30,
that.
$40 at the end of the night, I think. Some people
Even though
rallied
I'd
and we
be
got to like
rubbish
80,
at it.
but I said, what I basically said last night was, if we have a good stream and we hit our support goals for GTA 4's main story,
Here
which
we
probably only
go.
have a couple streams left before we beat it, then I would do the DLCs. And then we didn't even get close. We barely hit halfway, and I was like, well, that's it then. Enough. You know, this is exactly what happened 6 years ago. When I played GTA 4 6 years ago, first time in direct capture in HD, and with face cam and everything, everyone was excited for it at first. And the entire time that I was playing the game, people say, hey, will you play the DLCs? And I said, well, yeah, if people like this game and will show up and have a good time with it, I'll spend more time on doing the DLCs. And then halfway through me playing the game, interest waned, people stopped showing up, and it actually was a chore to finish, because I remember the streams weren't doing well near the end of the playthrough, to the point where I actually was like trying to just finish it and get it over with. I kind of felt like upset, because everyone had kind of hyped it up and said it was going to be great. They couldn't wait for me to play it again, and it was the opposite. I totally remember now. Like, now I'm remembering this 6 years later. When I started doing GTA 4 with mods, I didn't remember this. So this is just a case of history repeating itself, where basically, you know, no one is really too crazy for the game for whatever reason. And, you know, I got to finish it up, and people keep asking for the DLCs, but if they're not showing up for the main game, I know they're not going to show up for the DLC, so what can you do, right? I should play the worst fighting game I can think of for the marathon. Oh man, that would be hard. That would be really hard to think of because there were basically the worst fighting games definitely came out in the 1990s because there were so many games that were trying to bite off a Street Fighter 2 and just copy that, or Mortal Kombat. They were either ripoffs of Street Fighter 2 or Mortal Kombat. And I guess I would have to see like what's available, you know, to play, because that's the problem is a lot of those games, because they were bad, didn't really have posterity. They're not really able to be played in an active setting. You know, I'd have to see what's available there. I don't know.
UNFW, how you doing?
What's the lights theme? Circuitry. I think it's called Circuits. And what it is it's like octagons, or excuse me, hexagons, kind of like what you see behind you on my wall. But that's the pattern, and lights are going in like a hexagon patterns. But you could change different colors, so I just put it to like a rainbow gradient, and it just goes crazy. No, never played Space Station 13. Don't know what that is. What about the Power Rangers fighting game? I actually heard that the if you're talking about the recent one, Battle for the Grid, I heard it's good. I heard that it's from a similar gameplay style and from the makers of like the old school versus game. So a lot of people actually liked it, but because it was like a Power Rangers game, it wasn't mainstream. So it didn't get traction in the fighting game community, which is sad. But I heard that it was actually pretty good.
Excellent, UNFW.
That's Clay Fighter. Yeah, Clay Fighter. Clay Fighter was a game that was fun to play because of the premise of stop motion claymation, but it was not a good competitive fighting game by any means. Like, it was actually pretty objectively bad. It wasn't balanced, and it was pretty broken. Oh, you're talking about a crappy Power Rangers fighting game from the 90s. Oh, I don't know about that. Jasper is good as always. He's spending time with Kat today. I never played King of Fighters Maximum Impact, but I think I remember it. I think that was the one where they tried to make King of Fighters in 3D for the first time, because traditionally it was always a 2D.
I think I remember
game, and
it.
they tried to transition it into 3D and didn't really work, and a lot of people didn't like it.
Yeah.
I never played it, but I think I remember it. Jalen says, if you were to face LTG, how bad would you beat him on a scale from 1 to 10? Well, see, I'm going to be real. I'm going to answer the question for real.
Oh, yeah?
I would probably destroy him in every old school fighting game. But that's because he doesn't actively play old school fighting games, you know?
Here we go.
Any versus game, CVS 2, Third Strike, I'm going to beat him easy, okay? But modern fighting games, that's what he plays. I don't play modern fighting games often. So, for example, in Street Fighter 6, right now, if we were to play cold turkey, he would definitely beat me. I probably wouldn't even remember what I'm doing. It would take me a while to warm up and get back into it. But I guarantee you, if I practice, if I actually played this newer version of Street Fighter 6 that dropped, months ago, the rebalance or whatever, and I tried to, remember characters like Blanca and Dalzim, Zangief, who apparently is really good in the game now, stuff like that, I could probably beat him. But I need to practice. Like, there's natural skill from years of experience and just natural knowledge of old school gaming versus having to get the rust off and get
LTG would clap him in anything. And again, I'm not trying to stick up for LTG. LTG plays fucking awful. I mean, not always, but the vast majority of the time, he plays the most cringe zoner gameplay you have ever seen. Like, not always, like in Street Fighter 5, he plays like Gil and Urian and shit. But in Street Fighter 4, 5, and probably 6, LTG most likely beat him. And in all the Tekkens and Mortal Kombats, he'd probably beat him too. I've seen LTG play Third Strike, but I don't know how good he is. And DSP will probably beat him in literally like the old ones, like Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Like, other than that, it's pretty much all up for grabs. LTG was banned from the new Mortal Kombat. He was indeed. He was also banned from TikTok recently.
To snuff with modern games, So The thing is, if I practice and I take it seriously, I will beat him in any fighting game ever made. 100%.
Oh,
if I
yeah.
actually had actively played Street Fighter V, I would have been better than him at that too.
Oh, yeah.
But
If
I
I'd
didn't
have
care
played
about
Street Fighter 5, I
never
would
really
be
played
better
it.
than him.
Street Fighter 4, I
Play
only
him
really
now.
cared about it the first 2 seasons, like Vanilla and then Super, but not enough to play it competitively.
Yeah, sure,
but I was
DSP.
decent at it. After that, I just stopped caring and never really played it seriously ever again. So... Dark Chaos, no one cares about Neil Druckmann. We don't even need to bring up that name anymore. He went from way high up, highly regarded game dev to kind of a laughing stock at this point, so I don't really give a shit what he says. I don't know where LTG lives. I have no idea. Tay is saying, where does he live? What would the ping be like? Were you guys playing? I actually have no clue. I don't stalk people online. I have no idea where LTG lives. If he's West Coast, it would be good. If he's not West Coast, it would probably lag.
He won't ever miss a chance to shit on Druckmann.
I did play some Street Fighter EX. Yes, I did. I played some Street Fighter EX before. Fun game, but again, not balanced. Some really broken stuff in that game. Like, you can cancel supers into supers and stuff. That becomes really broken. You know, that game, they lost the licensing, and then years later they made Fighting Layer, EX Fighting Layer, whatever it was called, and that was so broken. Bruce, good morning. Welcome to the stream. What's my favorite non-fighting game? You have to ask for a genre. I don't have one game that I like the most. What's up, Falapino? Falapino over on Kick. What a name. X-Shooter, good morning. How are you? Sidious, no, I did not see your message. I must have missed it. Spawn Killer says, I still watch your Street Fighter 4, especially Hakan. Yeah, that's what I specialized in when I played Street Fighter 4. Actually playing well with bad characters. Like, I legit went on tears online with Dan, with Hakan. Those were the funniest, you know, sessions of Street Fighter. Because I proved that I didn't need to pick top tier or even know the game competitively. I could just, on a basic level, understand it and just spank people online. It was hilarious how many people's asses I whooped back in the day in Street Fighter 4 playing joke characters.
Oh, yeah,
Those were so fun. Well, I say streams, but they weren't streamed. You know what I mean? Those videos were fun. Oh, Cydia says, if you had 6 months to train and you get 50K up front, 50K if you lose, 200K if you win, would you fight LTG in a real boxing match? He is not allowed to train too. So basically, I'm guaranteed $50,000, and if I win the fight, I get 200K. In addition to the 50K. Let me put it this way. I would have to completely make sure that if I were to even consider something that physical, because I haven't done anything insanely physical in a very long time, that I'm up to it. I would have to basically get checked out by doctors, you know, and see what's going on with that. Because you're talking, if you're going to actually take into boxing ring shape for a real fight, you know, not the fake fight that like Wings and Boogie had, but a real fight where you're actually going to be moving fast and your heart rate is going to be,
I don't even know what that was.
Way elevated.
So far away from
and
that
you're
attack.
Be taking hits. I got to check on all that shit. You know, I don't know if I'd even be, I don't even know if I could take a punch. Right? I don't know. So I can't answer questions like that, you know, unless I were to know more information. So would I consider it for that level of money? Yeah, I would consider it. But I'm definitely not going to say here, oh yeah, I'll do it, I'd whoop his ass. Who knows? I mean, I might go to the doctor and, you know, they do a serious full-on medical physical for training and stuff and be like, oh, you know.
LTG is scum, but if they had to fight, even with 6 months of training, LTG would absolutely piece him up. There is no way in hell DSP could learn how to box. Even in 6 months training every day. He's so uncoordinated. He's so like his body comp is just so bad. There's no way. Yeah, it'd be ridiculous.
Your legs this, your
yeah,
your
sure.
head
The
is
doctor
this, your
would
heart
say,
is
yeah.
this, that. I don't know.
I don't know.
Here's the thing. As I get older, sadly, I realize all the things about the human condition that are unavoidable. You know, people get older, and I see people all around me who are getting sick and passing away and falling apart, and I'm like, damn. You know, you never know. Just because I feel good and I look better than I have in a very long time, that definitely doesn't mean that I can jump and do something crazy physical right away. You know what I mean? It would have to be something that I take very seriously. And you know, do it the right way. Not just jump in and risk it and then have a heart attack or something. You know what I mean? So
yeah, sure.
We'd have to see. Sonic My Shadow did a 350 super chat. Are you a fan of games with multiple endings? Yeah, I would say sure. As long as...
Meaningful?
As long as the endings still feel like legit endings and not just all joke endings. And also if there's a way to see the multiple endings. Like, for example, in regards to, like, one of these super massive games like Until Dawn or one of the Dark Pictures anthology games, there can be different endings dependent on your choices throughout the game. And I like being able to kind of play throughing them and see, oh, can I keep this person alive? What happens if they're alive at the end of the game? What happens if they're dead at the end of the game? That's the kind of like
not much different.
Multiple ending
Most
stuff
of those
that I
games,
enjoy.
not much different shit happens.
I don't like, oh, I played through the game. It's a 30-hour game.
Not really.
I get one ending. Oh, would you like to see the other endings? Play the game a second time from the start. I just don't have time for that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I don't.
Yeah, I don't have time to play the game again.
You know,
Great replayability?
expect
Nah,
it
I'm
to
a
replay
streamer.
a game a million times.
You
If
fucking
there's save
idiots.
points and checkpoints and things where you can replay and
You
see differences.
fucking moron.
Cool. Then I do like that. The truth is, you guys are, because more people are talking about LTG in the chat. I'm far past it. Basically, every year around Evo weekend, I'm going to once again bring up the fact that LTG is my bitch
God,
and has
really?
run for me, despite the fact that all those years he talked shit.
We're still talking
how
about
he's
this,
better
are
than
we?
me at everything. Oh, don't call me the white DSP because I'm better than him at fighting games and I'm better
You
than
mean
him
the
at
black
life, I'm
DSP?
better looking, I'm healthier,
Again, you got
I
that
have more
wrong?
money, I'm better than, you know. All those years he talked shit and I didn't say a word, right? And then finally, when I clapped back and I said, well, let's play, he became the biggest fucking bitch on the planet. 100% has run from me straight. 3 Evos in a row, I bring it up, and he just cowers away.
Bro,
like the biggest
oh my
pussy.
lord, I can't
Tail
believe
between
this
the
is
legs.
actually what he thinks.
So, every year around Evo, I'll bring it up again. I'll make him look like the fucking pussy bitch he is. He'll run away cowering. He'll talk some lame-ass shit to get himself out of it again for the millionth
Guy's
time.
being real right now.
And then I'll go on my merry way. So just expect it. It'll be nice, an annual pastime, LTG, fucking embarrassment, you know, week, and then we'll move on. There's no reason for me. I said the white DSP again. I keep getting it backwards. Yeah, LTG is the black DSP. I keep saying the white DSP for some reason. I don't know why. I say it wrong every single time. I got the wires crossed in my head for some reason. But anyway, yeah. So
It's so cringe.
yeah, that's it. Like I don't care about the guy. I really don't care about the guy.
Yeah, of course
But
you
once a year,
don't.
I'll get my revenge on his dumb ass for talking shit about me, and then we'll move on and you know, there's no reason to keep bringing him up. He ain't gonna accept ever. He's a pussy. Okay. Don't I go 2 and 45 against randoms on the internet? No, I have never gone 2 and 45 against randoms on the internet in a fighting game. That's literally never happened ever in history.
Yes, he has.
Maybe he does. I don't know about him. I, in general, do really well when I play fighting games on the internet. There have been losing streams of Street Fighter 6. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. There have been times when I've sucked at Street Fighter 6 and not done very well. But in general, I'm always got a winning record. And when it comes to games that I actually play and practice and try to learn, I usually do very well and always have a winning record. Always. Can I say what's up to your cat, Soul? Well, Soul, what's up? How you doing today? But I'm pretty sure that Soul won't understand what I'm saying. Just saying. Would I play Neo or Neo 2 again? No, I would not. Spawn Killer says, I wish they would update us on Stray 2. Yeah, me too, but listen, let them take their time, make a great game. That's all I care about. Even if it comes out in another 5 years, we have to wait. As long as it comes out and it's great like Stray 1 was, I'll wait. It was a unique and awesome game. Excuse me.
Oh my god, I finally beat this fucking boss.
Oof.
The hospital you're at is quiet at 3 a.m. I'm glad to hear that, Slayer.
90,000 for that. Holy shit.
3 a.m.
Oh my lord. I wonder if I'm going to get some of her spells and shit, please.
Did I ever patch a tire on a bike before? No. I'm not. That is not something that I have done. Did I ever have a Game Boy? Yes, I had the Game Boy Pocket Blue Edition. I bought it with Pokemon Blue. Yeah, Pokemon Blue. And that's literally the only thing I ever played on it. I bought it specifically because I was going to go on a road trip. I remember once for school, we were going on like a field trip, and I wanted something to do while we were on the bus. So I asked for it, and I ended up getting it for like a holiday or something. And I played it on the trip to and from, and I ended up really liking Pokemon and ended up playing the whole game. But after that, I never really played it again.
Okay.
I did get a Game Boy Advance, and I played the crap out of the Game Boy Advance back in the day.
Now, I can't open it on my PC, only on my
Can't wait for
phone.
the Xbox ROG Ally, possibly coming out in October.
I don't normally check it when I'm
good
streaming.
for you. I have no need for a handheld
I try not.
mini PC Xbox gaming experience. So for me, I'm not
Occasionally I'll
excited
check
at all.
WhatsApp though.
For everyone to understand, the only difference between that and like the existing handhelds, it's going to be a little faster or whatever, or like slightly better specs. But I'm not really, don't really care. Do I think they'll make a Little Kitty Big City 2? I don't know. I have no idea how that game did. You know, I know it was a Game Pass. That's how I played it. I don't know if it did well or not, or if they're considering a sequel. Oh, yes, I played Crazy Taxi in arcades. It was great. Great arcade game, actually.
That's fine. I can handle that. I can handle that.
Did I like the original PSP? You know, the original PSP was like an oddity. It used these
I know
tiny
where I am.
discs that were completely unique media to that. Didn't it use unique memory cards too? I think it did. I think everything it had was proprietary, right? For what it was pretty awesome. The screen was gorgeous at the time to have like a portable screen that was that quality. And it
I
was a
hate the
fun
way
little
he says
system. Some of the
quality.
games were pretty unique.
I don't know what annoys me
Yeah,
about
but,
that. Probably
like
just
for
because
me, I
what
didn't
he
use it
thinks
nearly
is
as much as like
quality
other
is
people
normally
did.
just like
I had maybe like
DSP
5
talks
to
about
7
fast
games on
food
it,
as
and the
being
only one I
quality
really
or
remember,
gourmet.
I remember I had Final Fantasy Tactics on
DSP's
it.
literally
and
never
I had
eaten a
Final
single
Fantasy
gourmet
7,
meal in his life.
What was it called? Whatever that game was, the Final Fantasy 7 game that was on there, the spin-off game. I can't remember what it's called now. But yeah, so that that's really how I used it. I never watched movies on it. I didn't have like an insane library of games or anything. A lot of people like hacked theirs and did like emulation. I never did that. I used it at a minimal concept. I did like the portability of having a essentially almost HD system. It wasn't really full HD, but the quality was exceptional for a portable screen. You know, everything else up to then, you know, you're talking Game Boy Advance, and if I remember, wasn't that around the time that the DS came out? So it was really cool to finally have a system that felt like a true portable console as opposed to like a nerfed console.
Okay. This fucking level
It
1
was kind of
mug
ahead
he
of its
insists on
time.
using.
No God of War. You know, I don't remember. I think I might have had God of War now that you're saying that, X Shooter. I might have had it on there, but I don't remember it that well. But I think I did have it on there now that you're bringing that up.
I mean, I dislike them as well.
All right.
I
Just a few
dislike
more
them
minutes,
plenty.
everyone.
Don't worry.
We'll hang out for like 5-10 more minutes.
Don't
and then we're
worry,
gonna
I
get started
dislike
with the
them
conclusion
plenty.
of Death Stranding 2.
I got
We
no
were just
love
killing
for
time.
someone that,
Oh wow, we don't
that
have 200 viewers
poisons
yet.
his
I hope we get
political
more.
rivals or
You know, it's Death
imprisons them
Stranding 2
for decades.
So I'm not expecting to have a giant audience
you know,
for
and
it.
kills
but
his
I do hope that we get a
dissidents.
good audience for the
I
finale.
got no
but what
love
can you
for
do if
that
you don't?
fucking
Thank you
insane.
guys for the early
I mean, I don't
support.
know that
You
much
know what we
about
should
China, to
figure
be
out?
honest, but
So
the way they
let's
just
figure out
like,
100%.
I don't know about do
Alright?
what they
What do
want
we
is
wanna
the
do for the
right
next
way of
DSP
putting it,
tries
but
it?
like I
We
remember
want it to
watching the Top
be
Gear.
This McDonald's.
I remember watching a Top Gear like 10, 15 years ago. And they were talking about like the Chinese had basically copied the BMW X5. And like they went through like a little story about how BMW tried to like sue them. And the Chinese basically said, fuck off, we don't care. So again, I don't know why we're doing business with these people. I don't know why we took all that shit. Bro, all that stuff about the coronavirus and gain of function research and all of that. Bro. Oh, the Uyghur Muslims. Yeah, I know about. Look, I'm not up for that either. I'm not up for that either. You ever see that thing on the BBC where he's showing the geezer the video of it? And he's like, oh, that's such a nice part of the country. And he's like, yeah, but what's happening? What's on these trains? And he's like, oh, that region is so wonderful. Right. I'm not up for that either. I'm not up for that either. Ooh, what outfit did I get? Commander's outfit. And a hairband. Oh. Oh, fuck that. Don't need that. I'll take a new outfit. Let's see what the new outfit's like. Listen, I don't hate the Muslims either. I know plenty of them. I went to school with plenty of them. I just think, at least where I live, East London and some places, bro, there's an issue. And it's got to be talked about. Same as I think there's issues with, like, binge drinking and other things with, like, you know, indigenous people. We've got our own issues too. I think, like especially, like, less binge drinking, cocaine addiction in this country, I think is a huge thing. Honestly, among the working class, I think cocaine addiction is a huge, big issue. Like, exactly, Sweatenden. There's just things that have got to be talked about and sorted out if we're all going to coexist properly. And the more we ignore all this stuff, the more we ignore all this stuff. No. I mean, that is a problem. I don't know where they're coming from, and I don't know why, but even if that's who's causing it, the people here, some of them, you know, they're not compatible with our way of life, are they? Then there are plenty of white Brits grooming kids, but they're not doing it in groups, and they're not doing it with their brothers, and they're not doing it with their cousins, and they're not, some of them, like, turning up here or being sent here illegally, one way or another, in a completely, like, avoidable way. You know? Most white pedos are, like, solo. There are groups of them occasionally. It's not, like, a cultural thing. Let's not even talk about, look, we're not even getting into it. The Iraqis and the little boys and all that. Bro, let's not even go there. It's Friday night. It's Big Dick Friday. Yeah, it's pretty dope. Okay, what did I say? Iraqi. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's the thing too. You know, I don't agree with any of this stuff. I don't like fucking Jews being able to get their fucking newborn baby and going, oh, look, a wonderful newborn baby boy. Let's get a fucking sharp knife and cut a bit of his dick off. Don't get me wrong, I don't want that shit either. Those weird Hasidic ones where they keep them in a fucking... It's almost like a cult, and if you leave, they harass the fuck out of you and try and bankrupt you and shit. I'm not up for that either. This outfit's alright. It's not very revealing, but it's alright. This outfit's wild. This outfit is wild. Look at this. This is a wedding dress, apparently. Oh my lord. Woo! What do I stand for? Myself. That's what I stand for. The thing is, it's not like, it's not the best outfit. It's not like, defensively, it's not great. This one is one of the best. Honestly, this outfit is one of my favourites of the whole game. This one's been one of the best all round. It's like suitably, like cleavage out. You can sort of wear like scanty trousers with it or whatever. Or you can wear like other stuff, but this one's the best. This outfit is my favourite so far, I would say. There's some other good ones with like big collars, but they clip like they really lazy with it. Like I can't sort look. Watch this. I'll show you. So this outfit, yeah. But look how lazy they are with the hair clipping. Hang on. This one you can't see it much. Look. This one it is bad, especially in the daytime. Look, you see her hair clipping through. They're really, really lazy. There's some of the outfits where
look at that.
If the hair comes through, look at that. It's super, super lazy. Like, they just haven't tried at all. Like, to sort it out. Look at this one. It's so bad. They just haven't tried at all to sort it out. So even though some of those outfits are good, they've literally
Why
just been...
Why is there a
all right.
muscular man screaming?
Like, that's all right. You know what I mean? I've voted for everyone, mate. Since I was like 18, I've voted for pretty much everyone at some point or another.
Adult
The last election, I
So
didn't
we
vote.
want it to be these new menu items at Taco Bell, which includes the
I hated
cheesy,
food.
what is it, gordita? It's like a, not gordita, chalupa, or is it gordita? I think it is a gordita, like it's a weird street taco thing that they're trying to emulate, which obviously is not real. And then they also have a new Baja Blast flavor, and then they have like a $3 steak burrito. So we could do that menu. We could try those items, okay? Or we could go back to a place that I did previously that was really good. The
Or-
one that comes to mind for me is Katsu Burger because that was so unique. But we did do quite a few different things over time that we could go back to and revisit. What do you guys think we should do?
Katsu burger. Right. Unequip that.
No, not Chrono Trigger. It was Slayer just said it in chat, but it scrolled off the screen. It was that Final Fantasy spin-off game. It doesn't play like Final Fantasy though. Okay. So it seems like definitely people are saying it's either going to be like McDonald's or Taco Bell. It doesn't seem like people are too keen on going back to like Katsu Burger. Unless you guys, again, come up with an idea. We'll talk way more about Crisis Core. That's what it was called. Crisis Core. Thank you, Slayer. We'll talk more about this when we have the real podcast in
You're not
in
wrong,
a few
Swindon.
days.
I mean, spoiling the ballot is always an option. But I don't know. I mean,
All right. So
I
that
really,
being said,
it's
thanks for
interesting
the
to
early
like, think
support.
how low the
I
turnout could
appreciate
be,
that. Please,
and
let's get some
politicians
support
still claim to have
for-
power. Like, I don't know. I mean, even with
Let's
10%,
get some
they're still
support
going to claim that. Do
for
you know what
the
I mean?
conclusion of
These
Death Stranding
people-
today. Let's hit the goal.
Oh, here we go. Wait,
And
let's
to
get the
11
beg
out of
in.
20 goals hit. Right now we're at like 65, something like that. Oh, I got to sneeze all of a sudden. Hold on. Oh, man.
You have no dignity.
Oh, it hit me real fast.
Sorry, is this another boss fight already?
Ugh. I'm probably going to have to blow my nose now because now my sinuses are probably going to turn on. Oh. Thank you. Ava Cowboy fan says, have you ever tried Mo
what the
Bettas?
fuck?
I have no idea what Mo Bettas is. Never heard of it. So the answer is no. I've never tried Mo Bettas. I don't know what it is.
What the fuck? What the fuck is that?
Oh, you guys are talking about Marathon, the game that got indefinitely delayed because it's complete garbage. I hope they cancel.
What the
I'm
fuck
serious.
is
I
that?
hope they cancel the game. It doesn't need to exist.
I got killed by a giant bird. Good.
Slayer says it's a shame there's no
This is
Malay
good news.
or Indonesian food near you. Yeah, we have so many Asian culture, cuisines in my area, but not those two. Haven't found those two.
And non-issues, I mean, maybe.
Nope, I know of
I
Bojangles,
tend to
but they're
look
not
most
here
things
either.
up though. And normally, it's not normally something you see something happen once. It's normally a pattern of behaviour for most of these things, or slow
Hawaiian food is what they serve.
general
We do have
decline
a
of
Hawaiian
society
barbecue
and the
that we
places
eat
that I
from
live that I've
frequently.
seen in the last
We love
20
it. We
years
love
of
the
my life.
slow cooked barbecue chicken. They have beef. They have pork, pulled pork, which is
All
super
of that
duper
tied
good.
up in a nice.
They usually have like a seafood platter that's like
no,
I don't know what
oh,
kind of
no.
fish it is, but it's like white fish that's breaded, but also like shrimp and other stuff. And they always do that really good macaroni salad.
Demon ladies here.
Okay, let me blow my nose now because I sneezed. All right, and then I guess we're gonna start getting set up for Death Stranding. I'll get my my PlayStation hooked up here and everything. Okay, Death Stranding finally ending.
Oh my god, that was
finally.
rough.
Yes, finally. Like, jeez, it's been about I think it's about a month and a half we've been playing it. So, okay.
I mean, it's interesting that I would say I look things up and out of nowhere you just go, I don't think you do. That's kind of a wild thing to say. Just assuming people are uninformed. I don't know what you'd base that on. Their opinion being different to yours is no evidence of that. Oh, I've got to kill this fucking bird thing now. No, man, it's legitimate protest against a religion. How can someone not be able to burn a religious book if they don't agree with it as a form of protest? Especially if they're like an ex-member of that religion and they're doing it to make a political point at their old captors and abusers. Why are we not allowed to burn that book? Because some people think it's like holy and shit. It's like, what are we doing here? Where are you going to stop at that? Where's the line? Some stuff's okay. Can I burn like a stamp collection to make fun of stamp collectors? Someone who might view that as deeply as someone views a religion. Can I burn like a what's name art booklet of like whatever? Exactly the same. People can burn all those books for all I fucking care. They can do it in a church for all I give a shit as a form of protest. As long as they're not going around saying they're going to kill everyone whilst they're doing it. It's quite obvious whilst they're doing it. Hell yeah, they can do that shit. I mean, other than that, it just becomes a trespassing issue, probably.
It's not about positive. It's not about positive. Why does it have to be positive? It's about someone should have the right to do that if they feel strongly about that religion. You got the right to ignore them. What's a religion? It's just words on a page.
Oh, all right.
But because it makes people feel bad.
Son of a bitch. I should have.
Because it
I shouldn't
hurts
have
their
sat down.
feelings. Because they
Gotta
think
put the
it's
chair
real.
cover on. Hold on.
And someone wants to shit on it because it's hurt their life. Or they think it's like fucking up the world or whatever. What religion are me? I'm agnostic. I don't know. I don't particularly believe any of them are real. But I'm not as arrogant as to think I know that there are no gods or no, you know, spiritual forces. I don't think any of our religions, I think that's all made up bullshit. But I also wouldn't be like, I'm atheist, I know, like, I don't know anything. What nationality? English, I guess. Or British, take your pick. But British is like, we're all different. Like, loads of people like think they're Scottish and whatever. Like, I get that.
Very exciting stuff.
Oh, this is exciting stuff, by the way.
Okay.
Walrus,
Thanks, Jim, a
big
Cowboy
ups.
fan. No, this is not better than the first. It's pretty much on par with the first, I would say. There hasn't been enough about Death Stranding 2 to really feel like it's a brand new iteration.
Yeah, I mean,
besides
it's
just
not
the
like I
story
think
continuing,
atheism is
so
stupid,
it's
or
okay
anything
for
like
me.
that. I just think
It's
like
been a fine
logic
experience.
kind of dictates for
I'm
me
happy to
that
see it.
I can't truly know that. I can't truly know that there isn't. I don't necessarily mean like any of the gods we've come up with, that there's not like a being, a presence, an omnipresent deity thing that's completely apathetic to all of human suffering, but nevertheless is watching over us. I can't truly know that doesn't exist. So I can't 100% say I'm an atheist. I know that's not real. You should be allowed to cause offence though, shouldn't you? You should be able to cause offence. That's what freedom of expression is. You should be able to cause maximum offence. That's how it all works. All these ideas fight against each other. That's how it works. You should be able to cause maximum offence. But it does, though. Why doesn't it? It's the same as, like, painting an offensive painting. You know? Or writing an offensive book. Or singing an offensive song. You know, I mean, I'm not talking about literally singing just like, what's no words. Oh, God. But again, this guy wasn't either. At least the most recent one was a thing about.
And today, so we could do new stuff, honestly.
It's not something I would do. It's not something I think is a smart thing to do.
Okay.
But someone should
Shall
absolutely
we test this?
have
Let's
the right
test it
to
now.
do it
Hold
if
on.
they do so. Should not be criminalized.
I'm pretty sure we should be good.
Especially
when
not
it
a
comes
religious.
To, when it comes to the lighting, I
They
think the
should
green
have
screen
that
effect should
right
work. I don't think
if
this
they choose
shirt
to.
is green. You know what? Hold on a second. Now that I said that,
And normally, if they're dealt with by police or stuff like that, it's because of like a trespass thing or whatever else.
son of a bitch.
It's like a trespass
fine
issue
from the front?
or, you know, public order, whatever.
I guess it's fine. As long as I'm sitting and facing forward.
But not
green
implicit
screen
in the
effect-
act of what they're doing.
What the? Let me turn off the lights. Let me turn off the lights because I think that's what's happening. The lights are on and it's affecting stuff. Hold on.
Oh,
Okay.
God. I can't watch the death.
Now
Stranding.
it looks good.
There is something
Okay,
from
now we're
yesterday,
good.
though.
And I'm not transparent, right? Okay.
Okay, good. There is
The
something
green
from
screen
yesterday,
effect
though.
is working properly.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
It was aggressive begging.
Snort, snort,
Kogan.
drip, snort, snort.
I got the drip. Go. So there was a contribution that came in late. What's been going on is
It
my
might
tip
be that then you should just
notifications are
use it as
coming
like,
in,
okay, I think
way
that
delayed,
person's
and I don't
okay,
know
that
why.
identifies that I didn't pay attention to what they say or whatever.
There was $1.75 tip
Doesn't mean I think that should
that
be
was
criminalised.
anonymous tip at the end of the last stream that I didn't get to put on the leaderboard, so I'll just count it for tonight. I mean, it's not a huge tip or anything. As for the next DSP Tries It, we did DSP Tries It Shake Shack earlier today. It was actually a mixed bag. Did I wear the Sonic hat? Yes.
Titanium, how you doing? Jordan Fade
And
away,
they
how you
screwed
doing?
up my order. The reason I was wearing the Sonic hat, the hot dog, they screwed it up. So it ended up being insanely underwhelming because they screwed up my order. So if you didn't see that episode yet, it's live over on DSP Reacts.
Bro,
I hope you'll check it out.
It's the same thing they have
Look,
about
Wilson, I
burning
thought that
flags.
hat was
People should be able
retired.
to
The
do
hats
that
are
too.
retired. They're not regularly in the rotation. They will only come back for special occasions. This was one because I was eating hot dogs.
Okay, here we go.
No, I didn't bother doing anything with the hot dog. Delulu says, did you report that your hot dog was wrong and get your money back? No. It's a $4 difference between the regular hot dog and the one with the toppings I wanted. A $4 credit is not a big deal. I wasn't going to, because the problem is, too, to do it, they make you take pictures and stuff, because I think so many people used to complain that now they require, like, picture photo evidence. I ate the hot dog. I don't have photo evidence. I ate the damn thing, you know, so I'm not going to bother with it. So the next DSP Tries It. We already got one done. The next one, we have two possibilities, but I'd like to know if you guys know of anything else. Possibility number one is this adult Happy Meal at McDonald's, which honestly, I don't think it's going to be a great DSP Tries It because it's just food McDonald's already has. The only difference is the packaging of special flavored shake and some kind of a collectible toy. All right.
Oh my God,
Or Taco Bell currently has 3 new items. They have some $3 steak burrito. I'm sure $3 steak is delicious, let me tell you. They also have some new cheesy chalupa street taco, which doesn't sound good to me either.
Oh my God,
but they also have a new flavor of Baja Blast. So they have 3 things that potentially I could try at Taco Bell for a DSP Tries It. Or if we come up with something else. I would love to come up with something else, too, and have options. Like we had talked about going back to a place like Katsu Burger, which we went to in the fall. It was November 1st when I went there last, so ample time has passed to maybe go back to a place like that. What do you guys think? Let's see what you guys think, and let's try to determine it by, like, Sunday, because obviously people are supporting, and we're going to be hitting goals, and they're going to want to know what they're getting for it. So, hey, guys. Thank you for being here, for chilling, for GTA 4. Now, remember,
well, great.
last time around, support was outstanding. Okay. And people asked me again, hey, Phil, if we keep supporting your GTA 4 streams, would you play the DLCs? And I said, it's a strong possibility. So tonight, let's get support for GTA 4. Let's hit the goal.
This is great.
And I will absolutely 100% consider doing the DLCs, likely erring on the fact that I would like to do them again. I really do want to do them again.
Oh, yeah,
I've only
wants
played
to do
each of
them,
them
but,
once. And it was over a decade ago.
Give that
so
money,
I'd like
Dents.
to experience those DLCs again, but I need your support. I'm not going to be able to play the DLCs if we have like $20 nights of GTA 4. Okay? So let's go. Let's get our first support of the night. Besides that dollar tip that came in earlier, that doesn't really count for tonight, but I counted it anyway. Let's get a super chat with a nice animation and sound effect. Let's get a tip. Let's get some subs over on Kick. Let's get the momentum going for GTA 4. Let's get hype for Nico Bellic whooping everyone's ass. How much to dye my hair pink? $5,000. $5,000, a nice cool 5K. I will dye my hair pink.
Wow.
When are we getting Subway again? Never. I will never eat Subway ever again. It was
give him
so
$5,000 to dye his hair pink,
insanely disgusting, offensively bad last time I ate it here on DSP Tries It. I have actually determined, I spoke with my wife and we both committed, we will never eat Subway ever again in our lives. Not even off camera, not even, if we're hungry and there's, we're starving, we haven't eaten for a week, and we absolutely need to eat, and we're crawling on the ground, bones ripping through our skin, and we're scraping across the ground, and we look up, and there's a Subway in front of us, and it says free food. We will roll to the side and roll into a gutter to get away.
I don't know if you can even buy
All right,
that.
guys, come on. Let's get some support rolling. Let's get started.
probably
I'm gonna
banned
turn
in
off all the
some
lights, get
places,
adjusted
just-
here. But let's get
just
some support
'cause.
rolling tonight. Let's not have a dead GTA 4 night, especially after we had such a good one last time.
Probably
I've
banned
been
in
waiting
Germany,
all
I'll
week
tell
to
you
play
that.
it. Let's have a good night at GTA 4, okay? Great support, great vibes, great engagement. Everyone stick around. Don't go away. Don't stop talking. We're going to treat it like a fun hangout session while I'm playing, okay? So we have a lot going on all at once in the playthrough. It's been a week since I played. Reason being, this playthrough went from daytime streams to night streams when support and engagement fell off.
I figured
Last time
that.
around when I played it
Well, I
last
didn't know
week,
the
it was
sham part.
exceptional engagement and exceptional support. If we mirror that again tonight, I'm strongly considering one of two things. Either moving it back to a day stream slot
listen to this
or also
bargaining.
playing the DLCs. But we need this
Listen to
game
this
to
actual
actually do well again.
business meeting.
Not just a one-off great night and then it tanks, because that's what happened previously, and that's why this ended up becoming a night stream to begin with. So let's see how it goes tonight. Hopefully it goes well. Bug Will thinks
Listen
the
to this
DLCs would do
literal
good because
business
everyone's seen
meeting.
the base game a million times, but not everyone has seen the DLCs. I've only seen the DLCs once. I played through it once over 10 years ago when I first played GTA 4 for YouTube. I did both DLCs. When I played this again 6 years ago, I didn't do any DLCs because no one was really interested in the main game, so I just kind of rushed through it. This time around, I'm hoping that we can get interest back because I really would like to play the DLCs this time, but we do need people to show up and support these streams. Someone did someone did a $2 tip and says, what would be the downside of tipping $100 in $2 intervals? Every single transaction
Listen to
that
this.
you do via PayPal, there is a flat transactional fee and then a percentile fee based on the amount you tip.
fee.
So if you tip $100, I get the one transaction fee and the percent. If you do $52 tips,
Listen to
I have
how
to pay
deep he's going into
50
this.
transaction fees and then the percentage fee. So I get way less. Like, no exaggeration, I'll lose like probably, I don't know the exact amount, but I would assume between $5 and $10 I would lose if you did $52 tips. But I could be wrong. I'm not exactly sure how it works. I also believe that it's regional. Like, depending on where you are, PayPal takes different percents. I don't know. I don't work for PayPal, but that's
That was
in
deep.
general off the top of my head how I think it works. Gaia1 says banana. I will say banana. If we hit a $20 contribution, we play the special animation, I'll go
money?
banana crazy. How about that? Ooh, look at the lighting. Oh, it's cool. The lighting changed. Oh, it's nice. Now we're outside. Oh! Dude!
Oh, no, another one.
What the fuck? No! Look at this! Oh! 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 I can't get up! Oh! 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 God damn! Yeah, the biker got away. I wonder why. Like, that actually wasn't my fault. So it was scripted that the biker would blow up, but he wasn't supposed to blow you off your own bike like that. You were supposed to be able to keep driving past. So, damn, that was completely out of my control. 100%. There was nothing I could have done to do better.
That is it, Cat.
That was just bad luck, like legit bad luck. You feel like it was my fault? Well, that's because you're a complete fucking mouth drooling idiot.
Please make a U-turn. Let's say, please.
Did you not see what happened? Do you watch streams with your eyes closed, or are you just blind? Because if you didn't notice, I was driving fine. I didn't lose control, but he hit the train, and then he blew up, and the momentum of the explosion threw me off my bike, and then by bad luck, another train was coming behind me and flattened me.
Yeah, I'll give you a fuss in a minute.
So I don't know exactly what you expected I was supposed to do there.
Turn right.
What could I have possibly done differently? Fucking shit. Oh. I can't do it. I can't even control the bike. There they are. Look, they actually waited for me.
Yeah, sure.
told you I always have problems with this mission, but the problem really is the physics are changed. So riding these vehicles is much harder now. Especially the bike. Like, if you touch anything, you fly off the bike now. It didn't used to be that bad. But they changed the physics with the mods I installed to make it more realistic. So now if you hit anything with the bike, you go flying. So this is actually a much harder mission now with the mods I've installed. Look at this. What are you doing? Yo, he's the worst driver ever. What's he doing? Why can't I just kill him? This is so dumb. Hurry up. You went more than you can shoot, dickhead. Little fat fuck. Where'd you go? Go, stupid. Go. Look at this. Oh my god. How you doing back there, asshole? Yo, why is he driving so slow now? It's so annoying. I can't just kill him. You're enjoying yourself. Is he going in circles? I think he is. You ain't never gonna outride the lost biker gang. Dude, is he going in a circle? What is going on? I'm not supposed to murder him now, am I? He's going in a circle. I think it's glitched. We're riding like real Americans. You ain't. The game is glitched. He's just going in a circle. And if I kill him, they're gonna be like, "Oh, you failed the mission." You ain't a biker, asshole. You never will be. Wait, there you go. Okay, he finally went. He finally did what he was supposed to do. He stopped glitching. What a dumbass. Why is he so slow? You made a mistake following. This isn't much of a chase. You've bitten off more than you can chew, dickhead. How you doing back there, asshole? Oh, you ever got his way home? You ever got where he lives? I hope you're enjoying yourself. This is a great mission, huh, guys? Wow, this is really great. You ain't never gonna outride the lost biker gang. Exactly. Right, Jiminy says it's so funny. He looks like he's following the road rules. Come on. How long is this mission? This has got to be glitched and messed up. When does it end? You ain't a biker, asshole. You never will be. Exactly, this is the game journalist's high-speed chase, right? I don't blame him. You made a mistake following us. It's always oh my god. How about I do this for an hour? This is insane. That's right, let's get some subs for this chase, this exciting chase. Some subs. He stopped. We're at a gas station, he completely stopped. How you doing back there, asshole? Come on, this has got to be a joke. Are you kidding me? You ain't never gonna outride the lost biker gang. Is this it? This is it? No, I thought he was supposed to go straight and right into the sea, and that's what it is. He goes straight there, and he drives right off the pier to the ocean. But now he's not doing it. Oh my god. This is the whole stream, guys. We're 30-some minutes in, we haven't beaten the first mission yet, the game's all messed up. We're riding like real Americans, you ain't!
Honestly, he just turns up and just shouts for attention. That's what he does.
Not aware, someone wants to member says he really ran out of gas laughing my fucking ass up. He did, he stopped for more. Right in the middle of the chase. Why are we chasing him across the bridge? This can't be right. Biker asshole, you never will be.
And then he shows up. I beat the one boss, and there's another one right after it.
So the mission didn't work properly. He was supposed to like self-wreck or whatever. It didn't work. It glitched and made me had to murder it. Let's get some support for GTA 4 tonight. 30 minutes wasted on that stupid mission. If you want to see more GTA 4 antics, please support the stream tonight. Let's go. Let's get a sub, let's get a tip, let's get a super chat. So now we're up to a whoppingly generous $22 of support.
Wow.
Just barely a fifth of the way to our support goal for GTA 5 tonight, or GTA 4 tonight, excuse me.
Really did say that.
Again, guys, if you like GTA 4 and you want to keep it in the rotation, you want to see the DLCs, then please support it. This game is the most up and down game ever, I swear. Sometimes we have a great crowd and tons of engagement of support, and then sometimes we have the slowest stream ever. I just don't understand. All right, everyone. Well, we were finally making progress tonight after that bum first mission. Now let's make some progress with support. Come on, I'm serious about it now. Let's get some support for GTA 4. Last time it went so well, to the point where you guys were asking me will we do the DLCs, and I said yeah. But now I don't know what's going on now. What happened? What changed? Same game. Having fun. Progress.
We're having fun.
Chill vibes.
No support.
What is up with that? Let's go. Who's gonna drop 5 subs right now on Kick? Right now. Who's gonna do a nice super chat to see an animation with the sound effect right now on YouTube?
A nice super chat.
And who's gonna tip? Who's gonna tip right now? Come on. I know you guys like it. Look, people on Kick are asking, they're saying, where are all the crowns? We're missing the crowns. I can't believe there's no crowns. In the 2000s, my life was not very good. In the 2000s, I was overweight. That's when I had my back injury for the first time. It was really hurting me those first several years. I was single and lonely, depressed, drinking a lot, hating my life. Yeah, it wasn't very good, to be honest. I don't really miss that time of my life, no. This mission is tough. Be careful, King. Not as tough as getting support tonight, apparently.
Wow.
All right, it's time for a break. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
You really said that.
All right, guys, so here's the deal. We got $22 of support tonight.
He really said that, by the way.
I'm not going to tell you guys anymore that we're doing the DLCs if we don't hit the goals. It's that
Can't hear
simple.
me that well? How about now?
Last time we had an outpouring of support and people
do you
said,
know what
oh,
it
we do
might
the
be
goal
as
or the DLCs. I said, yeah, this is awesome. Let's keep that going. It's a week later, we got $20. So we got an hour. We're going to hit 150 by the end of the hour. Or I don't want to hear anyone talk about DLCs again. I don't want to hear people say I'm not playing it enough. This is why this playthrough is in the position it's in. This is why it's a late stream that we're playing once a week. Remember, this was a
That's
day
why
stream,
sometimes the mic just
and people
goes
stopped
weird.
showing up and supporting it. So we need support tonight. Let's get some support. We have regulars here who support. We have other people. Let's get support for this
This is
playthrough
some mad desperation.
right
isn't it?
now. Okay, I'll be right back. I have to pee. All right, how many people do we have on this stream tonight? 211 people on YouTube right now.
Look at this.
Okay. How many do we have on Kick? 95 viewers on Kick. So we have over 300 viewers right now between both streams. Over 300. Are you telling me that all 300 of you hate GTA 4 and don't like it and don't want it to continue? That's what you're going to tell me?
Just because they didn't give him
I find that
money.
hard to believe. I do. I find it very hard to believe. Considering that we've had... excuse me, that was a Shake Shack burp. Considering that we've had some
Just
great
because
nights,
they didn't give him the
I want
money
those great
yet.
nights to continue. Because like I said, I actually do want to play the DLCs. But I'm not going to do it if we're having $20 to $30 support nights. So if we hit the goal tonight, I will say that we will... Okay, how about this?
Uh-oh.
If we hit the goal, continuing GTA 4 until the end of this playthrough, every stream that we play it, we will do the DLCs, guaranteed 100%. No more of this I'll consider. This is nonsense. It's wishy-washy shit. I don't like wishy-washy. All right? If we hit the support goals, when we play GTA 4 moving forward, we will do the DLCs, locked in, 100% guaranteed. If we do not hit the support goals on these streams, we are not doing DLCs, and I don't want anyone asking me for them. Okay?
How mad he is.
It's that simple. Either we hit the goals and we do the DLCs, or we don't hit the goals and we don't do the DLCs, period. I'm committing to the DLCs if we hit these goals while we play this game and finish the main story. We'll find the time to do it. Okay? So that's my commitment to you. If you support, you get DLCs. If you don't support, you get nothing. But we will finish the game we got so far. We're going to finish this, okay? Digital Pox says, we got to see Gay Tony. We have to, so let's get support. Let's get support right now. Keep that Mario spinning. Get that Mega Man jogging. Get Banana Phil dancing. Let's see some support.
Oh.
Come on. We're up to 40. Let's go to 50. Right now, 50.
Okay.
Who's going to drop the 10? 2 subs on Kick right now. Go. $10 tip. Go. Come on. People are saying Gay Tony is goated. Well, if you want to see the GOAT, you got to support the playthrough. Let's go. Like
Imagine actually doing this on your stream.
100%. If we hit the goals,
This is so bad.
Finish it. When we finish the game, right to the DLCs. But we got to hit the damn goals. Let's go. You got your software paycheck coming in tomorrow? Too late. Has to be right now. Support the stream now. We have no time for tomorrow. We live for today. Digital Pock with the $2 super chat.
It's so creepy,
I don't
isn't
see
it?
Gay Tony, I'll freak. That's Digital Pock right there. Another $2. We're 42.
That's Digital Bob right there. It's
Come
like
on.
a DJ from 1992.
It may be the answer to life, the universe, and everything, but it is not the goal. The goal is 150. So let's keep it going tonight. Come on. Let's go. A little more, then we'll continue. A little more. Stalin says, let's spend that money on WWE champions. I'll spend the money on whatever I want, because it'll be my money once I earn it. So let's go. Come on. All right. I guess we got to continue. But let's keep it rolling. Let's keep that momentum going. Okay? All right. Okay, everybody. Welcome back.
They've never had sex.
Big ass mailman.
All right, I told you I'm gonna start doing this more often. My wife and I deserve more time together for sure.
He ain't fucking her, that's for sure.
What is Arab money? I only played the DLC once. I don't remember it. But I mean, don't you want to see me play it again and react to it? Because I only played it once. I don't remember it at all. Seriously, I don't. I don't remember Gay Tony because I only did it once. I literally only played it once, and it was before I even did direct capture, before I was live streaming, so I don't remember it. Someone just did a $2 super chat to ask, am I ashamed of myself? No, not at all, actually. Not at all in any way, shape, or form. I'm having a good time, and I'm doing the right thing so we can play the DLCs. So
I'm doing the right thing like he has to do that.
You idiotically sent me a super chat to ask me if I'm ashamed. Because you should be. You should be the one who's embarrassed. Oh, really? The Bumblebee guy who I raid says something about a private truck sim city or something that I could join. I don't know anything about that. To be honest, I don't know if I even want to know anything about that and learn it. Just being honest. It seems like a whole lot of complicated stuff.
Okay, don't want to learn that.
And hanging out
Too
with
hard.
when I do it. I don't know about like being all serious about doing jobs in a sim city or
No,
whatever.
don't want to do that. Can't be bothered to do that. Interaction with other people, something slightly different. Don't want to do that.
Like, it's nice of him to do that, but I think he's way more serious about
Won't
it.
even
than I am.
entertain that. See ya.
To $72 to support everyone.
Heat fan, big
About
ups.
30,
Bro, so
40
hot.
minutes left on the stream. Remember, if we hit the goal and we continue to get this level of support of hitting the goals during this playthrough, we will do the DLCs. I'm committing to it. But we have to hit the goal tonight. If we don't, we're not doing the DLCs. That's that. All right, guys, how about this? Let's get to $100 of support by the time I finish this mission. All right? Because I'm only here for about another 30, 40 minutes. We got time to hit the goal, but let's get to $100 while I'm doing this mission right now. Who's going to do it? Who's going to support the stream, get us to 100 while Nico impersonates an Albanian? Let's go. Sorry, Phil, I had to run off to work earlier today. How did you find the
Did
Battlefield
he really
6
say that?
beta? At first, I sucked ass at it because I only had played Call of Duty on mouse and keyboard before. So I was trying to learn the controls, and they're very different. Like the grenade.
Did he really
is the
say that?
G key. Like that's really far away from what you would normally press. And each character, each loadout is so unique. It has different items and things. So I'd say the first hour I just kind of flubbed about and sucked. The second hour I started to kind of learn the classes. And actually, it's some pretty epic kills with the RPG against vehicles. Really cool stuff. And then hour 3, I was alternating between the engineer and the scout. I was a little disappointed because I think the scout's sniper rifle, the starter one, sucks ass. Like, I would always get a shot, but no one would die. But it's a bolt action. So as you go to put the next, you're using the bolt, you're putting the next bullet in, you'll just get murdered. People will just turn to you and start spraying who you just shot, and you get died instantly. So the sniper just doesn't seem very good right now, but I think the more you play, the better it'll be. Because you'll unlock better guns and you'll unlock the attachments.
Okay, that outfit's a bit wild.
So, I had fun. I blew shit up, had a good time. I felt like I was just getting into my stride, and then we ran out of time, and it was time for DSP Tries It. So I'm playing it again on Sunday, and hopefully we'll do better then. It should be fun. So we're at 78, and we're more than halfway there, guys. But please support the stream. We're almost done. We only have 20 minutes left on the stream. If we hit the goal, I will do the DLCs when we complete the playthrough. If we
Let's hit the
If we don't hit the
goal.
goal tonight, no DLCs. It's off the table forever.
It's off the table forever.
Keep playing this game if no one supports it. We have to hit a goal.
It's off the table forever.
Get to it right now. Support the stream. Last chance. Let's go. Okay. All right, guys, this is it, because this is probably going to be the end of the stream
If
now.
you don't give me the money right now, this stream, I'm never playing the
DLCs.
DLCs.
For GTA 4 and do the DLCs. This is the end of the chances for this game. I've given it more than enough chances. Seriously, I want to do the DLCs, but it seems like I just can't get consistent support, so I guess it ain't happening. I don't know what else to say. Look, well, dude, I'm not... Dude, this is what he just said. He says, what about dropping the game but then playing the DLC? No! No.
How about just play the DLCs, you fucking weirdo?
Which, by the way, if we don't
Instead
get
of trying to
we're not
squeeze
getting
money
support for
out of
DLCs.
literally
Seriously,
everything.
we're not. That's how it works. It's the same audience.
You could just do
and
that.
that is it. Sadly, guys, I give this game enough chances. No DLCs. I really tried to be patient and to say, hey, let's hit a goal and let's get support. And this game is 2 hit or miss. So, no DLCs. Sorry.
Sorry.
Maybe we'll play Gay Tony in another 6 years. I don't know. Same thing. The same exact thing happened with this playthrough when I played it 6 years ago, where I was enjoying the second run, but then interest fell off. People wouldn't show up to support, and I was like, well, then I'm not going to do DLCs, which we have. We haven't done them besides the very first time. All right, so folks, that is it. I am going to finish GTA 4. I will. I'm trying to think how much is left. We have these 2 missions. We have these phone missions to do, and then I think there's the final leg of the story where everything goes to crap and everyone hates you. And you have to do a few crazy missions and the Western Island, and then the game is over, okay? So we're almost there. We're legit almost done with the game. And...
Money?
It says 50%, but that includes all side content, of which, as you know, I did not do much side content. So we did 63 missions. See? Wow, we actually failed 11. Okay, so we will continue to do GTA 4 as a night stream.
Okay.
Once a week. All right. Eventually, we're gonna beat it. I think another maybe 2 streams, maybe 3 tops, so probably 2. We may wrap it up. And that'll be it. Like I said, maybe in the future we will play the game again, or maybe in the future we would just schedule the DLCs, give it a shot, and see how it goes. I don't know. For now, that's where we're going. Again, I think you guys could say I gave a more than fair chance here for this game to actually be a regular supported part. It's so weird that I'll play the game once, it'll get like very little support. Then I'll play it again, it'll exceed a goal. Then I'll play it again, it only gets halfway to a goal. I don't know what to say. All right. But anyway, thank you guys. And one final contribution here from Bonsai, who did a $2 super chat saying, me getting angry over the in-game phone is Kino. Yeah, I'm purposefully ignoring the missions that basically hog your time and force you to do them. You know, I'm trying to make progress in the game, in the story, and not get distracted by those missions. So, there you go. All right, so, good stuff, everyone. I hope that you guys have enjoyed. There will be more GTA 4 next week. Not exactly sure the night yet, but I'll let you know when I know. Thank you to those who were here and did support. I'm sorry that we just can't consistently get enough to do the DLCs and extend the playthrough. But that's that. Next week, more GTA 4 until we beat the base game. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you next time. Okay.
Here we go.
Alrighty, guys. Well, I
He's
did
annoyed.
as much as I could. I campaigned as hard as I could for the DLCs. I don't know what else to say.
Look how annoyed he is.
But thanks to those who were here. It was
Leg
still a
slap.
fun stream. I still had a great time with all of you. Okay, so tomorrow is my final streaming day of the week. And tomorrow,
Love it.
We are going to finish Death Stranding 2. Hallelujah, holy shit, finally. Seriously, like it took so long.
You can't wait. That game's been rocky the whole time.
We're beating it tomorrow. On the day stream, there will not be a formal podcast, but I will do a little hangout chill session before we start with Death Stranding 2, and then we're going to wrap it up. And then tomorrow night, to end my streaming week, Friday Night Fights, Capcom versus SNK 2 on the late stream. No streaming on Saturday. That's my day off. When I return on Sunday, it'll be more Battlefield 6 beta and more GTA 4. That's right. I actually scheduled GTA 4 for earlier in the week. So hopefully you'll come back for GTA 4 on Sunday night. All right? Okay? That's it. We're done. All right. Everyone, please have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. And I will see you all tomorrow morning for Death Stranding 2. Good night.
I got the drip go. I got the drip.
He was super weird about that.
I got the drip go. I got the drip.
Oh my god, I need to like change the screen.
I got the drip go. I got the drip go. I got the drip go.
It's like a faucet that's dripping. You can't make it stop. So what do you want me to do? Have a mute button that every second I'm tapping the mute button just in case I'm gonna have to clear. Like, this is what I mean. These dumb kids. This is what it is. It's dumb kids.
Oh my god.
That's an interesting number. Chad, where are
Help.
you?
Oh.
Told you. I know exactly
I got hit when I was doing that.
Would try to mess with myself and others around me. I'm not kidding. So the funny part about it is, these idiots, right, who want good content and
Help.
Oh, Phil will tell a funny story. We'll make fun of him today. You can't even get the story anymore. I would love to tell you the story, the funny story here on the podcast, but I literally can't tell you because then you use it in a toxic, negative, harmful way.
What do you think being made fun of is?
So instead, you get nothing.
Dude, this is what we're after right
Oh
here.
yeah, she has
What
some
you're
wild
providing us
move
with
here
your
that I don't know how to
side-eye
avoid.
sloped mouth, fucking poofy hair. This, you're giving it to us right now.
You actually get nothing. You should have a funny
That was
story.
wild.
It's fucking great, but no.
This is not making us go away. Congratulations. You probably just made 4 more detractors out there. They're starting channels as we speak, right? They don't know
Where's
what
it
they're
gone to,
doing.
bro?
They got a
Side
shitty mic. They're scripting for the first time. They're trying to learn a video editing program. That's you. You're causing this, Phil.
You get nothing now. Okay? Instead, all you get to know is that I was stressed out and had a stomachache.
Oh.
That was my yesterday. I tell you a lot more than that happened, but you're never going to know what it is.
You know what? I'll take the former. If you told me I could get the story about you had a stomachache and you ran errands and that's the end of the story, or I get your long-winded spiel, I'm going to choose the former every time.
Shit, so I got hit right there.
Maybe if these people out there could actually behave like normal
Used too
fucking-
many hills.
You are not
Oh my god.
You're not an authority figure. You're not the internet's parent. They can behave. What are we doing? What is this, Phil?
humans instead of insane stalkerish pest losers who actually are out
God damn
there
it.
for some bizarre reason. I don't get it. You know?
Oh, okay.
It's very odd the way that they work and they operate.
Oh, he's live, yeah. Big ups, let's go. Let's check here. $20 memberships. Yeah, we hit the goal. Let's go.
We'll take care of things here. Get to it, Sam.
Let's hit the goal. Is he happy? Oh no, he's only got 69. That's not 20 memberships.
Be careful.
Maybe they had it in their name? What? Oh, that's his stream fucking up. Yeah, Draggers. You'll like this one as well. Where's Draggers?
This is Jonathan Ferguson, the keeper of firearms and artillery at the Royal Armouries Museum in the UK, which houses a collection of thousands of iconic weapons from throughout history. And I'm your host, Dave Jewett, and today we're eating snakes and fighting the Shagohod as we break down some of the weapons of Metal Gear Solid 3.
I've never felt a tension like this before.
Because in the original Metal Gear Solid, the character says something along the lines of, "Nothing beats the thrill of reloading during a battle."
This reload is exhilarating, I think he just said.
This reload time is exhilarating.
Wow, this is some premium tier nonsense you're showing me here.
That's Metal Gear Solid.
It's alright, they like it. But it's
August,
obviously
you can
like...
get 50% off Patreon memberships with code SUMMER, meaning you can watch the director's cut of this episode.
It's just
over
funny, the
25
dude with
other extended
Kojima's
episodes,
madness
and
as well.
get early access to our upcoming Alien franchise episode, all for half price.
I happen to have one here.
Of all the things you can say, I happen to have one here. The pulse rifle is a big one.
So, I do want to introduce you to a close personal friend of mine.
Of course, we'll be back with Snake when Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater comes out, so if we missed anything in this episode, let us know in the comments and look out for it in a future video. Now, so I don't keep you waiting, I'll throw it over
Unofficial
to
DSP historians launching their channel. Big ups, link me a video, I'll watch it.
It's time for Metal Gear Solid 3, and what a thrill it's about to be.
Okay.
If you know, you know.
Here we go. First up, the Smith & Wesson Mark 22 Hush Puppy.
The weapon you've got equipped now is a prototype model of the Mark 22, a suppressor-equipped pistol currently in development by the Navy.
I'll stop you there. What?
So what you're hearing is a character called Sigint. He's basically the weapon expert for the Virtuous mission.
Which is funny because SIGINT stands for Signals Intelligence. But anyway, carry on.
He's got a lot of intelligence, and you can signal him to give you a breakdown of the weapon that you're using if you call him on the codec. So every time you pick up a new gun, you give him a ring, and he gives you a bit of spiel about it.
Yeah.
It's one of the many layers of gun nerdery that's in not just this franchise, but Metal Gear Solid 3 especially has some gun nerd details in it.
I've heard a lot about it, put it that way.
It's my favourite Metal Gear game.
I can't speak to somehow being modified as a tranquilizer gun, because, you know, it's a gun. It's a conventional 9mm.
Look, he's got the thing,
modified
dude.
for extra quiet use, and it is actually marked there, Mark 22 Mod 0. If you can see that. It is all going so well. The model looked good. The write-up sort of looked good because I didn't notice the word tranquilizer and the voiceover. Yeah, until you hit tranquilizer. I don't know how you make 9mm bullets tranquilize people. I mean, they definitely will tranquilize people. They'll be very tranquil when you shoot them with 9mm, but not in the way that the game is implying. The slide lock is the main thing. So we have this lever on the side that when you press down, locks the slide. So the gun will not have no additional mechanical sound, and of course that is significant. Let's remove the magazine and just remind you how loud guns can be even when they're not going off. Nice, 30 plus decibel sound drop with the suppressor, possibly more effective than that. I can't recall. We don't have one, but it's I won't say iconic, but it's a real piece of Vietnam
I'm not sure.
Kit. Called a Hush Puppy because sadly a lot of suppressed firearm use involves shooting dogs. Guard dogs, sentry dogs. Not like the Hush Puppies you wear on your feet.
A common thing for the franchise, which is how the weapon in Metal Gear Solid 3 works, is that if it's a suppressed pistol, you have to rack the slide and manually rechamber a round every shot. Because it's using like darts, it's implied to be. So you have to rack the slide to manually chamber the next round.
Yeah, if we assume that you can make a tranquilizer dart small enough to fit in the footprint of a 9mm cartridge, which is highly questionable, then something like this that's designed to be used with the slide locked shut makes a little bit more sense than one that has to cycle itself. That definitely isn't plausible. Some form of tranquilizing projectiles with a manually locked shut slide is a little bit more plausible, but we'd still need some sci-fi tranq bullets.
It uses a slide lock mechanism. That makes it a lot quieter, but it also means you have to load a new round into the chamber by hand every time you fire.
Yeah, so it's funny that they get essentially everything right about this. Like, I've anticipated some of those facts before I unpaused and heard them read back to me by the game. It's just a shame they didn't make it a normal bullet firing gun and went with this tranquilizer stuff. Ah, yes, the the knife in hand hold. Don't know if that was based on a real technique.
Well, Snake has his own special field modifications that he does to lean into that technique that we'll see a little bit later.
I mean, I wonder if they added the tranquilizer thing later in development, because the way this is functioning just seems like a straightforward suppressed pistol. Is there any gameplay reason why they have to be asleep and not dead?
Well, later in the game there is, because this, I mean, we're getting into the weirdness of Metal Gear very quickly here. But if you kill these people, they appear as ghosts in a river that you have to walk through.
Okay then.
In reality, it's a difficulty modifier. Quite commonly throughout the series, the only suppressed weapon you'd have is a tranquilizer one. And when you finish the game, you'll get a higher rating if you've been able to do your mission without killing anyone. One of the things with the Metal Gear missions is you're not supposed to leave any trace. There's even a line referencing that you should be picking up your bullet casings, which is not actually a gameplay mechanic, but that's...
No, you wouldn't need to for this, obviously, because it doesn't eject them. Well, it does, but you are manually ejecting them. So the time to do that is you would have to try to operate the slide like this, covering the ejection port, catching your empty, and then trying not to ride the slide forward. It would be very awkward. But less awkward than having to scrabble around in the dirt looking for your ejected cases.
Think you can pull the trigger?
He's just knocked his slide lock off, which is bolted into place. So that's not happening.
Yeah, that's the trope of the series.
Kojima, no!
Gun dismantling.
Yeah.
A lot of research goes into these episodes,
Kojima,
and
no.
depending on the subject, that research can vary.
But the
from
expert
historical
says
resources to current affairs. Ensuring we're discussing modern history and current events in a responsible and respectful way is extremely important to us. In the state of modern media, trying to avoid media bias is more difficult than ever. Today's sponsor, Ground News, is working to make these biases more transparent by giving you the tools you need to gain a clearer understanding of the news you consume. And since they're fully funded by subscribers rather than advertisers, Ground News offers a refreshingly independent look at the events unfolding around us. You can easily compare how sites and outlets cover news stories, as Ground News gathers all of these sources into one easy-to-read newsfeed, and their tools allow you to dive deeper into the context of each news source, clearly displaying any political bias they may have and how reliable and factual their reporting actually is. If you'd like to check them out for yourself, then scan the QR code on screen, find the link in the description, or head to ground.news/exp. By using our link, you get 40% off their unlimited Vantage plan. It's more important than ever to stay informed, and in the time that I've been using Ground News, it has definitely helped me become more aware of my blind spots and change the way I consume current affairs. Thanks again to Ground News for sponsoring this episode, and now I'll get back to the video.
He's the Ocelot commander.
That's Major Ocelot to you.
Where does the Ocelot thing come from?
So we spoke about this scene briefly when we did a video together on your channel back at the end of 2024. And this character's weapon of choice develops quite a lot throughout this game.
Yeah.
Because he certainly isn't called Makarov Ocelot.
No, indeed. Vaguely familiar. Yeah, well, I mean, it is a weird signature weapon to have, but I guess it makes sense as an issue weapon for who he is at this point. This is what you would have. We are obviously clear, as always, beforehand, but let's just, can't say it's an ideal weapon for spinning around the finger. I have some foam down here, by the way, just in case. Doesn't work well with nitrile gloves on, because the trigger catches. It's doable, it would be doable, but I'm not sure why you would bother. Why has he just meowed?
Because he's an ocelot.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you try and get too fancy. Snake isn't going to let that fly.
entirely clear what's happened there.
There's a nice bit of detail in that fight that Snake only shoots once and then engages in hand-to-hand because he doesn't have the opportunity to rechamber a tranquilizer round.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
It takes the whole sequence of the fight for it to kick in that one guy and then for him to fall down.
I am confused. What's going on?
You ejected the first bullet by hand, didn't you? I see what you were trying to do, but testing a technique you've only heard about in the middle of battle wasn't very smart.
Ejecting the first bullet by hand? What?
Revolver Ocelot likes to do all these fancy tricks with his weapons.
Yeah.
And at the start of the fight, he tries to shoot Snake. He's spinning an empty Makarov, then he puts in a new magazine, and they seem to hint at some technique that he's trying, that he's read about. But the round doesn't chamber, so it jams, which allows Snake the opportunity to get in close and do all this fancy fighting.
Right, so all that can be happening there is he's loading a magazine of rounds into the weapon, but he's locked it open ahead of time, and then he's trying to load a loose round into the chamber manually, but he's already put the magazine in, has he not, by that point?
Well, that's the thing. He makes a mistake, so he might well have been trying to top load a single round and then put a magazine in and cause a jam. Basically, he's faffing around with his weapon too much, causes a jam, and that means Snake can start throwing some haymakers.
But that's not a technique. That doesn't doesn't offer any advantage to do that unless, well, okay, what I think I must have not paid attention to is when the magazine went in. So if you locked it open, dropped a round into the chamber, then inserted a magazine. No, he puts the magazine in first. He puts the magazine in first, tries to cock it, and the first round jams. That is not loading the first round manually. That's how you load a weapon. What I thought he was doing is he loads a round into the chamber loose, then the magazine in, which would give you 9 rounds. You know, 1 in the chamber, plus 1. That's not what he's doing. He's magazine in, and all he's doing is cocking it. I don't know what they mean by loading it manually. How else do you load a slide-operated pistol?
Ocelot being cool.
It always struck me as just some filler words to justify this scene rather than actually being some technique.
I know, but surely it has to make superficial sense. I don't know. It's weird. I always find these games strange. You've got
just
a
Kojima
lot of
shit,
detail in how the weapons are represented, a lot of detail in factual terms, and then they just go completely off-piste. Random bit of nonsense.
That's Kojima for you.
With this game.
They also sound too much like I can't tell who's talking.
That's Kojima for you, bro.
Yes.
Oh.
Stay where you are.
That's
I've
Kojima.
Had enough of your judo. I see you've got yourself a single-action army. That's right. There'll be no accidents this time.
Single action army. Engraved. Looking very similar.
Doesn't offer any tactical advantage though, does it?
It's a nice gun, I'll give you that. But the engraving gives you no tactical advantage whatsoever.
It does not. I can agree on that.
Check it out, dude.
I do think they've probably copied a real one to get that engraving because it's not perfect, but this sort of Belgian-esque foliate engraving is really quite similar. And then he just took a motorbike to the face.
That thing only carries 6 shots. The Makarov carries 8. You have to get a feel for how many you have left.
A feel, or you could count. I mean, I'm not good at maths, but I can count to 6 or 8. More than 10, more than I have fingers, then I'm going to struggle. But
that's when you have to go to toes.
The fact that they've chosen this as a showboat, fancy, over-the-top character is, yeah, fine. That's good. This, by the way, has a set of ivory grips, and it is the... Oh, I don't... My lighting... There we go. It is the Mexican eagle eating the snake on the right-hand grip.
The snake eater.
Yep. The eagle is the snake eater. The animations on the swirling are pretty good. Like, they've obviously looked at a cowboy exhibition shooter.
There's always been an undertone to this game of Revolver Ocelot actually seeking Snake's approval, because he mentions engravings.
Yeah.
And then he comes back with 2 single-action armies to counter his comment about 6 and 8. And these are stock, not engraved.
Yeah. I like the running gag character stuff, that's for sure.
I've never felt a tension like this before.
I've never felt a tension like this before.
Because in the original Metal Gear Solid, the character says something along the lines of, "Nothing beats the thrill of reloading during a battle because it takes so long."
This reload is exhilarating, I think he just said.
This reload time is exhilarating.
It's a good boss fight, dude. We did all that game last year. It was great.
Nonsense you're showing me here.
That's Metal Gear Solid.
I love the idea of someone standing out in the open and
that's Kojima shit.
Extravagantly reloading his single action army. Exhilarating. Don't know.
Bro, that's Kojima for you.
There, chum.
This is a gun with history.
That's
You can do all
Kojima for
sorts of
you.
tricks with it. Why don't you practice with it for a while? Go into first-person view and use the right analog stick.
Slightly
And the
immersion
new one,
breaking when
I
it's
will play it,
the
but
first
I'm not going to
controller
pay for what they full price for
Yeah,
it. There's
it's
no
always
way.
weird when they
Because like
break the
seeing
fourth
it, it
wall
is
away.
literally
Also
just the
very
same game.
common in the Metal
Like
Gear franchise.
I've played it
Here's another bit
loads,
of
I've beat
the
it
weirdness
loads over the
associated with this
years.
weapon. You can bounce
I am going to
shots.
play it, but I
You
want to
can
wait for it to
use
come
the
way
ricochet
down in
to
price.
get around shields or
It
hit
looks,
people off
it's like
screen.
70 quid, like a
Only
full
something
price
possible with
game.
this-
Like there's no
with this gun
way.
in this game.
Interesting. Yeah.
I like
needless
it,
to
but
say,
I ain't paying that for
ricocheting
it.
shots is not gun specific. No, I mean, they've really embraced the cowboyness of the gun with the fanning and the trick shooting. The reload is needless to say.
I mean, it's still
far
great.
too
Again,
quick.
I played through
You need to rotate
last
the
year. I
cylinder,
played
then
through
hit
Metal
the
Gear
ejector
Solid
rod,
1,
rotate
2,
the
3,
cylinder,
and
hit the ejector
4.
rod. If you just spam the ejector rod, only one
like,
case is going to come up.
one after the other after I beat them last year. It was great. They're all still great.
With like an inch travel, obviously it
They're all
needs to go
still
all the way
great.
down to mechanically punch the case out.
I'm intrigued to see if they address any of this stuff in Metal Gear Solid Delta, the remake.
Oh, that's the remake.
Yeah, coming out soon.
Of this or of the first game?
Of this game.
Ah.
So no doubt we'll cover that.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
let's look at the OG one first.
changed the camera and stuff. They like already didn't they? Like, they redid the camera a little bit.
These will make
How did I play it? I got a PS. I got a PS. What is it? 3 that it's on. I bought a PS3 and bought like the adapter thing,
like worrying about recoil
and played
with
it through an
nuclear
actual
warheads feels a bit
PS3.
like a first world problem. Paging Dr. Freud. Can't imagine you have that
The
many
PS3
nuclear
is over there
warheads
right now.
to spare. It's a very strange recoilless launcher, fired underarm like that, and apparently guided somehow. But yeah, I guess it's a riff on the Davy Crockett launcher, the American.
Is it
nuclear
PS3 or 4?
Tactical battlefield nuclear.
Whatever it was,
launcher.
I've got one.
This game's set in 1964. When was the Davy Crockett being experimented with?
I am going to have to look that up. 61. Honestly, it's not far off the actual launcher. It's not a mortar, though. It is a... They called it a recoilless nuclear weapon. That's what it is. It's a recoilless launcher for a comedy nuclear
Yeah,
bomb
PS3,
thing.
yeah. I got...
But it has a huge
I've,
tripod mount.
I've got one.
You wouldn't fire it underhand.
I got one for it.
Hey, you've got an M1911A1.
Yeah.
Big ups
a
D-Day for the
45.
raid.
50 years since the
How you
Army
doing?
adopted the first model, and they're still using them.
Yep, Colt 1911 with, I guess, competition features like front
Let's work on
slide
Masha's favorite
serrations,
thing right here.
lightweight
like
trigger.
bucket feet. I'm sure that's what Masha would like to do with every feet, though.
Big ups D-Day, how you doing?
Skeletonized hammer, flat mainspring cover. It's not very 60s at all. It's 90s or even contemporary with this release, to be honest. I guess those features were probably all around by, what, the mid-80s maybe? But if he's got a 1911, it should be a standard commercial model or military model without so many bells and whistles. Yeah, you can, if anyone's ever disassembled a 1911, if the Hush Puppy was unrealistic, this also is. That's how you get the slide assembly off the frame, but you've got to remove the bushing. You can't just take the... It's not like a Browning, a laser Browning or Beretta or one of those where you can just take the whole thing apart without messing with
Mace
the
the
front of the gun.
Pycelle, big ups.
Trapped.
Get down!
Brace yourself, Jonathan.
Uh-oh. Seems fine to me. I mean, I wouldn't hold it. Mauser broom handle, obviously. I wouldn't be holding that sideways, but otherwise, pretty good. Got the clip loading.
Mauser military. The broom handle.
The broom handle.
You held it sideways and used the muzzle jump to create a horizontal sweep. That was impressive.
Bet you've never seen that technique in the West.
Right.
Bet you've never seen that technique in the West, Jonathan.
Well, so this is based on more kind of gun lore that so yes, there are Chinese copies of the broom handle, obviously, a lot of which are select fire, and the theory is on automatic.
Crab, how you doing?
Turning it sideways, either going that way or going that way, you get the natural tendency for the muzzle to rise, but it does it sideways because of how you're holding it, and it helps you sweep across if you have multiple enemies in front of you. I actually had this depicted in my Osprey book on the C96 broom handle because I had read about this. I'm pretty sure I also say that there's no...
Bro wrote a book about that gun.
I thought it'd be a fun thing to depict in the
What?
book, and that would actually work. We tested this out with a Schnellfeuer, and yeah, it carries the shots across the target in a way that if you were like trying to control the recoil like this, you may, or one-handed it certainly would, it will otherwise rise up and right. So if you aim center mass, you will miss quite quickly with the rest of the shots. Sideways, you'll stitch them across the front, across the chest. You're holding the trigger down for automatic fire. It's going to have some potentially positive effect. Interesting that it's in there. Is that so slow-mo that it's meant to be automatic?
Yeah, it's implied to be slow motion.
Okay, fine.
So there's me thinking this is like a really silly moment in the story, and you're like, oh yeah,
This
no,
is
there's
the
real world
least-
precedent for it.
This is the least silly thing that isn't a straight-up gun fact, because some of those are in here and are fine, in the whole game so far.
Snake, you've got a...
I know. It's some new kind of rifle out of the West. Looks kind of like a black rifle.
Some kind of black rifle. Yeah. Some kind of Suicide Squad level of dialogue there.
No, it's not an AR-15. It's an XM16E1, a top-of-the-line rifle that the Army adopted recently on a trial basis.
And then we have the claim it's not an AR-15. It absolutely is an AR-15.
Uh-oh, Sigurd been on Twitter.
I am continuing to die on that hill on X, as repeated people will pop up claiming otherwise for essentially political reasons that make no sense, as far as I'm concerned. The XM16E1 was an AR-15. It's literally written on the side, right through like a third of the way, something like that, through M16A1 production. They still have AR-15 written on the
Who you
side.
believe in?
They are still AR-15s. Some AR-15s are automatic. The first AR-15s were automatic. Gonna have to get over that one. I won't, but you're gonna have to. Whether it's top of the line or not is a matter of opinion. I'd say for this time frame, yes, it is. Some veterans would disagree.
The one you've got there, the XM16E1, is a modified AR-15 that's been fitted with a bolt forward assist.
Okay, so by their standard, an XM16E1, which is by essentially, like, there's no difference. It's just a designation change. The M16A1 is just the final build standard of the XM16E1, locked in and renamed as such. There's no actual difference. There's a difference between earlier XM16E1s and an M16A1. Final version of the XM16E1 is the same. So that's kind of a distinction without a difference. But to say that the difference between an AR-15 and this gun is a forward assist is interesting. Also not true. That's the difference between an M16, no A1, no nothing, and an M16A1 or an XM16E1. It's the difference between a US Air Force M16 and a US Army M16.
Bro, going hard.
There's no difference or improvement, pound for pound, like comparing, like, say, identical build standards, bearing in mind they do change over time in the two different services. So you can find an M16 that has a couple of differences, like the flash suppressor. That's not relevant. It's those designations just refer to, does it have a forward assist or not? And that comes down to Army preference. The US Army wanted the external plunger or some means of closing the bolt if it doesn't go fully forward. This is an M16A1. It has a US Arsenal mark on there, which is nice. The only one that we have that has that. Let's see exactly what variant we have here. Oh, okay. Apparently it looks different to an XM16E1, as if this wasn't complicated enough.
There must have been a gunsmith present at the field test who made all these modifications on the spot.
Right, pausing there. Okay, so camouflage colours, alright, that's a definite visible modification. We've got some random strapping wrapped around the handguard and the stock. Yeah, there's some... I'm not sure what's going on this side of the receiver. There's some additional reinforcement or something there that I don't recognise. The barrel looks very much like a M16A2 heavy profile, not this original pencil, so-called pencil barrel. Both of those features that are different on here, apart from the camo, actually have real-world period parallels, but I very much doubt if these guys knew this unless they had a copy of the book, The Black Rifle, which is quite possible since they refer twice to its nickname of the Black Rifle, which is allegedly what the North Vietnamese called it because it was scary and black and deadly, but I'm not sure I believe that. I think that was Blake Stevens' catchy title for his book, or the books he edited. Same with The Free World's Right Arm, by the way, that comes from a book title. Anyway, how interesting. As far as a video game AR-15 goes, for this era, it's pretty good. I like his reload though, he's keeping it in the shoulder, changing magazines, slapping the paddle. The suppressor on there is a little bit pew-pew, but hey, this is essentially an action movie game, so I'll allow that. Even the sounds are good. It actually sounds a bit like someone handling an AR. They've got the rear sights. Okay, the aperture's maybe a little bit big, but it is lower than the protectors, so we're doing better than Call of Duty games for the most part. And the suppressor was used in Vietnam by Special Operations Forces. The problem, of course, is that it is with supersonic ammunition, so you still have the crack of the round. But yeah, actually, surprisingly, at first glance, not very faithful to an M16A1/XM16E1. Turns out to have a lot of reality designed into it.
Another nice touch is when I'm using the thermal goggles, there's no visual flash when I'm using the suppressor. The suppressor degrades and breaks. All of a sudden you get the star flash of the M16.
That is a nice touch.
There's nothing for you here. Go home. Go back to your boss.
Now, slightly crazier is something that I feel sure is based on. There's a very short AR-15 variant that I can't remember the name of. This Patriot with a C mag, 100 round mag, very, very short.
The magazine is something we'll get to.
Okay.
The Patriot is a one-of-a-kind sidearm made especially for the boss. It's basically an XM16E1 with the barrel cut short and the stock taken off.
They're very fixated on this XM16E1 thing, aren't they? I mean, I guess it's the time frame. It wasn't type designated M16A1 yet, so they have to call it that.
The idea was to create a large pistol that combined the feel and quick handling of a handgun with the force of a rifle. But with a barrel that short, the recoil is unbelievable.
No. With the barrel that short, the recoil is not unbelievable. The recoil is less. You've got less pressure, therefore less impulse. Because you've got the recoil of the bullet going that way, which is very, very light, so negligible recoil. Then you have the felt recoil of the working parts slowing down and being arrested by the spring, and that's really what you feel as the recoil. Well, of course, there's no stock on this, so it would have more recoil because it's a handheld pistol, essentially. But the recoil won't be the recoil isn't more, if it's more at all, which is subjective, it's not more because of the short barrel. Short barrels mean less recoil. Tough to aim? Yes.
From the looks of it, it's fitted with a 100-round drum magazine. And it never runs out of ammo?
Never.
Why is that?
Because the internal feed mechanism is shaped like an infinity symbol.
Oh my lord.
I was so excited
Kojima.
to hear this bit.
I get it. Yep, that'll give you unlimited ammo.
I mean, that'll give you unlimited ammo, mate. What do you want me to say?
But he's just said it's a 100-round magazine.
Yeah, but it's shaped like an infinity symbol. Infinity's unlimited. I don't know what you're confused.
So it's an unlimited capacity 100-round magazine?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's an infinite amount of 100s in there.
What were they smoking when they wrote this game? It's not even the game per se, it's more the writing.
I think it's you only get this gun after you complete the game.
Right.
It's like a new game plus bonus.
Calling
So
out
it's meant to
Kojima
be
correctly without
similar
even
one, I
knowing
guess.
it.
They've then had to sort of backwards justify it because they've got this whole realism grounded. You've got a guy on the phone who knows all the stuff, but then how do you justify a unlimited capacity magazine shaped like an infinity symbol?
The rate of fire is quite possibly realistic given how short the gas system is. Reliability would be atrocious. You can't aim it because there's no front sight, but he's not bothering to anyway. And they say the recoil is unbelievable, but it doesn't, there's no muzzle rise at all. It just sits there. Truly an enigma wrapped in...
Wrapped in a snake.
Wrapped in a snake. Whatever, at this point.
Lala, hey Dan. Lala, you'd love this. Lala, you will love this. You've missed some Russian guns already.
Wait.
Ah, we're using rifle cartridges as knuckle dusters, I take it.
So this is Volgin. He can control electricity. Never
Oh,
explained
look at
why,
that.
but he can. He's able to channel that electricity into the cartridges to make the bullets. Well, it's not shoot really, is it?
You seen this guy before?
I was going to say, if you subject... I don't know, actually. When a high
He's got
electrical
the
current is going to make it ignite.
He's got the rounds in between his fingers. When he punches and uses electricity, the rounds go off.
Yeah. I guess if his hands were incredibly strong to act like chambers around the cases, they'd still split at the neck, I think, where he's not holding them. They might come out with a bit of velocity. Generally speaking, cartridges ignited outside of a chamber go pop and nothing much happens. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think electrocuting complete percussion primed rounds is going to discharge them unless they, I guess the heat, maybe? Sudden, intense heat from the electrical... Yeah, maybe they would discharge. Those cartridges look really weird as well.
Yeah, loads.
Very tapered. Okay, so he just fired that one in the palm of his hand. There's absolutely zero way he's building up enough pressure for a bullet to... I mean, it was a reach to begin with, but... It's such a hilariously inefficient way to launch projectiles at people. Just put them in a gun. You've got to have the ammunition to shoot them.
Just get a gun.
Just get a gun.
You've already stolen a giant all-terrain tank that can shoot nuclear shells. Get a gun. Ocelot's not using his Makarov. Borrow that.
I'd kind of love to see someone make a completely serious movie version of this. So RPG 7, we are now getting cold hard facts.
Immediately after that, stabilizer fins will deploy from the back of the grenade.
I was gonna sneeze in the end.
After it travels about 35 feet, the rocket fuel inside the grenade will ignite, accelerating the grenade towards its target.
This is quite a detailed description of how an RPG 7 works.
Even if it doesn't hit the target, the safety mechanism will kick in and cause it to self-destruct when it exceeds the target range or after a few seconds of flight.
Amazing. This is based on a real description of how the RPG 7 works.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of surprisingly detailed gun nerdery in this game.
Yeah.
And replaying it, 'cause I mean, I played this when it released. Replaying it and now knowing so much more about firearms history did give me a deeper appreciation for that element.
There is more right than wrong. In terms of the factual information and the physical depictions of the weapons, there is more right than wrong by a long way, actually. It's just that the crazy stuff they put on top just kind of blows all that out of the water, unfortunately for me. The correct
All the
hands on
Kojima
grip,
stuff.
which is good. I saw in yet another movie recently where they got that wrong. Yeah, I don't know if the description of how the warhead works was really good. I think the depiction doesn't pay attention to that, and it seems to just launch like a rocket straight out the tube. Maybe that's just a limitation of how they could depict it. But you don't get the sense of a bang, whoosh, which to be fair is real blink and you'll miss it stuff unless you're using high-speed filming.
If you and me were having to ride a motorbike with a sidecar, battling a tank with an RPG, would you want to be...
One day, Dave, one day.
Would you want to be riding the bike or in the sidecar?
I think sidecar.
Okay, guess I'm wearing the low cut. What, low cut jumpsuit then?
Rob's like, I'm
my hair
shooting.
out, I really considered cosplaying as Snake. There's still time. Not sure my girlfriend would be thrilled with the mullet, but
Yeah. They've made a comeback. I don't know if you've noticed.
Also, I just realised he's aiming with the optic, and he's got an eye patch on.
I missed that. Yes, that's very funny.
Oops.
This is the last section we'll talk about. The sniper, the end, and his sniper rifle.
Oh, I was hoping it was the actual end.
Nearly.
Okay, so he has a Mosin Nagant with a PU scope and a disgusting eye, and some sort of AK-esque lower receiver with a pistol grip.
We'll get to this in the description, but the end is part plant.
Of course he is.
He can photosynthesize.
I mean, why not at this point? Okay, so he's got some sort of chassis. No, not a chassis. It's a. He's replaced the buttstock with. I mean, it definitely looks like it's meant to represent maybe a PK receiver, riveted sheet metal anyway, and then a metal buttstock. How to make a Mosin even less appealing to shoot? Sorry, Mosin fans, but it's not what you call refined to begin with. Ugh, what's wrong with the eyeball thing?
It's got a bad case of old sniper eye. So he references stamina. One of the ways to defeat the end is to turn off your console, set the date a few weeks forward, come back, and the guy will have died of old age. Are
you kidding me?
No, you just walk up to him and he's like, oh, where he was lying down, he's just perished. That's not the way I defeated him with this playthrough.
That is absolutely hilarious.
Outside the box thinking.
So, trying to absorb what you've just said, and then also watching his dentures fly out of his mouth for some reason and apparently detonate?
Yes, that is what happened.
So he had explosive dentures, or did the dentures make it run for it while the rest of them exploded? Unclear.
And I fear it will remain so.
I'm okay with that. But the rifle
Kojima,
itself
why?
seems a little weak.
But it's a tranquilizer rifle.
Oh, what?
Yeah. So it gets worse.
They were so highly valued that a lot of German snipers on the Eastern Front preferred to use captured Mosin Nagants instead of their own rifles.
I doubt that. I don't think I've ever seen a German sniper using a Mosin, maybe.
It's also been fitted with a folding stock and a pistol grip.
Maybe for parachute jumps? Well, I don't know why he did it, but that's the tool of a legendary sniper.
Oh, a folding stock. Okay.
That old man wasn't jumping out of no planes.
Again, the actual facts are pretty spot on. He's a bit too enthusiastic. I mean, they're fine, don't get me wrong. You know, and the finished ones are great, famously. But it's just a Victorian bolt-action rifle at the end of the day.
It's quite awkward here. There's a number of enemies ahead of me, and because this is a tranquilizer weapon, they're falling asleep. The enemies behind them notice them asleep, kick them awake, and they wake up. And I can't shoot fast enough to knock them all out. So it's a constant chain of them falling asleep and waking up.
Yeah, do you know what I mean, Wizard of Clum? I kind of like binged a few of these videos.
That was quite the experience, and I think rounding it off with the scene where the guys keep getting back up just from getting kicked, like the tranquilizer isn't good enough to keep them asleep if someone just kicks you. And it's constantly getting back up, so you're in this sort of weird Benny Hill scenario. Kind of sums up the game pretty well, rounds off the game pretty well. Absolute insanity.
That's Kojima for you. Oh, I don't know if I could. Oh, no. Okay, I'll tell you what we're going to watch now. I'm going to go and grab some food, but I'll tell you what we're going to watch now. There's a video I've been meaning to watch. It's all tied up in a nice little package. 1.8 million.
Or Jason Hall, or Thor, is a Twitch streamer and YouTuber who went viral for his
Turkey
videos
Dom.
and commentary on his passions, hacking, video game design, and YouTube drama. During a matter of months, his YouTube shorts shot him to over 2.5 million subscribers. It won him a streamer award, it got him connections with some of the most powerful people in the industry, and it allowed him to put down those he saw as bad actors. But at the peak of his career, he would experience one of the greatest downfalls in YouTube history. Hundreds of thousands of subscribers lost, thousands of videos criticizing every aspect of his career, and his connections ruined. And no one feels even a little bad for him. The problem with Pirate Software isn't that he's a bad person, at least not exclusively. The problem is that at every opportunity to course correct, he's doubled down on his worst character traits, proving to everyone that he is truly incapable of welcoming criticism.
Look at that!
So today, I'll be telling you the story of Jason Hall, and how he destroyed his online reputation. But to understand how it all went so wrong, we have to go back to the beginning. His LinkedIn page lists him having gone to high school until 2006, when he would have been about 19 years old. It's hard to say given how little is credibly known about this time period of his life, but it's possible he failed a year due to how much he was involved with even at that time. During high school, he took part in the anime club, led the comic club, and listed himself as being a self-employed freelance security researcher and developer, providing a variety of web security related services for multiple clients. He even noted that he learned how to say no to a superior when something is beyond a project's scope. The reality of his situation was a lot less dignified, although he conveniently didn't list the fact that he ran a quote-unquote company out of the game's Second Life, called Darksphere Creations. But what services did Darksphere Creations provide, you might be asking? The answer is 3D avatars of furries with boobs for Second Life, all of which were listed under his in-game name, Maldavius Figtree. You truly could not make this up. But Mr. Figtree wasn't just one among many avatar designers. He was notorious, although not exactly for good reasons. Firstly, he apparently vandalized an in-game region, and soon after, he fired someone named Wingless Emoto from Darksphere, accusing them of being lazy, despite the fact this person got paid on commission, not a salary. As per the article reporting on this situation, Jason continued to sell Emoto's avatars after her departure, without paying her anything. While it's small in scale, this on its own gave a small window into Jason's not-so-legitimate online endeavors, even this early on. But this small window quickly grew, as the chat logs between Emoto and Jason were posted, showing that the reason she hadn't been working lately was because her tablet was broken. Interestingly enough, she clearly saw her Second Life job as a silly hobby she did because she enjoyed it, while Jason tried to act like he was really running a company and that it was all very serious business. Ironically, he complained that she played WoW too much instead of actually working, an omen of Jason's own future. But more concerningly, he remarked that she was underage, which he knew because he had met her in real life, as she lived 2 hours away from him. Due to this story eventually resurfacing much later on, attached to suggestions that he had done something inappropriate when they met IRL, Jason has addressed it and explained that she was 17 while he was 19, and they didn't do anything beyond talking when they met. While there's no reason to doubt his defense here, the business with Emoto is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to his infamy in Second Life. By simply perusing the comments, you immediately find dozens of other people attesting to Jason's bad in-game behavior. First, he apparently enrolled in a real-life $22,000 a year university called Woodbury, just so that he could be allowed into Woodbury's Second Life region, going as far as to harass people in real life and conducting DDoS attacks to gain control of it. When he failed and got kicked out of Woodbury Sim, he decided to do everything in his power to grief and destroy the region, which gives context to the earlier mention of him vandalizing an in-game region. If all of this is true, this story alone depicts Jason as having a hunger for trivial, petty power that's so great he's willing to spend thousands in real-life money to get it, and is completely incapable of accepting defeat. Other people point out that Emoto's avatars were actually pulling in quite the decent amount of money, and here we have the establishment of another recurring theme: Jason demanding payment and credit despite not working. First, he took at least 50% of her revenue, apparently just because he put together the storefront for the avatar she created. I say at least because, as many people have pointed out, he ran the storefront and ensured the money went through him before it got to her, supposedly for tax reasons. This means he could make up whatever the amount she was owed and underpay her while keeping the rest for himself. But if that weren't enough, he also took credit for Emoto's work, as he clearly told the Second Life related publications who interviewed him that he was the one sculpting them. Another one of the comments here read, "He wanted to be my business partner, so I took him on board. He did approximately 80 minutes of work against my 30 hours and expected to get half the cash. Then, when I complained about this, as well as being constantly ignored for 2 weeks, he gave me a speech. Do you know how good of a scripter I am? How much I'm worth? I make $8,000 a month from Second Life." Of course, at this stage, the alarm bells rang, and I quickly hit the delete and silence button. It's all a shame, really, especially as I had a deadline to meet, and this all reflected badly on me. You might be wondering how he got away with this kind of blatant misbehavior. Well, Jason is the son of Joey Ray Hall, one of gaming company Blizzard's most senior employees, and he apparently used this fact to issue vague threats towards anyone who might have reasons to report him. Long after his Second Life days, Jason continued to flaunt this on his streams.
No, my dad didn't inspire the WoW guy from South Park. My dad is the WoW guy from South Park. He was the cinematic director for Blizzard for 23 years. He worked on the episode with Matt and Trey, and they turned him into a character. Yeah, that's actually him.
While the tactic of claiming to be friends with people in the industry who can make other players' life hard may not seem like much, this was just one of Jason's many strategies to get his way. Users Warren Flanagan and LOL claimed that Jason went way beyond just taking money for Emoto's work. Maldavius was apparently quite close to his Second Life business partner in real life, at least before he banned her from his Sims, destroyed her reputation, and concocted all manner of absolutely unrepeatable lies about her mental health and her status in her profession. I refused to allow myself to believe these allegations without question, especially when she contacted me asserting that the stories were false. A word to the wise: if Maldavius calls you on Skype, chances are he has some elaborate lie to tell you that he hopes will destroy your objectivity and impartiality and bring you into his way of thinking. After I began to question this, my manager privileges were revoked, allegedly because I was never in Second Life. He banded together with a bunch of his residents and decided that I had helped people attack the sim based on who knows what information. Then he delivered the sledgehammer blow. No one likes you.
The girl don't like you. Nobody likes you.
I had seen this before. Maldavius used these same sort of groupthink tactics to sway the weak minds of his furry friends. For some reason, his words carry an air of authority, and people tend to believe him. In this same section, other alarming patterns begin to appear, with Jason being described as a vengeful furry who always paints himself as a victim, and a script kiddie who likes to think he's God and has stated it multiple times, due to coming up with a couple of low-level in-game scams. But most scathing of all of this is that many of his in-game scandals, which unfortunately we have almost no info on, happen to revolve around him doing not safe for work things. As it turns out, Maldi, short for Maldavius, was into being the receiving end of some yiffing and enjoyed knots.
You like kissing boys, don't you?
The world is a mess.
While there are a good few posts mocking this on its own, only one poster went into detail about how this related to Jason's online infamy. On Maldavius himself and his contributions to the company, he doesn't do much. I'll admit he's an accomplished scripter, or he fakes it rather well. It's believed by many that, as with many other things he's taken credit or payment for, he copies others' work and puts it in his own name. He knows how to script, he understands programming. I know for a fact he's inefficient as hell with it though, and I sometimes doubt he could pull off many of the things he does on his own. However he comes about his scripting, whether through copying and pasting and fixing things here and there, or writing the occasional thing on his own, they aren't very marketable and are rarely innovative. Last I saw, he had maybe 5 products for sale in his own shop, all variants on particle effects. I've never seen one bought or used. It seems the only thing Maldavius contributes to his own company is drama. Whether in the form of slave driving, manipulation, or sex scandals, his every action seems to hurt his precious company. His employees are constantly being shuffled in and out the door as he fires anyone who disagrees with him for a second on anything, then rehires them when he realizes he can't do anything on his own. He has a craving for power that may exceed his ridiculous greed for money. Every chance he gets, he manipulates anyone he can, and he has plenty. He tries to surround himself with weak-minded, submissive, insecure individuals, easy to find in the furry community he immerses himself in. Much of the drama in his little world centers around his nodding. Female employees in his company, as well as any female landowner on his Sims unlucky enough to attract his attention, which isn't hard, he spends a lot of time spying on people, are invariably subjected to constant sexual harassment. If they refuse his advances, he threatens them. Sometimes he holds their employment over their heads. Sometimes he threatens to reclaim their land. Sometimes he just bans them from the sim. If he has any personal information on them at all, he uses that. However, because he seeks out the weak-willed, submissive, and desperate, many fall to his advances and do the textual nasty with him. He then holds this over their heads as more personal ammunition against them. We've all got screenshots. I could go on, but I'll just throw in one more thing. He has a fetish for creamsicle-colored huskies. He loves that curly tail. With this context established, it's important to remark that Jason eventually addressed this when it resurfaced, specifying that nothing ever happened between him and Emoto, so much so that they made up a few years after the situation between them went down. To further support this, Emoto also made a tweet reinforcing that nothing inappropriate had happened between them. So it's safe to say that any claims revolving around him being a creep in this circumstance are not true. As for the many people who claimed he was doing sexual stuff with Second Life, there's no sign that any of them were minors, so even if what he was supposedly doing was weird, it definitely wasn't illegal. Eventually, a Reddit thread was made on r/YouTube drama, compiling not just the comments I just went over, but a few new additions as well, not just bolstering the claims that Jason would attack anyone who denied him some Second Life nodding action, but adding some new ones that honestly are much more concerning. Specifically, there was a comment in another article which read, Moldavia's fig tree has violated a female priest in real life, then engineered a mass nationwide 911 calling spam campaign to try to get her committed to an insane asylum so this woman wouldn't tell his real life girlfriend about their affair, whose recording of Jason cranking his hog is now available on the intertubes. This claim was echoed by user Velasca Reddit M, who said, the nun thing. This is something he spoke to me in huge great detail over a few times. The story would change a bit each time he'd tell it, but basically he was so good, so manly, so amazing, and rocked a nun's world so hard that it broke her brain, and she would denounce her faith.
Excuse me. Hi. You're a friend of Anthony's. I was just about to visit him. How's he doing?
He's in a lot better shape than those nuns you got up there.
That was the main story. Sometimes there would be alterations of her stalking him, her breaking the law for him, her becoming a goth coven nun.
I'm gonna come.
Remember, he was early on in his career being a habitual liar and isn't particularly intelligent or gifted at it, so there were constant holes. While the suggestion that he violated someone is completely baseless, what could be the case here is that during his Second Life days, Jason told people a tall tale about banging a nun. But even then, this claim is pretty isolated, and only a couple of people even mentioned it, unlike the dozens of testimonies of Jason getting freaky on Second Life. Whatever the case, it appears that at some point, Jason began trying to leave behind his furry past. For example, his wiki fur and his fur affinity, which were originally decked out in furry art and epic tea sippage. Top of the morning to you laddies, I'm a furry, but I drink tea. His wiki fur and fur affinity have been completely blanked and removed at his own request, which is publicly documented. Little fun fact here, his deletion request is in the same page as a discussion of Cord Kitty, who I've already made a video about. Birds of a feather, or furs of a fur, or something. But ultimately, his days of being a merchant on Second Life were numbered, as Jason was ready to make it into the big leagues. By September of 2009, he got himself a job at Blizzard. Yes, the same Blizzard his dad worked at. At face value, there's nothing terribly wrong with his dad getting him a job, but despite Jason describing his role as pivotal to the company, he actually worked QA, quality assurance, which is basically a more technical play testing. It's kind of an entry-level job, and there's nothing really wrong with that, but it was more than enough to further inflate Jason's ego to unforeseen proportions. Former co-workers of his have since shared their testimonies of their experiences with him at the company. Specifically, Kiwi Farms user Boing Boing got herself verified by the site staff to prove that she was, indeed, a former Blizzard employee who had personal contact with Jason. Over several posts, she wrote about him in a less than positive manner. Thor was my co-worker for about a year at Blizzard. He was the only QA who demanded a 3-display setup because he needed it for coding, but it was actually a dedicated display for Reddit and YouTube. He would sit idle in test clients in another display while screwing around and posting on various forums with the third. During a charity event on campus, he took part in a League of Legends tournament. He was profanely screaming at his teammates across the office about how bad they were for not being able to buy to counter the other team. This was a casual charity event, not some actual ranked thing. And these were people he worked with on his team. I'm actually shocked he wasn't written up for this, but only one manager was present and locked in his office at the time. I have respect for his dad because he really is one of the oldest employees at Blizzard. The bar in StarCraft is named after him, and he was never problematic. Pathetically, this was Thor's shield against getting written up. I wasn't the only one who noticed that he not only didn't do any work, but he knew basically nothing about testing as a general practice and the game itself. Management remarked that they simply couldn't do anything about it but move him from team to team. Thor became my roommate because his dad kicked him out of the house, and I happened to be in need of someone to take over a room that another person fell through on. I really should have known that if Joey Ray didn't want him around, it was best to keep max distance. From the first days after moving in, the kitchen was a literal pigsty. All pans would be constantly used and left dirty, usually with food remnants intact, dishes and utensils everywhere, sink full, filth all over the stove and counters. I also had a new patent leather chair that his totally non-destructive cat started scratching to hell the same day he moved in, and he only ever offered to tape up the chair. There was no correction to make the cat scratch anything but the chair. No scratcher was provided, no supervision in the common area, nothing. He even tried to gaslight me by insisting the chair was already scratched up. 0 pets touched that apartment before he moved in. I asked that he replace the $100 chair since all surfaces were destroyed, and he insisted taping it up was fine. He didn't do either. He was extremely into EVE Online and would regularly stay up half the night being loud on voice chat with his friends while playing. This apartment didn't have thin walls, and there were full closets separating the rooms, but I could hear every single word said until he shut down to get a few hours of sleep before work the next day. He never put a shower curtain up in his bathroom, so the floor was dirty and spotty from pooling water. The bathroom countertop that took up a whole wall was covered in what I can only assume is ash, bong residue, and other detritus. Random stuff was all over the place. His bedroom door was left cracked open, so I looked inside. Again, stuff everywhere. Trash, clothes, bags, and dishes everywhere. The walls were smeared with, I don't know, coom or snot or both. If this was only about a month of damage, I couldn't afford to keep this guy around. I used the cat situation as a gentle way to ask him to remove himself as soon as possible, since we were still working together, claiming that he wasn't honest about the damage his cat would do, and that clearly pissed him off. Other random things I haven't seen mentioned is that his bad food habits and lack of cleanliness led to some sort of bowel disorder, which he was claiming to be possible cancer. To my knowledge, it was never actually cancer, and he used it as a shocking event for sympathy to warn others about how their habits can catch up to them, all for pats on Facebook during his health journey. To further bolster her claims, she eventually showed pictures of the damage and filth left in her apartment by Jason, and shared screenshots of her Facebook chat with him, which he initiated by hitting her up with reaction images in possibly the most autistic way possible. So when I first met you, I was all linked to myfacewhen.com/7.
Here comes that bullshit, what up?
And now getting to know you better, I'm all linked to myfacewhen/115. Other screenshots also have Jason himself attesting to his constant playing of World of Warcraft and League of Legends, but outside of their time sharing a living space, Boing also gives some information on Jason's claims about his work. On his LinkedIn, he describes being quickly promoted to an assistant lead and engineer relating to QA hacks, where he performed forensic analysis and led a team of security professionals to victory. Pay attention to how much he likes using vague language to sound impressive without providing any specific details. It's going to come in handy later. According to Boing's post, during their time working together, an exploit was discovered that caused millions of dollars in duped gold and items. Jason had nothing to do with discovering the exploit or patching it, but he was quick to take credit for it to secure himself a position in security engineering, something he had no skills in. She went on to add, QA engineers by title were not actual engineers. Rather, they were analysts capable of automation tasks and assorted scripting. Whatever he says about training security staff and half the other stuff on his LinkedIn page is being wildly misrepresented. His resume is fan fiction, and everyone in tech and gaming who knows better thinks he's a joke. Glorified script kiddie. While he was completely unmemorable for his subpar work, he was remembered for one thing: raging on League of Legends, to the point where other employees began pranking him by taping a picture of Edward Cullen's face to the bottom of his mouse to trigger another fit of rage. But after 2011, Boing Boing no longer worked on the same team as Jason, so she couldn't provide any information about his work as a security engineer. However, another user by the name of Lifeguard Hermit came forward with a little anecdote about Jason's stellar work. While he was working as a code janitor at Blizzard in security, he came up with a brilliant idea to catch bots. His brilliant idea was to place a rock in a known pathing point bots used. He then sells the story that the mods caught so many bots this way, while implying that appealing this ban was impossible. The thing is, WoW has auto run. People use it. Using auto running isn't botting. The path he blocked is a spot between towns on a road literally anyone would normally hit auto run on and then run in real life to take a piss. If a mod saw you stuck on the rock, permaban for botting. It was a resounding success, except it wasn't. It got a lot of noobs and whatnot banned for using the auto run when a bored mod happened to be idling near said rock or path. Going further up his listed experiences with Blizzard, you end up seeing a lot of leadership positions, which is to say he was being rewarded for taking credit for other people's work. His last position in the company was Senior Red Team Specialist.
But we're the Red Team!
Again, suggesting he was doing some advanced security work, but if you look underneath it, you can see that he was doing social engineering. Keep this in mind, it'll become relevant very soon. While I'm presenting you all of this information in chronological order and with context, it's important to say that up until last year, everyone only ever heard Jason's side of the story when it came to his work for Blizzard, and it was a very different one than we got from his former coworkers.
So I worked at Blizzard for 7 years. I worked on everything from World of Warcraft Vanilla all the way to Overwatch. I didn't work on Burning Crusade. That was the only thing I didn't work on. I quit Blizzard because it sucked, dude. I quit Blizzard because it sucked. They paid me 36% of industry standard for my job. The working conditions were terrible. Working hours were terrible. It's a legendary company because people put legendary amounts of effort into it, even though they're under legendarily terrible working conditions. So I left, and I went to Amazon Game Studios, which is literally right up the street. It's 4 minutes away, and I got paid like a real human being.
This is a classic case of Jason lying by omission, because ever since he left Blizzard, he's tried to paint himself more as a dev. But in reality, he never, not once, worked as a dev for Blizzard. If him vaguely bringing up his work at Blizzard to mislead people into thinking he was a dev was a one-time thing, I honestly think it would be forgivable. But as this video posted on Livestream Fails shows, he did this all the time.
I was watching a video that was critiquing you for mentioning you work at Blizzard so much. I literally never talk about it. When I worked at Blizzard, I did that for Blizzard. Blizzard, 7 years, yeah. Blizzard. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. Used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. You're red team specialist for Blizzard Entertainment. And Blizzard. Because having worked at Blizzard, I grew up at Blizzard.
Not only was he not a dev, but his failure at being a QA engineer is attested to by the fact that he held that position during the release of Blizzard's Diablo 3, which was so infamous for being full of bugs that it led to one of Boogie298's biggest videos where he complained about it as his Francis character.
I spent all night trying to get this goddamn collector's edition. I stood in line at Walmart. I can barely stand up. I stood in line. I can't even play my.
Can you imagine being such a prolific lolcow that you give an area buff to other lolcows? Him cockroaching his way through Blizzard for years, despite being viewed poorly by his coworkers and not really achieving anything of note, eventually got people's attention, which prompted people to accuse him of being a nepo baby, someone who only got their job or position or whatever because they're a family member of someone higher up in the company. His defense against these claims has been somewhat inconsistent.
Those who don't understand the term, a nepo baby is somebody who got their job only through nepotism, never accomplished anything in their career, and never did anything to deserve the position that they have. My father was the cinematic director for Blizzard for 23 years. He worked on basically everything going all the way back to the death and return of Superman and many other games, all the way up until now. And then he quit. He went off to Jagex and he worked on old school RuneScape, I believe as a creative director of some kind. With that in mind, he now streams on Twitch under the name of Yearjoy. People think that I got my job at Blizzard specifically because of him. In reality, I only had help from him in order to do my resume. Aside from that, for the people who have this narrative, both myself and my brother applied at the same time. I got the job, and my brother didn't. I went to Blizzard in 2004, and this is kind of my whole career, right? My first job I got through nepotism, 100%. My dad worked at Blizzard for 23 years. He worked at Blizzard for 23 years, so I got a job there in 2004.
While it's true he immediately got a job working for Amazon Games once he left Blizzard, he was still not a dev, but instead an automation engineer. And even this only lasted for a few months. Shortly after, he got a job as a full-on cybersecurity specialist at Eagle Research Group. This job in particular has become a cornerstone for his claims that he's a bona fide hacker with mad skills. But is he really? Well, he was eventually so confident about his work there that he gave an interview about it, where he was asked what he actually did.
You're a hacker. That's where you kind of started.
An actual hacker.
Not like I'm a hacker type. No, you're an actual hacker. You won
like an actual hacker. Yeah. My last job was hacking power plants for the federal government. I worked for the United States Department of Energy. Drop of a hat, you were leaving on a plane tomorrow to fly to some state to test a thing, right? And my general wheelhouse control is physical access control systems, so breaking and entering, Wi-Fi related vulnerabilities, web related vulnerabilities, and social engineering. So those were my primaries when we were on those tasks. And they just fly us to a site, hack the site, write a report, go home. And I had to wear a suit the whole time, and they made me cut my hair.
However questionable it is for Jason to have worked on preventing breaking and entering in federal nuclear facilities, what really stands out to me here is that pesky little phrase, social engineering. While social engineering is very much an approach to gaining access to systems, social engineering basically means tricking people into giving you their access, and it can be done completely unrelated to any hardcore actual hacking. Regardless, he continually leads people on to think he's some kind of code wizard, usually bringing up the 3 badges he got from DEF CON.
So DEF CON 24, I had just won DEF CON 23, so I was on my team at the time, which was Council of 9.
For those who are unfamiliar with it, DEF CON is one of the most established conventions of the hacker community. But despite how much weight he puts on these badges, some of DEF CON's games fall in the same realm as any other puzzle, alternate reality game, or escape room event. What Jason is doing is tantamount to calling yourself a hacker because you looked at the source code of the Five Nights at Freddy's website to solve a puzzle. In this same interview, he explains that his social engineering at one of these DEF CON events was to lie and pretend like he was a volunteer at the event, all while collecting info on other teams' progress to give to his own team. Whether you think this is a fair strategy to win, or you think this is meta gaming, what's clear is that Jason wasn't breaking into any mainframes. He wasn't hacking the Matrix. Another lie of his during this interview is that he claims he was a federal contractor for the Department of Energy, which is false on multiple levels. He worked for a company which had a contract with the government, but as receipts procured by KF user Vic Macedonia show, this contract had to do with management consulting, which wasn't at all related to the kind of thing that Jason did. Even if you assume he just misspoke or abridged all of this context while speaking about it, he eventually made his lie a bit more explicit by claiming that his DEF CON badges got him a job offer directly from the government.
Went back home, hammered it for a whole year, and then went back to DEF CON the next year and won. And when I got my first black badge, it was like, hey, that's kind of cool, man. Like, because it's like the gold in the Hacker Olympics, right? And they're like, hey, that's pretty neat. And then I went and did it again the next year. And then people were like, wait a minute. And then the next year, the crypto challenge wasn't on. It was telefreaking, which is phone hacking. And then I won that. And then the government was like, do you want a job? And I was like, yeah.
The thing about that is he's speaking about his third badge here, which he won in August 2019. But he worked for Eagle Research a whole 2 years before this. On top of all of that, as tenuous as his claim to these badges already is, it gets even worse when you realize that he was just one of many people on a team. And the roles he consistently played never required him to do anything related to, you know, actually hacking any systems. In an article about DEF CON 25, the game is described as basically a scavenger hunt for fake employee badges that had numbers on them, and then people would just use those numbers as the password for the system they were trying to access. In this article, Jason not only directly calls himself the leader of his team, but adds that he had no idea it was even a challenge, which is basically impossible. Throughout all of his time taking part in DEF CON, it doesn't seem he ever actually hacked into anything. Despite this, he saw fit to not only call himself a hacker, but to go out of his way to speak for that community, to be the Lorax for hackers, which culminated in him confronting the creators of the show Mr. Robot about their undue use of a puzzle from DEF CON.
All right, so the reason I don't like Mr. Robot, this right here is my write-up for the DEF CON 22 badge challenge. Went viral as hell inside of the hacking community. And it was because I listed out everything that we did as a team and showed the world the brilliance of Lost, who is the creator of these
He's going to get to
and
that.
The first thing you can see here is a number letter cipher. So 1 would be A, 2 would be B, so on and so forth. And you can see at the end of this, these last pieces of 1057, 1057, Lost's name is 1057. He goes by Lost, and 1057 is his handle. That is his signature at the end of this. And now let's go to Mr. Robot's Twitter. Understand that this was the only place in the world that this was listed. Mr. Robot reposted this right here. That's that same string, but what did they leave off the end? His signature. This is the same as taking an artist and removing their signature from their piece of art. They made it public to millions of Mr. Robot fans. And those people went and found all of the breadcrumbs that led after this, which led to Lost's personal phone number. He got tens of thousands of calls from fans of Mr. Robot thinking Mr. Robot was running an ARG, and I stopped watching the show as a result. And they never took it down.
This would be bad if it were true. Once again, this is a case of Jason taking liberties with his storytelling. As it turns out, this lost person he's trying to white actually worked with the show as a consultant, a fact which was documented by DEF CON itself, and it wasn't even a secret. Additionally, the tweet from the Mr. Robot page is just a Caesar cipher, which is about as simple as you can possibly get with ciphers, and the subsequent ARG it leads to does not contain Lost's number like he falsely claimed. You know what does lead to Lost's supposed number though? Jason's Tumblr post, in which he publicly documented and shared the puzzle which contained Lost's number. Then, after sharing it on Tumblr, Jason went ahead and linked that post in his tweet and then made a video about it, further signal boosting the Tumblr post which contains the uncensored phone number. And he did all of this for no other reason than his own need to attach himself and his name to anything that may attract attention. He even used the walkthrough of Lost's puzzle as as an opportunity to make a puzzle of his own to tack on at the end. Also, in this clip, he says this post went massively viral when this thing has just a little over 200 notes on Tumblr.
Went viral as hell.
I don't even know why he would lie like that about something that's publicly verifiable. This would be among the hundreds of little random lies he's told over the years, were it not for a couple of KF sleuths moved purely by their hatred of this man. To summarize all of his hacker background, pretty much everything he speaks about when he talks about his experience is a Frankenstein monster of other people's stories, whether it be the aforementioned Lost or random coworkers of Jason's whose positions were more interesting than his. But besides his odd jobs at Amazon and Eagle Research, once his Nepo baby plot armor wore off, Jason decided it was time to double down on LARPing as a game developer. So he started the company, and I use that word loosely, known as Pirate Software, which was supposed to produce games. He had a hard time keeping up the LARP when he gave interviews, as he had to admit that he had to learn how to use even the most basic softwares like Game Maker from scratch. Because, of course, despite his work at Blizzard, he never developed anything, nor did he know how to program to any significant extent. Funnily enough, in this same interview, he comments on how other indie devs fail due to getting straight into making their dream game and then taking forever to finish it, only for it to flop, when they could make a smaller game first to get the hang of it. In keeping with this theme, he made a game called Champions of Breakfast, supposedly in less than a month, a process he began with a Discord server. Apparently, the reason he did this was in order to build a community so that he could engage with and solve criticisms of the game. Because, as he puts it, every single person you take the time to work with counts, because that person is going to exponentially increase the size of your community over time. If only he had actually applied this mindset at any point during his life and concerned himself a little bit with how he was perceived by others. Although Champions of Breakfast went out without a hitch to mostly positive reviews, even it is tainted with Jason's narcissistic delusions about his tech savviness. In this video, he actually thinks that he solved all of piracy.
And if you look at this, we have 160 achievements for it, and all of them are very simple. The way that I did this is quite funny. I tried to find a way so that our game wouldn't get pirated, because it'd be easy to pirate it. We knew that you could break Steam DRM very quickly. This is your save file.
How do I find this?
When you first start the game up, it actually checks what achievements you have, and it unlocks powers based on your achievements. This is actually the save file for the character, so you can't pirate it because you can never use the achievements. It made it unpiratable.
Now, some people have since taken up the belief that this was Jason purposely rage baiting people to comment on how wrong he is about the game being unpiratable. However, I wholeheartedly believe he's exactly the kind of guy who's enough of a goofball, huffing his own farts, that he actually thought this would work. Of course, this little trick is extremely easy to bypass, but ultimately, Champions of Breakfast is just a stepping stone to the real story of Jason's work as a game developer. A game called Heartbound.
This isn't the work of a professional. This isn't even the work of an amateur. It's pathetic.
It's most likely that you've never heard of this game, and if you have, it's likely you only remember it for being one of the very few controversies that MatPat ever got involved in. Basically, he played the game on GT Live and packaged the video as the next Undertale, although the name of the game is clearly stated in the title, thumbnail, description, and throughout the entire video, making it clear that the video isn't him playing a game that's a sequel to Undertale.
I don't know if January is like the drama month, but I feel like there's already like drama and stuff that's already like coming out on YouTube and Twitter today. None of it revolves around us or has anything to do with us.
But I'm like, man, 2019
drama.
Jason took to Twitter to voice his displeasure with MatPat's treatment of the game, specifically complaining that MatPat didn't link the game in the description, used Undertale in the tags, and got the studio's name wrong. As this was going down, fellow YouTuber Gamer from Mars made pretty much the definitive video on the controversy, which ballooned to nearly 2 million views. In it, he points out that including the link of a game in the description is not at all standard practice, nor should anyone be expected to do it even for an indie game. And additionally, no one actually sees the tags on a YouTube video. For those of you who don't know what a tag on a YouTube video is, it's basically just a thing that YouTubers do on the back end to try and get their video seen in search results. All that MatPat did was add Undertale as a tag on the video because people who look up Undertale might have wanted to see MatPat play that game.
Top of the morning, ladies. My name is Jacksepticeye, and welcome to Undertale.
But hey, that's just
Oh my
a
lord.
theory. A game theory.
That's why.
The conclusion that Gamer from Mars reached was that this didn't at all constitute some kind of malicious clickbait, and the worst thing Matt did was getting the studio's name wrong. And even that has the caveat that this wasn't in the video's metadata, but instead happened in the video itself. While talking about it off the cuff, Matt simply didn't say the second word in the name of the studio, and instead referred to it as pirate. Not only is this a complete nothing burger, words like software or studios are commonly left out when people are speaking about game dev companies. The developer of Borderlands is Gearbox, the developer of Doom and Quake is id, the developer of Payday is Overkill, and all of these developers have software in the name, but they're often referred to without it. Even companies with less common second words in their names like Square Enix are usually referred to by just their first name. There is seriously nothing to be mad about here, and the real reason
no one refers to them
as
as Square Turkey Tom.
Toby Fox,
That's not
the
true.
creator of Undertale, a game whose community already hated Matt Pat for his previous interactions with the game, chimed in and sided with Jason. When somebody as legit as a dev as Toby Fox criticizes you, it's only natural for people to side with them. And so, regardless of how small and petty this issue was, Matt Pat got dogpiled for relegating Heartbound to being an Undertale clone.
The thing about this is,
the person who's really responsible for making an Undertale clone out of Heartbound was Jason himself. The cover art with a kid character with a heart sprite sticking out, the reminiscent in-game art style, the boss who looks like a heavily mutated flower monster who then grows a bunch of eyes, the anthropomorphic animal characters, the morally gray protagonist, the engine being the same, even the title, Heartbound, is an anagram for Earthbound, a game which heavily inspired Toby Fox in the creation of Undertale, whose sequel, Deltarune, is also an anagram. Now keep in mind, I'm not saying that this is plagiarism. It's not like Jason just made an RPG Maker game. He absolutely made an Undertale-like game, but he takes issue with people pointing out how derivative his game is. Additionally, both Undertale and Heartbound were crowdfunded through Kickstarter with the same exact goal of $5,000. And it's here we see a few more signs that there was something very rotten at the very core of Heartbound. For example, as soon as you get to the About section of Undertale's page, Toby lists out all of the games Undertale is similar to, despite being ultimately original. On Heartbound's page, the glaring similarities between it and Undertale are never mentioned, despite Heartbound being announced within 1 year of Undertale's release. In fact, Jason does the opposite on Heartbound's website, where he remarks on how innovative and unlike other RPG games Heartbound truly is, because of its use of unconventional mini-games during combat that allow for the fights to be settled in multiple different ways. That is literally the main mechanic of Undertale. The attack, act, and mercy systems, which work off of the bullet hell mini-games that are unique for each opponent you're facing. Another interesting element of Jason's Kickstarter page is he explained how he purposely set the asking price of the Kickstarter to an amount that he thought would trick game journalists to report on it as if it were a rising star phenomenon. This raises a few questions as to how organic this project was, but nevertheless, this is what he had to say once the goal was met. The next step was proving to everyone who invested in our game that we're not going to run away with their money, because that's a big problem for Kickstarter games. People go and throw their money at a Kickstarter, then the devs will disappear for 2 years, then come back and make something that wasn't up to par compared to what they promised on the Kickstarter. So we thought, what if we streamed it all? Everyone could watch us build our entire video game. Full open development. They could see every single thing that we ever do, and no one ever can say the devs ran away with the money. At the same time, the stream helps fund additional development on the game, so even though we put the Kickstarter to such a low amount, we're still getting funding to continue the process of building Heartbound. It also gives an extra added effect to where, if in the future anyone tries to come around and say we stole their idea, we have 300 episodes of video evidence showing how we made the game ourselves that no one can contest. Usually on the stream, a lot of the questions we get are usually the same. When is the game coming out? How much is it going to cost? What is the game about? I have commands I can use on stream that let everyone know the release date and all the information they need. I can drop !demo in chat and it shows them. It mitigates a ton of my time every day because we stream 10 hours a day, and during that 10-hour period, it's literally just question and answer while everything else is going on. Now, there's a lot to pick apart from this post, but the gist of it is that Heartbound is an elaborate excuse for Jason to stream for literally dozens of hours with no end in sight. Him mentioning streaming as being something to justify the low amount asked on the project is really dishonest, because even if we just use Undertale as an example, Toby never acts like $5,000 is a low amount. It's a reasonable amount for this kind of game, even if he ultimately got way more than what he asked for on his project. But we don't need to only compare it with with Undertale is there are plenty of other predecessors in this general genre that Heartbound can be measured against. Ebe, Mad Father, Yume Nikki, Aoni, all of these were not crowdfunded, and at least initially were released for free. And not to mention, these games were actually finished and released to wide acclaim, whereas the same cannot be said about Heartbound. Lastly, I really like that Jason feels the need to express his concern about the game being accused of plagiarism, but once again, doesn't mention Undertale. When he does mention Undertale, however, while he does express his admiration for it, he pairs it with a little bit of criticism of the game's code.
Undertale is made by Toby Fox. Undertale is a brilliant goddamn game. It's very good. It's also coded like and that's fine.
Wow. This guy said that after all these people have like, then they pulled his shit apart.
You'll find that there are rooms that have hundreds of if statements checking the same value, then it sets it to 0, then it checks it again before doing anything. Meaning all of those if statements did nothing except for take processing power. There are sections of the game that show, like, oh, here's an example. All the dialogue in all of Undertale is in a single switch case statement in one object. It's thousands and thousands of cases long. Single object, all of the dialogue in the game. Hard-coded into that object. Insane. Insane behavior. But it doesn't matter.
He says in this clip that it doesn't matter, that the game is coded this way because it's good anyway, but what he doesn't mention is that the real reason it doesn't matter is because Undertale is a teeny tiny 2D pixel art game. Optimization is for the birds at that point, since unless you're trying to run the game on a calculator, it's not going to be lagging and frame dropping. But honestly, I don't even think he's actually trying to critique the game's code here, as much as he's trying to use this little factoid in order to present himself as someone who's really code savvy.
I'm Sean Parker. Oh, he's wired in. That's what I'm talking about.
But is he very code savvy? Due to the majority of his audience being people who generally aren't too familiar with programming, no one ever had much of a reason to doubt him whenever he spoke about code. But eventually, the code for Heartbound was actually extracted from the game, and some people who aren't restarted, like me, started going through it, only to find out that it was as sloppy as it gets. First, they pointed out that Jason made constant use of something called magic numbers, meaning that things in his code aren't referred to by shorthand names like coffee_obtained.
Loads of people tore it apart.
Just numbers like 201. The obvious bad side effect of this is that this means whoever is working on the code, in this case Jason himself, has to know and remember what each of these numbers mean. Otherwise, he'll have to click through and find out every single time he forgets one of them.
The numbers! What are they saying?
The other side effect of this, although it's possible this was Jason's original intention, is that it makes working with other people on the code nearly impossible, since only Jason will be able to read and navigate his code. I noted that this may be his intention because not only does it make for a good explanation as to why he's the only person who actually works on the game's programming, but his code being completely unreadable makes it more impressive for the beginner programmers he tailors his online content towards.
An idiot admires complexity. A genius admires simplicity. An idiot, anything the more complicated it is, the more he will admire it. If you make something so cluster he can't understand it, he's gonna think you're a god because you made it so complicated.
Is that the guy?
Nobody can understand it.
There are other bizarre code lies.
Oh, I wish the
like
GPM was here.
Supposedly ray
That's that guy, yeah, Terry Davis. That's him.
Again, more
oh my god!
People took notice that in some of the game's updates, Jason makes notes for having to manually fix in-game characters still casting shadows when a light source has been shut off.
That
which
dude was
in
wild.
an actually ray trace game would be impossible to happen, even as a bug. An example of a 2D game that actually has advanced lighting mechanics is Intravenous, and it should be immediately obvious by just looking at his gameplay and then looking at Heartbound gameplay that they are definitely not the same. Captain Garbage, the same KF user who questioned the ray tracing claims, went through more of Jason's code only to find that the entire game relied on extremely long arrays and switch cases, which was actually quite similar to the code of Undertale, which Jason criticized. I'll probably butcher this explanation, but this basically means that Heartbound, a game heavy on branching dialogue and minor decisions altering the course of the story, has each in-game event tied to an unbelievably long string of every in-game event that leads up to it and comes as a consequence of it. In turn, the longer the game goes on, every time your past decisions will affect what'll happen next, all of those cases have to be checked, as they haven't been collapsed into something easily readable. Worse yet is that were Jason to ever go back and alter something he's written, he'd then have to go look for each instance where his code is duplicated, which may be happening dozens of times throughout the entire game. Now, the alternative presented by Captain Garbage is ironically called JSON, or JSON, which is exactly fitting for the kind of game Jason is making and would allow for other programmers to have an easy time working on Heartbound, if that was ever his intention. Now again, I'm making my way through this explanation by the skin of my nuts here, and if you want better breakdowns of how bad his code is, other much more skilled people
the
have
coding
already gone
Jesus
over
guy.
that. But the key takeaways here are, firstly, it looks like Jason tried to make his code inefficiency similar to Undertale's, although he manages to outdo it. And secondly, this degree of amateur work is a sledgehammer to the reputation he built as
Only
some kind of
3%
programmer
of people have
savant
done
who
that,
hacked
bro. These
nuclear
bosses are wild
facilities
in this
or
game.
whatever. This isn't just inefficiency.
I
This
got
is
tight at the end
slop
there.
of such nightmarish proportions that multiple people have pitched in to point out just how bad it is.
Dude, I really hope that Pirate Software code stream screenshots are like just very early.
Yeah, I know.
drafts
I've
of what
watched
he's
the
trying to
I've
do.
watched a
I
few
usually do
videos
something
about
like that
him.
to get the idea out,
Sometimes
and then
they're
I
tricky
refine
to
it.
watch
So
on
I hope
stream,
that's
as
what I'm
GPM
seeing.
can tell you.
Otherwise, I'm better than him.
Literally anything.
Because that gentleman had some,
over what is written here.
shall we say,
Seeing
mental
Pirate
health
Software
issues.
code is like those images of streamers trying to craft nonsense in Minecraft.
Either a web of lies or a web of his shit code.
Despite a lot of the criticism he's gotten, Jason has gone on to continuously claim that his code is efficient and easy to work on.
He does
and the only
indeed
thing
say
that really
some
took
wild
time
stuff.
was writing the game story-wise. Funnily enough, he mentions here that part of why it takes him so long to write is that he does it in 6 languages, and he reworks every single puzzle and joke in the game in all of these languages. And him
Robert
saying
Gorilla
this
Hat
is
Man, how you
a
doing?
one-of-a-kind combination of an insane lie and an implicit confession. The insane lie is obvious. He doesn't simultaneously write the game in 6 languages. He writes the game in English, and then if someone who speaks a different language wants to translate it, he's cooperative with it. The implicit confession part is that the reason why it's so difficult to translate his game is the previously mentioned switch case issue. Because all of the branching paths are interconnected and dialogue options don't get collapsed into values that can be easily checked, whenever you edit what's written in a dialogue option, you have to go through the entire game's code to alter every other instance affected by that dialogue option, otherwise the game completely breaks. I know I've spoiled it a bit, but it shouldn't be surprising for you to find out that the game has remained an unfinished mess to this day. The original estimated delivery of the finished product on the Kickstarter was November 2017, but as that deadline approached, the game's website updated to state that the new date was in early to mid 2018. Then it was just 2018, no early to mid. And right beneath this question, he has some other entries stating that there will never be any DLC or sequels because he wants people to just get the entire story, saying that to even discuss a sequel would diminish what Heartbound could be at release. Then, in December 2018, the game comes out, and there's only 2 chapters out of 5. The 3rd chapter remains incomplete to this day, and monthly updates consist of minor bug fixes and irrelevant additions that don't get the game anywhere near completion. It took years for the game to even get a quit button so that you can close it without having to press Alt and F4.
Wow.
And it's still without volume sliders. The degree of abandon here is yandere dev tier. The Ozymandias of Undertale
Amazing.
clones. Now, there can be arguments made that he's taking so long to finish it because he's the only one really working on the game, as the other people who are credited are an artist and a composer.
Come on,
and
Turkey
neither of them are programming
Tom.
it. But one
If you don't know a word, look it up,
exactly what
bitch.
we've been talking about up until this point. The reason no one else works on it may be that no one else can work on it due to how convoluted and horrific working on this thing can be. The other counterpoint is that Undertale, which was also made by one guy, with only the occasional help of an artist for visuals and such, and was also crowdfunded, was fully finished and released just 2 years after its Kickstarter campaign. You can also bring up Toby's other game, Deltarune, since it also released in chapters, but even then, the first 2 chapters released in late 2018, and now there's already chapters 3 and 4 out of a total of 7. That's 4 chapters in 7 years. And I should note that the first 2 chapters of Deltarune are completely free. We don't need to keep it confined to Toby's games either. Stardew Valley was made in under 5 years by a single dev. Braid was made in 3 years by a single dev, with only the help of a paid freelance artist. The first 7 Five Nights at Freddy's games, or 8 if you count FNAF World, were all made by a single guy. The answer as to why Jason's game is going on 10 years strong as an unfinished mess is simple. He's streaming instead of working on the game. Now, Jason really had no excuse for his lack of work on the game in 2019. However, ever since 2021, he started repeating a mantra that he had lost a whopping 9 months of development during the year of 2020 due to coming down with the big virus. Apparently, his illness was so awful that he suffered permanent lung damage and has to use an inhaler for the rest of his life. But once again, we come to the same question. Is this really true? Although Jason maintains this reasoning to this day, one user named Musashi's son begged to differ. By diligently going through his entire tweet history from 2020, we can see that in early 2020, Jason got sick twice, once in January and once in March. And both times, he saw an immediate improvement within a few days. In the March case, he went to the hospital and got diagnosed with pneumonia, which was later confirmed to actually be bronchitis. But regardless, he made it clear on Twitter that he was tested for COVID and that it came back negative. He does indeed mention that he'd been using an inhaler for his bronchitis, and although beating it was tough, he was back to his normal self and streaming by mid-April, releasing another minor update to Heartbound in May. In both instances of Jason being sick during the year of 2020, it actually affected his ability to stream, which makes sense. What doesn't make sense is that although he beat his bronchitis in early April and made an update to the game in May, explaining that he lost about 2.5 months of work up until that point, there's no update for June, despite him streaming 13 days in June of 2020. If anything, while you recover from a respiratory issue, it should be easier to program than to stream. Yet he seems to only be capable of the latter. Then, all of a sudden, in July, he changes his story and claims it was COVID all along, with no mention of a new diagnosis or having gotten sick again, so it's clear he's talking about the illness he suffered from March to April that year. Fast forward to November 2020, and he completely retcons his original story, bringing us to a new timeline. He has been recovering for 8 months. Fast forward to 2021, and we get to the previously mentioned claims of having lost not 8, but 9 months of production to COVID. Keep in mind, he was streaming for 10 hours a day through the crushing majority of 2020 with no problem. Yet he couldn't work on the game. In a clever little boundary push, 9 months eventually turn into nearly a year. But after this latest development, Jason backs away from the COVID claims for the majority of 2022. Then, in June 2023, he goes on Twitter to announce that he has COVID, but this time, it only takes him 20 days to recover from it fully.
That was a hell of a thing. That's the second time I've gotten COVID. The first time took 9 months to recover. This one took probably about, I think it was in total about 20 days. So thankfully I'm back on it and I'm back to working on stuff. So I'm sorry that there's no update, but I will see you guys all later.
While the first supposed COVID case is mired in lies, this second time is a lot more believable and has remained pretty consistent. Well, up until Jason decided to retcon it once again.
My recovery was about 2.5 years, so I got long COVID. My lungs shut down at one point. I almost died. They had me in and out of the ER for a long time. I can actually show you this in data. Kind of wild. We'll go to streams. I used to stream 7 days a week back in the day. And right here is where I went to DreamHack in January 2020, and I got COVID. And you can see what happened to my stream schedule. There were like months where I just streamed like 3 days.
This is from 2024. So over the course of 4 years, a bad case of bronchitis in March 2020, which took about 2 months to recover from, and a not so bad case of COVID in June 2023 that took 20 days to recover from, became one huge case of long COVID that started in January 2020. Here is the proof that Jason offers for this. He shows that his streaming schedule was pretty spotty during 2020, which could also be explained by him being lazy. But besides Musashi's in-depth analysis of Jason's history of lies, another sleuth took the time to go over literally dozens upon dozens of hours of Jason's streaming during 2024 to see how much he actually works on Heartbound. I mean, he calls them dev streams, so he must get a lot done, right? Well, over 164 hours of streaming, he attempted to work on Heartbound for 15 minutes. 15. And I say attempted because all of those 15 minutes consist of him trying to open Game Maker and then something going wrong until he gives up and goes to do something else. Instead, he works on other random passion projects that he will never finish, or he plays Path of Exile, or he plays World of Warcraft for literally dozens of hours. At one point, he streams WoW for 24 hours straight. When people who are familiar with him and his streams point out how little he works on his game, he always responds listing all of the things he's extremely busy with, adding that he works on Heartbound every day, when this is probably not true.
He's very slimy.
Despite their similarities, Jason is no yandere dev. And the reason I say that is because he is much worse. Not finishing his game is actually one of his lesser offenses. After years of toiling away at his streams, in 2023, he began going viral on YouTube as clips of him started being uploaded. This is how the majority of people came to know him. And during this time, the consensus opinion on him was that he was a pretty good guy. People had no reason to doubt his credentials as a game dev and a savvy hacker. At least they didn't have a reason yet. By March of 2024, an interesting community decided to take notice of Jason. They were users of a subreddit that was focused on the MMORPG EVE Online, and they were accusing him of being an arrogant, pathological liar due to their experiences with him in-game. However, due to the fact that these people were concentrated in this specific games community, it failed to get any real traction. What people did start picking up on en masse is his voice, which sounded oddly deep in a very
flying towards the
unnatural
next
way.
location.
This was his explanation for it.
Went back to the
Oh,
doctor.
the voice
Doctor's
is
like,
wild.
hey,
This is
sometimes
complete
in your
bullshit.
early 30s, your voice can change as a man.
This is
and
complete
it's effectively
nonsense.
second puberty. This is what I used to sound
That's
like.
nonsense.
That's what I used to look like to this 5 years ago. Wait for this. This is awful.
My hot dogs.
I've never heard of that ever.
I'm gonna have to peel it. I'm gonna have to peel my hot dog.
Yeah, that was it, dude.
Every good hot dog needs to be peeled.
Even if you buy into this second puberty thing, is it believable that it happens over the course of just 5 days? Because this is a clip of him speaking from May 11th of 2019.
Is this live stream of Chair Jam? It is. I just finished my chair. I'm ready to submit to the judges. I want to thank all of you guys for being here for, my chair building experience.
And this is a clip of him speaking from May 16th of 2019.
Donut? Oh my God, look at the donut. Oh, that is a powerful donut. Look how strong these donuts are.
But in fairness, in the first clip, he clearly is in an unconventional streaming setup, so you could excuse it on that basis. The thing is, there are plenty of other clips where he's in his regular streaming setup, and it still sounds noticeably less deep and bassy.
The egg exploded. It blew up like a grenade. And the door of the microwave blew open. The door of the microwave blew open from the force of the egg exploding. And
the way that it sounds like it's peaking whenever his voice gets particularly bassy suggests that he at least has some kind of EQ that's really boosting the low end of his voice. While this has always been a topic of discussion, not just for Jason's detractors, but also his fans, eventually KF user Yats actually looked at the spectrogram of an interview Jason gave, and he noticed that whenever the audio consists exclusively of Jason talking, there is a very noticeable hole in the mid-range, almost as if he's lowering them out of existence. This can't just be a noise filter, because he still has high end on his voice, so his S's don't sound weird. This absent mid-range is not there whenever anyone else on the panel speaks. Additionally, there's a few clips of him where it sounds like whatever he has on his audio is struggling to function.
I don't know what that gives me, though.
I don't know what is that supposed to do? How am I gonna put that shit in there? Oh, God.
Now keep in mind, his audio going out may just be compression to prevent his audio from being too loud, but the way his voice is crackling sounds a bit like how Formant sounds when you use autotune.
Oh, what is that supposed to do? How am I gonna put that shit?
Obviously, he's not auto-tuning his voice to any particular note, but what he could be doing is using an auto-tune-based software like Throat, which can make your voice deeper without necessarily changing its notes. Outside of digital alteration, I haven't seen many people point this out, but it just sounds like he's trained his voice to sound more like that. One of the few times I did see someone remark about this was on Reddit, where someone said that he went from Peter Griffin to Brian Griffin, and indeed, he did.
My name is Jason Thor Hall, also known as Pirate Software Online. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon Game Studios, and now I own my own studio, Pirate Software.
The way he over-enunciates and projects his voice sounds like how a conventional voice actor can sound, and Seth MacFarlane, the guy who voices those characters, can sound like that, although he doesn't force his voice to be deep all the time.
It has nothing to do with the fact that it's a black show. Well, I can't be tired at 1 in the morning?
Further solidifying this possibility is that basic self-training in voice acting is incredibly common in communities such as the furry community, which Jason was a part of.
Yes.
You may be aware of the fact that there are a few furry VTubers and such who do these kind of cartoonish voices, which are often also digitally altered, all of which is fitting to Jason's case. The thing is, it's not standard for this kind of VTuber to lie about their vocal training and using voice changes. As a matter of fact, plenty of them teach others how to do it.
Hi, my name's Reniko, and I may not seem like it, but I'm a professionally trained voice actor who happens to be a VTuber.
None of this would even be a problem per se if Jason didn't lie about it. But then again, the crushing majority of Jason's problems wouldn't exist if he didn't lie. So I guess that's really pointless for me to say. Alternatively, there is another explanation, which is that Jason just recently hopped on testosterone, and he's going to be yoked out of his mind real soon. Now, even with people being skeptical of his voice, it didn't seem it affected his ability to be popular online. But as time went on, he became increasingly vocal when it came to his opinions on video games. Actually, allow me to correct myself. His expert opinion on video games. Because as he repeatedly put it wherever he could, he was an actual expert on everything video game related and everything cybersecurity related. Why? Because he used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. But keep in mind, he never really mentions it.
I literally never talk.
I'll mute it next time, I promise.
When I worked at Blizzard, I did that for Blizzard. Blizzard, 7 years, yeah. Blizzard. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. Used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. You're red team specialist for Blizzard Entertainment. And Blizzard is having worked at Blizzard. I grew up at Blizzard. Blizzard, game industry for Blizzard Entertainment. Blizzard. Yeah, no, I worked at Blizzard.
Of course, he neglects to mention that he worked QA and never developed a single game in his life until he left Blizzard, and he even likes to conflate the time he worked at Blizzard with the time he spent working other jobs, resulting in him frequently saying things like, "I've been in the games industry for 20 years.
So I've been a hacker for about 20 years. Started in Blizzard as QA, but I was a hacker then. As a programmer, I've been doing this for about 20 years. I've been a hacker for 20 years. You will be found." And that's coming from a hacker of 20 years. 20 years. Don't do that shit. Don't. I've been working in programming now for about 20 years. But yeah, I've been doing this for about 20 years. For those of you who are new, my name is Thor. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I've been in the gaming industry for 20 years. My name's Thor. How's it going?
20 years. Huh. Kind of reminds me of another guy who did 20 years. Although you'd never hear a peep from him about it either.
I did 20 years.
Anyway, Jason used his fake reputation as an expert in the games industry to give opinions on matters that he knew nothing.
No way. Did Turkey Tom just get Phil Leotardo reference in there? No way. Really? Fucking nerdy little Turkey Tom got that in there. I did 20 fucking years. Oh. Oh. Let's see if we can get the actual clip of that. I want the actual clip of that. No, please.
This
No,
is
please.
Jonathan Ferguson, the keeper of firearms and artillery at the Royal Armouries Museum in the UK, which
Sacrimony allocuted in federal court, admitting at least a 10-year connection with La Cosa Nostra.
Fucking nauseating.
Could have been worse. He could have flipped.
Are you fucking kidding?
You don't ever admit the
You don't
existence
ever
of this
admit the
thing.
existence of this thing. Ever.
He should have stood trial like a man.
I did 20 fucking years.
Let's go. Big ups, Phil Leotardo.
About. For example, he weighed in on the Assassin's Creed Shadows controversy.
Yeah, honestly, I have no respect for identity politics, trying to cancel a video game or cancel a story. If you want to cancel the story over the color of a character's skin, you have no business being here.
Alright, so without getting into too many details about it, the Assassin's Creed Shadows controversy goes far beyond just the protagonist, Yasuke, being black. More so, it has to do with Ubisoft completely misrepresenting the story of the real Yasuke, as well as doing things like having hip-hop music playing whenever he engages in combat, which people reasonably found was kind of an insane decision.
Yeah.
I said kill him.
Of course, getting into the mire of the discussion isn't nearly as attractive to Jason as having a punchy stream clip for YouTube Shorts where he can virtue signal. The most unbelievable part about Jason's clip is how he follows it up.
I don't give a shit about the color of your skin. I don't care about where your spawn point was. I don't care about where you were born.
Referring to people's birthplaces and ethnicities as their spawn point is a kind of peak Reddit gamer cringe I have not had the displeasure of witnessing for the past decade. This is up there with the Walmart gamer t-shirts. Actually, those are kind of badass. I like those. Later on in the same clip, he halfway acknowledges that there's more to the discussion than just Yasuke being black, but then shoots it down, reinforcing that what people are really concerned about is Yasuke being black.
But don't stop others from playing the game because you don't want to see a black guy in the cover. Who gives a shit? And if that's the only thing you're hung up on, and you're trying to make it about Japanese history, despite Japanese history disagreeing with you, you need to look in a mirror instead of posting on Twitter.
It's like he's physically incapable of considering there may be something beneath his surface level understanding of an issue. But honestly, that's quite on brand for him. Whether it be game development or hacking, Jason has a chronic allergy to going past surface level knowledge. But this doesn't stop him from commenting on everything. Another case of Jason's extreme tone deafness and inability to read the room was his brief online campaign against something called Spy.pet. Again, this drama goes a lot deeper than I care to get into here, but in early 2024, there was a significant online upheaval against boy kisser communities hiding in plain sight on Reddit and Discord. These communities were known to attract and harbor a lot of people who not only publicly fantasized about preteen boys, but also shared illegal material involving kids. One of the tactics deployed against these people was the use of something called Spy.pet, which used bots to scrape through over 14,000 Discord servers, which exposed how vulnerable Discord really was. On April 19th, a journalist named Joseph Cox wrote an article about Spy.pet being weaponized by Kiwi Farms, but neglected to mention that this weaponization was specifically targeting the boy kissers. Instead, the article claims KF was targeting a queer community on Discord, not specifying which or why. Now, you'd think that this would be the moment for someone like Jason, hackerman aficionado, to have a criticism of Discord's management for, exposing their users like that. Or at least he'd have the wits about him to simply stay out of it, given the very controversial nature of this incident. But instead, he did what he always does. He went off half-cocked with insufficient information and began openly and unilaterally antagonizing Spy.pet as if this was a clear-cut case of malicious hacker activity and not the reality of Discord operating with a massive and exploitable hole. A hole which was in the basic security of their servers. Of course, Jason too provided no context as to what exactly Spy.pet was being used for. In this case, his stupidity prevailed, and his method of getting rid of all Spy.pet bots was quickly adjusted for, as the people behind it simply switched the account IDs to something else and bypassed his brilliant security mechanism. He then had to go over to his Twitter to issue a retraction and announce that this method should be abandoned, as it would result in the banning of innocent people who had nothing to do with the Spy.pet bots. Eventually, Discord did something to prevent more Spy.pet situations from happening, signifying they could have done something all along and just didn't account for it. Due to the obscurity of this little blunder, he didn't catch very much flack for it, but unfortunately for Jason, he was about to do the most violent Sideshow Bob routine of continuously stepping on rakes that hit him in the face that the world has ever seen. But in order to get to the meat and potatoes of the controversy that led to Jason's ultimate downfall, we have to start with the appetizer. All the way back in 2019, Ross from the YouTube channel Accursed Farms made a video titled "Games as a Service is Fraud." If you don't know who Accursed Farms is, you are hereby a certified baby and you are legally entitled to a pacifier. All the way back in 2007, when dinosaurs and giants still roamed the earth, Ross began his online career with a series of videos where he gave a voice to the protagonist of the Half-Life games, Gordon Freeman.
I'm not the only one who's late. Sucker!
Ever since then, he has cemented himself as a staple of the YouTube gaming community. And despite not being a huge channel per se, he's earned people's respect in kind of a similar way that someone like Angry Video Game Nerd has.
Oh my god!
Oh, look at that.
Funny!
An OG of the community that has never switched up. With this reputation in mind, Ross pledging his allegiance to the cause of opposing games as a service was significant. To put it in layman's terms, games as a service means the companies that develop
that's
games
the first
have the
time I
power
ever
to
saw that
completely
guy, I'll be
eliminate
honest.
a game from existence and prevent anyone from keeping it alive. In some cases, this
That's the
means
first
making it
time
so
I've
that a
ever seen that
multiplayer
guy.
game can only be played on company servers and then shutting those servers down. In other cases, this means ceasing the sale of an older game both physically and digitally, but still going after anyone who tries to make the game available online. Most recently, an example of the latter is intellectual property laws and government institutions being weaponized against ROM sites by gaming companies, despite plenty of the games these sites provide no longer being sold by said companies. Despite not making any money off these games anymore, they still want to prevent anyone from quote-unquote pirating it, which ultimately pans out to be erasing the game from history and going after anyone who stands in their way. The specific focus of Ross's video is criticizing the legal concept concept that all purchases of games, digital or physical, constitute the purchase of a license, not of a product. And the company is free to end that license whenever they want to. You can get into the weeds of intellectual property laws while discussing this, which I'm going to avoid doing, but it's hard to not be sympathetic towards these efforts to conserve games, as well as all other digital media, especially if you play games or care about art at all. Now, 5 years after Ross posted this video, he made a new one on the same topic, this time announcing the largest campaign ever to stop publishers from destroying games. This campaign was called Stop Killing Games, and it outlined a few strategies to get the ball rolling legally on the subject of video game preservation and consumer rights. Although there were many different ways to do so, one that is highlighted is the European Citizens Initiative petition, which could get the subject discussed in the European Parliament. In the description of the petition, it states, "The initiative seeks to prevent the remote disabling of video games by the publishers, before providing reasonable means to continue functioning of said video games without the involvement from the side of the publisher. The initiative does not seek to acquire ownership of said video games, associated intellectual rights, or monetization rights. Neither does it expect the publisher to provide resources for the said video game once they discontinue it, while leaving it in a reasonably functional or playable state." Now, while this description doesn't delve into impressive and wordy legalese, the petition really couldn't be clearer on what it aims to accomplish. This was not enough for Jason, who, in early August of 2024, voiced his displeasure with the initiative. First, during one of his 10-hour streams, which got so much backlash that it's since been taken down, and then on Twitter, where he doubled down on it, saying the following: "Stop Killing Games is a vaguely worded attack on live service games as a whole, instead of being a focused assault on taking down the niche practice of single-player games, including always online functionality that can cause the game to be shut down at a later date. If you want my support, then write better legislature." I can't help but but bring up this classic.
You can say, "I like pancakes," and somebody will say,
"So you hate waffles?"
"No, that's a whole new sentence. What are you talking about?"
The obvious problem here from the start is Jason calling the petition legislature. The petition is not legislature. It's a formal request for the drafting of legislature. It clearly does not at any point present itself as a ready-made law. So you gotta wonder why Jason acted this way. Although I'm sure he had talked about it previously, this is him talking about it on one of his streams from this time period.
As written, the language is too vague. It doesn't solve the root issue, and it creates a litany of new issues. And that's a problem. That's the major issue for me. So for those who don't understand, the Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically, we don't want single-player games to have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactive anymore. This is what they want to change. The way that they're going about it is using very vague language that makes it so that even
bollocks, by the way.
live service
Again,
games
as you've just seen,
could be caught in this net.
It's quite
Once again,
obvious
he
what
is
they
simply
mean.
presenting his telephone-gamed understanding of the initiative as if it were, in fact, the contents of the initiative. Get used to it. We're going to see a lot of that. Unlike what Jason is saying here, the digital rights management, or DRM, of single-player games doesn't need to be removed or even radically altered. The companies who own the games just need to provide means for the players to keep playing it. In the case of single-player games, it mostly means still having it easily available for purchase in digital form, which requires no extra effort or cost of maintenance for the devs. As a matter of fact, it will continue to make them money as people keep buying the game. This alone would be a major source of relief for game preservation, since this is the brunt of the controversy revolving ROM sites being taken down, as retro games become increasingly hard to officially acquire, whether digitally or physically. But to Jason's point, there is the odd case that cuts closer to DRM, such as the original GTA trilogy, which got replaced by their retarded definitive edition versions that look and play completely different, which many people reacted extremely negatively to, and for good reason. In this case, the delisting of the original games and their subsequent replacement had to do with, for example, licensing issues with the in-game's radio music. But again, Rockstar could have simply continued to remove songs that they'd lost the rights to, as they were already doing before the definitive edition fiasco, and left the rest of the game intact, so even this isn't a particularly good example. We haven't even gotten to Jason's point of contention with the initiative, and he's already misrepresenting it. This is what he actually thinks is wrong with the initiative.
The way that they're going about it is using very vague language that makes it so that even live service games could be caught in this net, which means every multiplayer game gets caught in the net, and they have to put in caveats such as allowing people to run private servers and so on and so forth after the game dies in order for them to even make it in the first place. Government-run initiative. I can't back this, dude. I can't. It is too goddamn vague.
I really like how he answers his own critique with the private servers thing, but then calls it a caveat, as if it's some kind of far-fetched concept. Allowing users to run private servers has been done since the 90s. It's completely doable for any dev, let alone companies that have the kind of resources to run company-owned servers in the first place. To act as if this is some kind of unbearable logistics overhead, or worse, to suggest that this would cost them anything significant is ridiculous. Also, why does he call it government-run initiative? What is he trying to say? That this initiative is run by the government? I can't think of anything else he could have meant with that, but that is patently insane and coming out of nowhere. The people behind this initiative are publicly audited in the EU's own site. The representative of the initiative is Daniel Ondruska, a European citizen and business consultant who, by the looks of his LinkedIn, has leagues more experience than Nepo Baby Jason could ever try to draw on MS Paint. Immediately after cobbling together this monstrosity of a point, Jason tries to make it out as if he knows what he's talking about by going to the SKG page and reading off of it, which, by the way, is not the exact same thing as the EU initiative. Even if we act like it is, Jason still manages to put his foot in his mouth by misrepresenting what's written on the SKG site as well.
This right here, intentionally rendering commercial video games inoperable when support ends. Of course, we render them inoperable when support ends because we turn the servers off. They need to be specific that they're talking about single-player games that do not need a server to support them, but they're not. It's vague, and because it's vague, as that last poster put so eloquently, it's a nail bomb to take out a wasp nest.
Did he forget he just mentioned the possibility of end-user run servers? Or is he keeping up with the act like that's some impossible feat? Even in extreme cases like MMORPG games with leaderboards and in-game market features that are maintained by the company's servers, it would still be better to completely reset all players' progress by having them migrate to a player-run private server than to just shut the game down entirely. Not that that would even be necessary, but even in the worst-case scenario, a private server is better than nothing. It seems that Jason's ability to read exhausts itself after he goes over just 2 lines on the SKG page, and then he starts aimlessly floating through the FAQ section while rambling incoherently.
It doesn't make any damn sense. That's the issue. And we see this all throughout their FAQ. We see it all across this. It is inflammatory language across the board that is vague. And it's going to lead to government overreach, because the government doesn't understand how the hell games work. They don't understand how the internet works. They still can't even get a grasp on loot boxes. This is not new. And you're handing them a weapon to start walking through the games industry indiscriminately attacking things when they don't understand it. This is a bad direction. Can they change it? I hope so. But here's the thing. They're proposing this, and I hope it doesn't go through, because what they're doing is too vague and dangerous.
Government overreach. Interesting. How about Nintendo abusing DMCA to take down playthroughs of their games that use emulators? Or Nintendo taking down fan games on the basis of IP law? Is that
love that
government
shit.
overreach, since Nintendo is directly using legal means provided by the government to antagonize gamers? Or is it only government overreach when the consumer complains? Because I don't even see Jason making a both sides are bad fence-sitting kind of point here. He is fully taking the side of protecting DRM and IP law at all costs. And if you even dare to question it, you are the problem. If not for the government enforcing this top-down system, big-time gaming companies would have to radically shift to the way indie game devs operate. Come to think of it, given that indie games have been beating the ass of AAA gaming for the past few years, maybe that wouldn't be so bad. But, of course, considering any of those things would require Jason's logic to be consistent, either you are for involvement of regulation in gaming, in which case it makes complete sense to lobby for consumer protection laws, or you're against it, in which case it makes complete sense to lobby for the curtailing of intellectual property laws that give the companies disproportionate power over their games. Taking the middle ground in this debate necessarily means you are wholly and exclusively in support of corporations being able to do what they want to do to the consumer base, with the unwavering support of the government and no legal recourse whatsoever. This is Jason's position. You would think that a guy who chose the name Pirate Software and who talks about how important it is to share information to promote game development wouldn't be so eager to ride or die for DRM. If all of this wasn't bad enough, his chat begins feeding him false information about how SKG is ran by someone who wants to end all live service games and make them single player, and not only does he jump at the bit for it, he smugly begins taking a victory lap on stream before he even confirms it.
Stop Killing Games comes from the guy, live service is a scam. This is not based on vagueness. It is their intention to have all games to be updated to be single player, even if it was an MMO originally? Do you have a source for that information for me? Because I'm going to be real with you. If that's the case, all of this can eat shit then. I drop the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that. If the intention is to turn all live service games into single player games, they can eat my entire ass. I feel like you've said this like 5 times. This is going to be the hot news for the day, dude. It's just going to keep coming up. Keep coming up. The reason that I'm talking about it so much is Sunder, our pants editor, our tailor, is sitting there taking all of this video and turning it into a video so we can put it up on YouTube, so I never have to talk about it again. It'll be great. Yeah. So we basically sacrifice one day of talking about this shit so that anytime anyone ever brings it up again, I go watch that video, bye.
Of course, he had to whip out the classic.
The problem is this. I work in the games industry. I have for 20 years. This looks like a nightmare to me.
I work in the games industry. I have for 20 years. I did 20.
Eventually, he stumbles his way to actually watching Ross's video, only to make more grossly incorrect and needlessly cynical points against everything Ross says.
What is this? What do you mean Europeans
I did 20 fucking years.
Gaming isn't in need of saving.
I've been working on a campaign to stop the destruction of video games. See, most video games work indefinitely, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
No, the entire live service game industry does not work that way.
And the entire live service industry is a business model which only a small minority of dev companies can execute due to how expensive and difficult they are to manage. Even if you focus solely on games after 2010, live service games are, by definition, the minority, even if they make account for a lot of overall playtime and revenue for these companies. I think part of what makes Jason mauled so much over live service potentially being threatened is his decades of deathly addiction to MMORPGs like WoW and Path of Exile.
But more and more are being designed to stop working the second support ends from the publisher.
Not just the publisher, the developers as well. It's called a live service game. When we turn the servers off, the game dies because it's all rendered completely on the server side, and we do that specifically for security reasons, because if it's all rendered client side, then you'd be able to cheat at the game dramatically easier.
I could make the point here that having to figure out how to deal with cheaters is preferable to not being able to play the game at all, but even before completely letting a game die, what can happen is a company keeps it on life support while still neglecting it and allowing problems like botting and cheating to take over. In that case, it's better to just hand the game's source code over to the community and let them figure out the problems, at least in the case that the company is no longer concerned with keeping the game alive and healthy. This is exactly what id Software did with Wolfenstein 3D, Doom, and Quake, and what Valve has recently done with Team Fortress 2. It's not that far-fetched or difficult. Now, I'm not going to make you guys suffer and keep listening to Jason reiterate this point over and over again, but to summarize, he creates a false dichotomy. Either things stay as they are and games get completely shut down, delisted, and rendered unplayable, or all companies will have to choose between keeping an unprofitable game alive forever or remake it from scratch as a single-player experience. What Jason fails to comprehend, or more likely, deliberately ignores, is that what Ross is proposing isn't a hypothetical. 10 years ago, there was a private World of Warcraft server, and not only was it running perfectly fine, but it was very popular among the player base who weren't very satisfied with what regular WoW had become. And WoW was run by what company again? Oh yeah, Blizzard Entertainment, famous for once having employed world-renowned hacker Maldavius Figtree for 20 years.
I know how to do that because I worked at Blizzard.
This WoW server wasn't a project in its formative stages, it was fully functional, and Blizzard went out of its way to shut it down for no reason, which earned them a well-deserved heap of backlash.
This one had, it was Blizz-like in every way, perfectly scripted, no donations, it was just for the love of the game. People just wanted to play that game. But Blizzard is such dicks about it!
They didn't even have to do anything. The player base had already taken care of it, and Blizzard still punished them. Perhaps the worst part is that this absolute buffoon actually brings up WoW in his response to Ross.
This would require publishers to leave games they have sold to customers in a working state at the time of shutdown.
How are you going to do that with World of Warcraft? How are you going to do that with any live service game? How are you going to do that with Final Fantasy XIV? You shut down the servers, and then the game still has to be in a working state. It is an MMO. That is a live service video game. That doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Can you imagine being this ignorant, yet being so confident? This is a game he is addicted to the point of playing it for literally 24 hours straight. And it's made by a company he used to work at, and he knows nothing about it. I've seen plenty of counter arguments against what Jason is putting forward here, but what I don't see is enough people pointing out that his supposed nightmare scenario is something that has happened before. And not only is it not a nightmare, it only fails to work when the original company sticks its grubby fingers in the pie and destroys everything. everything. Jason's willful blindness is to the point where, after repeatedly yapping about how games would have to be made into single-player experiences, Ross mentions that players can host servers, and Jason just sits there looking dumbfounded, like his brain cannot process what's just been said.
Publishers don't even always have access to the source code.
It would require endless support.
It wouldn't require endless support? No, it would require a shitload of support at the time of transitioning an entire multiplayer server-side game into a single-player video game, which means rebalancing the entire experience around single-player, rebuilding everything in the entire game. How are you going to do that with Final Fantasy XIV? You're just going to make all the raids soloable? Man,
No
is that
one
really going to give the same
expected that either.
experience?
Oh, yeah,
this
this
shit
thing,
makes
fuck.
no goddamn sense.
They can end it any time they want, as far as we're concerned. You wouldn't need to host servers.
You're posing this as a benefit. It's going to make the game shit.
Though they would have to either patch out that requirement or else allow customers to host them privately. Assume any liability for what customers do with their copies of games.
That's all he can do in the face of the one point that unravels his entire argument. Roll his eyes and raise his eyebrows. When he does mention private servers for WoW, it's to make this claim.
So this would not require publishers to assume liability for the customer actions, except it would, because every single time that somebody would go off and create a private server, and that private server would have problems, do you know who gets tickets for it? The parent company that made the original game. Do you know how I know that? Because we got tens of thousands of tickets at Blizzard for private servers for World of Warcraft.
That's pretty interesting to hear from Jason, because on Blizzard's own website, this is what it says. Private WoW servers are against the Blizzard terms of use. If you want to play World of Warcraft, you must download the official game client through the Blizzard app. Blizzard customer support doesn't provide assistance with issues in private servers. Very curious. Well, I guess Jason knows more about Blizzard than Blizzard itself. After all, he worked there for 30 years. His 40 years of experience in Blizzard triumphs Blizzard's own existence, since it's only been active for about 34 years, which frankly pales in comparison to his 50 years of work at Blizzard.
How do you know so many things? I worked at Blizzard for 7 years.
I know I'm beating a dead horse here, but this is an evil horse who deserved it. The closest thing to a point Jason comes to during all of this is his concern for how this kind of regulation may affect small teams. But then again, Jason could have tailored his point to clarify there should be some kind of exemption for small game dev companies. At no point does he try to engage with what Ross is saying in good faith. Instead, this is how he acts.
If we get enough signatures, then this goes before the European Union to be considered as new law.
I hope it gets shot down. So you're social engineering politicians that don't know anything about the subject matter to try and push through an initiative about an industry you clearly don't understand to stop killing video games in a way that would kill all live service games. Am I getting that right? I feel like I'm getting that right. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction.
Despite Jason's absolute lack of tact when engaging with the initiative, Ross still took the time to try and ignite a reasonable discussion in the comments of Jason's stream. He wrote, "Based on your response, I think there's a combination of values clash and there's a misunderstanding on much of what we're asking for. For example, WoW would likely be exempt from this measure since it's considered under the law as a true service. In other words, the customer is told explicitly when their access ends at the time of payment. Most live service games do not do this, which could run afoul of EU law. There were many other misunderstandings in your video. It's clear you hate the initiative, and I doubt I would change that, but I would encourage you to at least hate it for what it accurately is. We obviously have very different perceptions of the likely outcome of this. That said, we also have a values clash. You state repeatedly that a game being permanently disabled is not a problem. This is where we very clearly disagree. You're actually the most high-profile person I know of to be adamantly against what we're doing. If you're interested, I would be fine with having a discussion with you on this, where we could at least clarify things, but it's your choice." Jason saw and decided to respond to Ross's comment on a stream, where he said this.
If you're interested, I'd be fine with having a discussion with you on where we could at least clarify things, but your choice. I don't think I want to do that. And the reason why is this. It is because specifically your video that made me not interested in wanting to talk to you. It is specifically this portion of your video right here where you discuss reasons why your initiative could pass. And your description of this I find to be disgusting.
Politicians like easy wins, and this doesn't require them to do much at all. And unless it involves gambling or protecting children, politicians generally don't care about video games. So this isn't of big consequence to them or most of their constituencies. EU law is already unclear on a lot of this practice anyway, and we would be making it easy for them to settle it. It falls in line with other consumer practices. You know how when you buy something, you're generally allowed to keep it? And finally, this is a diversion from really serious topics that politicians would prefer not to deal with.
So politicians are going to put this forward because it's an easy win, they don't understand the subject matter, and it's a diversion from more serious issues. I don't have any respect for that. And I don't have any reason to have a conversation with you because of this.
So his reason for not being open to talking to Ross about it was because Ross displayed a perfectly reasonable degree of cynicism towards politicians' motivations. Even calling it cynicism isn't really fair because Ross is just telling the truth. He's not even mentioning the worst aspect of it, which is that politicians that don't know much about video games are already being weaponized against consumers and have been for decades now. So now Jason isn't only standing on business for corporations. He's also going King Von for the integrity of politicians. How courageous. By the way, while the Ross comment Jason addressed has stayed up, there was another one Ross posted, further clarifying SKG's intentions, but it was deleted by Jason. When confronted about the deletion, Jason replied, claiming that deleted comments contained hate speech, personal attacks, and doxing information. The good old hate speech excuse for doing whatever is most convenient for you never fails to show up in these cases, does it? Much like how he strategized his Kickstarter project to trick game journalists into covering it, some people on Reddit talked about Jason's deletion of comments, claiming that he had previously stated on stream that he purposely deletes people's comments to get them to come back and engage with the videos more, among other petty things of that sort. Keep that in mind, as this kind of behavior will resurface later down the line. On August 5th, another respected representative of game preservation and right to repair causes, Louis Rossman, weighed in on the issue, with a particular focus on the same thing Ross mentioned in his comment: games, which are services but aren't marketed as such. Another important thing he brings up is that the initiative can really be considered less than a draft of what the final legislature will actually reflect, and that's how it should be treated. Otherwise, if the only way to put forth an idea is to already have it fully formed and perfected, then no one can ever put forth any ideas. Lastly, he clarifies that the initiative isn't retroactive, so even if it did eventually become law, it wouldn't require every game ever made to be adapted, and it would only apply to games produced after the law had been passed. Lewis's contribution to the discussion is essentially a bypass of Jason's critiques, and a repackaging of Ross's summary that tailors the message toward game devs with more genuine concerns about how SKG may affect them. All credit to him, he tried to be amicable to Jason's perspective, but the entire gaming community was already ablaze in hatred. That ship had long since sailed. One day after Rossman's video, Jason came back with a video, and this time around, a lot of the cynical energy he displayed in the original stream clip had visibly been beaten out of him. After getting nothing but pats on the back from his community for years, his overnight transformation from cool hacker game dev guy to evil game destroyer hit him pretty hard. He starts the video giving his usual credentials, 60 years working for Blizzard and whatever, and he goes really hard on the angle of, I'm just a guy trying to help people make games, essentially presenting himself as a victim of an undeserved hate train. I would go over this beat for beat as well, but unfortunately, Jason learned nothing in the several days since this controversy began, and is mostly reiterating his original points, thinking that if he says it in a less mean way, it'll suddenly make sense to people. I don't really understand why he even made a follow-up video if he wasn't open to talking to Ross or anyone else directly, which leads me to think he really just wanted to shift the narrative by saying the same things again, but this time wringing his hands and shrugging a lot. The one notable moment is near the end, when I think he confirms my theory.
Aside from that, a lot of people really like live service games as they exist now. So trying to kill off all live service games, as some people have said online, doesn't make any sense either. Live service games are a great way to get away from the real world. They're about social interaction between players. Some people get married in them. Some people met their spouse in them and then got married in them. It's a really cool thing for a point in time in which you're having that social experience. And to destroy that just because you don't like them is very weird.
To have gone through all of this and think that this is still some ploy to destroy all live
Still
service
not what
games
they're saying.
is peak dishonesty. I don't even know why he's not just admitting he was wrong. It wouldn't even really hurt him that much at this point. Under this video, Jason left a comment addressing potential critiques of his argument. The first thing he goes after is the issue of monetization in private servers, where he suggests that having the government prevent it would lead to a lot of red tape. But that red tape already exists. It's called DMCA, and whoever is the rightful owner of the game's IP can file a claim. Even if the company is shut down alongside the game, the IP can still be owned by somebody, whether it's by an individual or another company, in the case that, during its liquidation, the original company sold off its intellectual properties. Now, in the case that the IP became abandonware, then the original IP owner clearly didn't care to preserve it. The only problem with DMCA is that it currently is being abused against people who make free fan games and run private servers for no profit. profit. The other case Jason presents is if people are allowed to monetize. And his counter argument here is even more out of touch. He describes a situation in which a malicious actor uses bots and exploits to kill a game with the intent of firing up their own private server post-mortem to profit off of the game's demise. This is silly because if this malicious actor can profitably run a server of the game, wouldn't it be vulnerable to the same botting and exploits that destroyed the game in the first place? And if this malicious actor can prevent those exploits, can't the company who originally owned the game do the same thing in this scenario? As a matter of fact, isn't it the obligation of a company who provides a live service game to do everything in their power to keep their game intact? I think it's pretty obvious how this hypothetical breaks down on its own, but somehow Jason thought this point was so brilliant, he made an entire follow-up video dedicated to explaining it. The other points aren't nearly as deserving of coverage, just more gallivanting on Jason's part to make him seem like he knows more about this topic than anyone else. Ross eventually tried to communicate again, justifying his cynical stance on why politicians would pick the initiative up, but much like his previous attempts to get through to Jason, it yielded no results. Even in his follow-up video, Jason continues to be dishonest about private server practices.
How many of you have felt negatively when an MMO dies? Or when a live service game dies? Oh, dead game. There's only 5 people online. Why would I play that? So why would you want to preserve a game in that state? That doesn't make any sense to me. You want to take down these live service games, put them up on a private server, and then play it with a couple of people. You're not bringing it back at its height. You're not taking a snapshot of what the game actually is. You're making it limp on in a way that doesn't make any sense. That's not preservation.
Except that it does make sense, because the aforementioned private WoW server amassed over 800,000 registered accounts, with peaks of 150,000 active accounts in a given week, and over 18,000 concurrent players before it was shut down. Is that a pathetic snapshot of a dead game too? There are AAA live service games being released right now by legitimate companies that can't get 18,000 concurrent players. To give Jason credit, he does acknowledge that there are some private servers that are successful, but he then proceeds to shut it down as not a solution because it opens devs up to abuse, as if he had already established how that would necessarily be the case.
It opens up a route for abuse to the developers, so that is not a solution. Hi, my name is Jason Thorhall, also known as Pirate Suffer, and the other day I put out a video called Stop Killing Games, saying why I would not support the initiative. Overall, it was actually quite positive.
Another caveat to this whole thing
was quite
is,
positive,
what if
bro,
you don't
really?
care that your private server doesn't have a lot of players? I can think of plenty of live service games that you can reasonably play without a ton of players in the same server, which I guess he'd also consider abusive. I suppose a company like Valve, who has a track record of allowing players to run their own servers, has been allowing their users to abuse them for the past 20 years. That's why they're so unprofitable, right?
Like, he's just always in his own world. He really quiet for real unless he know you. He's funny as hell though.
The comments on this video in particular are possibly the most poignant. It's actually pretty simple. If you design your game specifically with anti-consumer practices in mind, don't be surprised when the consumer starts hitting you back. Valve has multiple live service games, and people have always been able to host their own servers however they like. If you are anti-consumer, the consumer is going to be anti-you. Someone even copy-pasted a comment made by the company Running with Scissors, who made the Postal games, which detailed how, despite being an indie company in activity since the 90s, they have always successfully made the basic efforts to keep their games playable indefinitely. And the best part is, they're just one of the many examples of companies who do exactly what Jason tries to paint as impossible, or at least he tries to paint them as too hard for a smaller team to do. Whether it's private servers saving games, fixing their bugs, keeping games alive, promoting modding culture, there's no shortage of examples that run directly counter to everything Jason said in his video. He is simply existing in an alternate reality. In his attempt to be a white knight for developers, he managed to earn literally nothing but universal disapproval, including from other indie devs. On August 9th, right at the heels of all this controversy, the developer of Cruelty Squad made a tweet, which read, "Discovered that YouTube is full of extremely popular game dev videos where the dev authoritatively explains what makes a game good, while simultaneously showing the most boring game you've ever seen." While Jason was never named here, people in the replies immediately recognized this to be about him, especially especially considering the time frame. Another wrinkle to all of this drama is that just a few months prior to the beginning of this inferno surrounding Jason and Stop Killing Games, an announcement had been made about him being a significant part of a game publishing company called Off-Brand Games. This company just happened to be working on publishing a live service game called Rivals of Aether 2. This is obviously a conflict of interest that Jason never mentioned in any of his tirades against SKG. I must wonder why. But a little while later, the initial momentum of the SKG controversy died down, and Jason played it pretty smart for a guy as invested in online drama as he was. For the rest of the year, the bits of controversies he got involved in were really small in comparison. In late August, he spoke about the Fur Affinity hack and took the opportunity to take a couple of jabs at Kiwi Farms, probably because he knew they were speaking about him. Interestingly enough, he never mentions that he's a furry, which is odd considering the context. In early September, we see EVE Online return, because Jason got into a small issue with the community, where he found himself having to explain his in-game tactics, as bystanders, some of whom were very familiar with the game, speculated that his strategies made literally no sense. Now, you might think that this is meaningless, but he actually got in trouble for a situation just like this right after. While Jason scuttled away from the online community with his tail between his legs, streaming World of Warcraft all day, sometimes for 24 hours straight, the community slowly grew more negative on him. Eventually, it got to the point where it was too much for him to bear, so he started tweeting at his detractors again. But much worse than that, he allegedly started having their videos taken down. Although this began in late August 2024, it's a phenomenon that goes on to this day. The first, at least to my knowledge, was Anno's video on him, which was reported for cyberbullying and harassment. Jason apparently commented on Anno's video and defended himself, which led some to believe he was involved or otherwise responsible in the flagging of the video. Given that this video had a big emphasis on the Emoto story and the sensitive allegations that Jason did something inappropriate with her, let's try to give Jason the benefit of the doubt here and assume the takedown was 100% justified, whether Jason did it or not. The only problem is, soon after, a video by Dr. Copper was taken down, then 2 other videos, and a review of Heartbound, all on the grounds of harassment and cyberbullying. By late October, there were allegedly 15 videos on Jason that got taken down. However, he was met with an obstacle in late January, when he made the mistake of opting to do a DMCA takedown instead of having his community report it for harassment, which led a YouTuber called the Other Frost to cover his case. Frost's video did a really good job of documenting it, so if you want a better breakdown of what happened, you should go watch it. But for the sake of brevity, what happened here is that Brandon Ferrantino, the creator of the game Idle Streaming Bonanza, which contains parodies of multiple popular streamers, used Jason's voice, not in the game, but instead in a personal build of the game for his own entertainment. Brandon then showed this parody of Jason, which contained voice lines from him on stream, much to the entertainment of his audience and the rage of Jason, who promptly filed a DMCA. When Brandon counterclaimed, this is what Jason said.
Hey, Kronos, we have to file a legal complaint against that dude earlier. We're going to take you to court. You're going to lose. You cannot use somebody's likeness or voice in any way inside of your games without their permission. It's a really stupid thing to do. Incredibly so. So I'm going to send this over to Kronos now because he is a lawyer in copyright law. That is his job. Welcome to the finding out timeline, bud.
There are 2 things that Jason is lying about here. Firstly, his voice is not actually in the game, and secondly, Kronos, his stream mod, is not a real lawyer. As it turns out, when you're a full-time LARPer, you attract people like you, and Kronos somehow LARPed well enough to convince Jason to try and take Brandon's game down from Steam, despite his voice not actually being in the game. Unfortunately for Jason and Kronos, a real lawyer was peeved by the situation and offered his services to Brandon, free of charge. The lawyer's name is Mario, and this is what he said. The DMCA you issued was unlawful. You should review the demand letter we sent with an actual US attorney, not a person from Britain who is not admitted to practice law. Basically, this Kronos guy did complete law school in England, but at least at that time, wasn't licensed to practice. In a Substack article from Frost about this, he displayed several Discord messages exchanged between Kronos and Brandon, where, despite Brandon clearly explaining Jason's voice wasn't in the game, he just sticks his head in the ground like an ostrich and acts like he doesn't understand. Repeating that the Twitch clip with Jason's voice was evidence that there was a build which violated DMCA. Reading these DMs isn't necessary, but it's pretty funny to see that Kronos has the same habit as Jason of pretending like he's way more formal than he actually is, down to calling Brandon Mr. Ferrantino over Discord. When Mario started talking to Kronos, however, we see a radical shift in tone. So here, Mario says, "I am going to demand you immediately withdraw, or I may seek damages under Lens v. Universal. That is not a threat. threat. You are not correct, nor should you be dispensing legal advice as to the 14 days being an absolute shield to liability. I will send legal correspondence. I do believe my conversation with you is at an end, as you are not an attorney, nor does it seem you are authorized to handle a legal matter for Mr. Hall. I will direct correspondence to him directly. And then Kronos says, we will be withdrawing the DMCA once we have prepared the documentation to do so. We then need to email this to Steam, the platform to which the notice was filed. I do not know what their process is on their end. I recognize you will be sending a letter to Mr. Hall and will inform him accordingly. It turns out we are not in the finding out timeline. Or maybe just Jason is. When the legal correspondence came to Jason, he didn't respond. So Mario followed up with more correspondence, prompting Jason not to admit that he was wrong, but instead to make a tweet making up an excuse as to why he withdrew the DMCA. The DMCA was absolutely not unlawful. We filed a DMCA in response to the developer claiming that he put my voice in his video game in a playable build, and he showed evidence of this on video via a Reddit thread. We took down the DMCA notice as he reached out and stated that he would be voice acting the lines instead. You're spreading misinformation in a bias form to generate views. We've handled this through the legal route as is appropriate. In this same tweet, Jason uses the same clip from Reddit of Brandon playing his personal build as evidence that this was a published build, when again, it wasn't. Much later on, Jason made another statement on the situation, this time in the form of a comment under one of his videos addressing all of his recent controversies. But nothing new is really said here. As for all of the other instances of people's videos on him getting taken down, to this day, he maintains that he is not responsible for it. While all of this slowly unfolded, another minor side controversy also took place, where Jason made a video coming out in support of the game engine Godot, as they were going through some turbulence at the time. Basically, here's what happened. Godot's official Twitter account made a tweet signaling the support of their engine being used to make woke games. Their words, not mine. A lot of gamers weren't particularly happy about this, and most of them replied to the tweet, asking them to keep politics out of it. In turn, the Godot Twitter account started blocking people left and right, which led people to figure out who was the manager of the Twitter account, only to confirm their suspicions that it was a very politically inclined person, and that the tweet was very intentional. Simultaneously, as people in Godot's own community server started getting banned for taking issue with the tweet, users did some research on the moderator who was responsible for these bans, Xananax, who apparently used to say the N-word a lot on Discord.
You and I are not so different.
The one caveat to this aspect of the story is that the server that Xananax modded for was not technically official, although it was frequently linked on Godot's own website as if it was. So for all intents and purposes, the server at least used to be Godot's community server. While the situation already didn't look great, the Xananax messages forced Godot's hand to apologize for the woke games tweet, although they maintained that the Discord server the mod was in wasn't official. Now, despite the apology, they continued to regularly block people, not just on Twitter, but also on GitHub, which prevented people from getting updates to the engine. This is a particularly questionable move, since Godot is heavy on their reliance on donations and financial support from its user base. During all of this, Jason noticed how big this thing was and decided to pitch in to basically reiterate Godot's official statements in a more didactic and vague way, so that people would question it even less. Of course, Xananax's random Discord messages from years ago aren't officially representative of Godot, even if the Discord server was vaguely tied to them. Based on what we see here, the worst they did was block people frivolously, which may have affected some donors. Ultimately, this means their loss, as sponsors who aren't into this kind of political signaling will pull out.
I think I know what's happening. I think woke is dead.
Strangely enough, one of the sponsors who pulled out was none other than Moldavius Figtree himself, whose Pirate Software logo mysteriously disappeared since this controversy. But all of this stuff was peanuts compared to what was about to happen. In January 2025, Jason was playing Hardcore WoW, which is a version of the game where if you die, you lose your character. During one of his streams, his party ended up getting more attention from aggro mobs than initially intended, so they decided to collectively flee. Now, I don't actually play World of Warcraft, but I'm going to do my best to summarize what happened here. The thing about fleeing in WoW is that the mage plays a significant role in it, as mages have the ability to crowd control mobs. Jason was a mage, so this was his responsibility, but instead, he spammed a spell called Blink, which teleported him way ahead of the rest of the party, leaving them to die. When confronted about his conduct, he claimed he had no mana, and thus couldn't have helped his party, despite having multiple items that would restore his mana and allow him to help his party.
That is outrageous, dude.
You can't blame me for that shit. You make a bad poll, you make a bad call, that's on you.
He also lied and claimed his spells didn't have crowd control ability and blamed everyone else for the deaths of their characters. Now, it may sound very silly that this was even a controversy. I mean, he was playing video games with other people. It's fake, who cares, right? But this actually is an important stepping stone to understanding the downfall of Pirate Software. It wasn't his screw job itself that sealed his fate. Instead, it was his compulsive inability to take responsibility. As surprising as it may sound, this botched hardcore WoW run ignited a hate wave that I think was even greater than when he opposed Stop Killing Games, at least initially. He eventually made a tweet that presents itself as an apology, but when you look under the hood, it's anything but. He blames everyone else in the party for also having made mistakes, and makes sure to remind everyone that he is indeed a former Blizzard employee.
Pirate Software, don't mention you're an ex-Blizzard employee challenge.
Impossible.
This tweet got to 4 million views, and he deleted the original VOD of him playing WoW, almost as if he was trying to sweep it under the rug entirely. Due to Jason's inability to just take the fault, Sodapoppin, who is another streamer and the leader of their guild, which was called OnlyFangs, came forward on his Discord server and said this: I made the decision to kick Pirate from the guild. I felt a large majority of people in the guild felt uncomfortable playing or being around him, and all that drama that surrounded him at this point. Even though some people may not have felt that way, a lot did. And after seeing some clips today from him, quadrupling down, or I don't know what number we're on at this point, I think I'm making the right decision. But still, I feel bad. Try to just let this whole thing slide into forgetfulness and move on. Stay safe, gamers. This is about as polite as Sodapoppin could be, but clearly, it still got under Jason's skin, leading him to make this passive-aggressive tweet about it, followed by him suggesting that the entire guild was ganging up on him and being toxic. The news about this made its way back to Ross, who was still trying to promote Stop Killing Games, and this is what he said.
If you're against Stop Killing Games, and it's because of what you heard from Pirate Software, I think he represented Stop Killing Games as accurately as he represented his behavior in World of Warcraft and towards the
even that guy jumped on it. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, like he said, the guild he was in was something like it was built on hate, and from what I saw, the guild, it didn't look like that. It looked like they're built on trying to have a wild time or something, like, you know. So yeah, I guess one thing that is a little frustrating on my end is that there seems to be very little cross connections between people realizing what he did in World of Warcraft versus realizing he basically did the exact same thing earlier in Stop Killing Games. And it would be really great if we could kind of bridge those a little.
This whole thing brought the levels of skepticism toward Jason to new heights, and people began combing through his recent content, detecting something strange.
I watched his Animal Well playthrough. Okay, I watched the whole thing, but it was on second monitor. And I liked the video. And I remember thinking in the video, I was like, damn, he's good at puzzles, man. I was like, if I was doing this, I'd be stuck. That's what I remember thinking, okay? And then during this drama, I'm like reading some of the comments on this WoW drama, and somebody offhandedly mentioned that he faked it, that he like looked up a guide, that he like was clearly like he says things that happen before he gets there, and he like, and I have, again, I don't know if that's true, but I rewatched some part of the video, and with that knowledge, it looked so much different to me. So I'm not saying anything. This is not, I don't know. All I'm saying is I wish someone smarter than me could look into it.
What you just saw was male pattern baldness representative. What you just saw was Glizzy Enjoyer.
Really?
That's not right. What you just saw was a streamer named Atrioc calling attention to this question, and he got what he wanted because people started looking into it. During his gameplay of Outer Wilds, which was specified in the title to be a blind long play, meaning he's playing the game without backseat gaming from the chat and without looking at guides, people noticed that whenever he got stuck in a part of the game, he started looking at his phone, until suddenly he had an epiphany of how to solve the puzzle. Eventually, people did the same thing to the long play that Atrioc had watched, which was Animal Well, and once again, the same pattern of behavior appeared, with Jason suddenly getting eureka moments and solving things in an instant without ever working for the solution. He eventually caught wind that people were noticing and claimed he was playing games on his phone or texting.
Why did you cheat in Outer Wilds? What? How the hell would you cheat in that game? Bro, we played it all live on stream. All right, bud. It's a wild-ass thing to say. You were typing and they assumed you were Googling? No? I was probably playing Monster Hunter. Like, I've been playing that shit on phone for ages. I always keep it right here.
Oh,
Unless
yeah?
I was typing to somebody or texting to somebody. I don't freaking know.
Yeah. Okay. Perhaps the most glaring example of him accidentally slipping up and revealing he prepared for a playthrough beforehand was his playthrough of Tunic, where he repeatedly managed to read messages written in the game's cryptic language without a reference sheet, or referenced parts of the game that he hadn't reached yet as if he knew them beforehand. Maybe he was sick of making a fool out of himself while gaming, so Jason decided to return to another one of his supposed fortes, hacking, although that didn't go that well either. In the midst of doing one of his masterclass demonstrations, he thinks that he's figured out some kind of cyber attack involving something called a jump box, while inadvertently admitting on stream that he just walked into a VPN called Tunnel Bear without realizing he did.
Provider's Tunnel Bear. Domain is digitalocean.com. Server for rent. Yeah, server for rent. 100%. Normal stuff. So likely this is a rented server from a dude that's using this for attacks. There's your attacker. There's his jump box. We have his jump box.
The negative feedback was just mounting more and more, and in order to stave it off, Jason was banning people in his chat by the thousands. 30,000 to be specific.
At first it started because they didn't like my take on a political initiative, and now
This guy's been milking it so hard. This guy's got like 20, like it's cool, like whatever, but this guy's got about 20 videos. It's the thumbnail, like it got worse. He's done. He's finished. Like, okay, bro, we get it.
It's turned into how much money can I milk out of this? So have fun.
That guy's whole
322
YouTube
already?
blew up
Bill
over this,
resets
and
every
he's
day.
milking the fuck out of it.
Calling out
for
that's gonna get bigger
everything
and
it's
bigger.
worth.
That is the amount of bans that they are doing on people in his stream at that point. It actually gets over 1,000 for this day.
Consequently, his stream, which used to bring in over 20,000 concurrent viewers, had dwindled to less than 8. It's still a very good number, but judging from how quickly the number was dropping, it wasn't looking good. Additionally, Steam itself became one of Jason's distractors at this point, since in February 2025, they implemented notifications to early access games that notified potential buyers of how little a game was being updated. And unsurprisingly, Heartbound was hit with it. And this looked particularly grim since his game was now flooded with negative reviews that Steam deemed legitimate and not the result of gratuitous review bombing. So with nothing safe from the vitriolic hatred of trolls, what was left for Jason? Well, malding on Twitter, which had become a regular pastime of his at this point. While most of it isn't worth any attention, there is one in which he refers to his 12+ hour streams just a couple of lines before he tells someone to go outside. Insane behavior.
Do you do anything to maintain your physical fitness? I touch grass, my dude. I go outside. Yeah. Yeah.
Just so you know that this clip isn't out of context, he elaborated on it as well.
How about workout? I have to work the land here. So there's a lot of land, and I have to do things in it. I also have to keep weights next to my desk so that I don't turn into a slug human. So anytime I'm doing meetings, I'm using these. Because it's important.
I don't mean to make fun of someone for how little they can lift, but that 2.5 pound dumbbell is not standing in the way of any slug transformation.
Yeah.
If early 2025 was bad for him, from
It's not
March
gonna help
onward,
you.
he started plummeting at free fall speed. The first thing to go was the last glimmer of hope for Heartbound, as people noticed that he'd been saying the third chapter of the game was 97% finished since 2023. But by April 2025, not only was the chapter still not finished, but he even managed to not put out the monthly hotfix quote-unquote update. Keep in mind, he only adopted his monthly update ethos in January 2025, right around when Steam started putting notices of slow updates for early access games, which affected Heartbound. This means that just 3 months into despair updating his game to keep it from being punished by Steam, he was already failing to fulfill his promise just a couple of months later. And on the 11th, many days past his monthly update deadline, he announced that he was having internet problems. All of this is quite ironic, considering this is the kind of stuff he was saying on stream.
I don't break my promises to my players. Because if I did, then I wouldn't be making games, right? They would show me very quickly, like I have a whole section on this. You are never above your community, and you are never too important to spend time responding to them. The moment you think you are, they will show you how untrue that really is. Don't forget that, and I mean that. If I screw them over, if I lie to them about that stuff, then they are well within their right to tear me down, and they have every ability to do so, because I don't exist without them.
He is technically right because he's A, not making games, and B, he is being torn down. In the same month he missed the update, Kronos announced Jason was beginning to work on a new game, and that he'd be accepting unpaid concept art from volunteers, in exchange for being credited. What a steal. If anyone dared point out that he spent all of his time streaming and getting into Twitter drama instead of making his game, he just accused them of not being a genuine buyer. Even his own Discord members were complaining about how little work got done on Heartbound, while Jason kept starting new projects like podcasts. The saddest part is that there are people so under his spell that they continue to white knight him. When a member of his Discord said Jason spent 15 hours a day playing video games, someone actually corrected him, saying Jason only played video games for 12 hours a day. Wow, that's so much better and more productive. Then people say that Jason works on Heartbound off stream to avoid spoiling the game's story, despite Jason himself previously expressing that spoiling Heartbound wasn't a concern due to how many routes the game had.
Also, do you worry about spoilers when developing games on stream? I don't worry about spoilers for Heartbound, and the reason why is because I have thousands of routes in the game. And because I have thousands of routes, what you see on stream is a very small piece of a very large iceberg. And that's when I'm able to build things on stream.
5 minutes later.
Someone asks, why do you work on this off stream? Because it's full of spoilers. There's so many things in this that I don't want to show to people, or things that just aren't ready, that if I show you on stream, it's just going to ruin pieces. Like, likely you'll never see those locations.
Actually, DSP.
But on the off chance you would, I don't want you to be spoiled.
Kiwi Toothpick with 569 bits said NPNP. They deserve it.
I think it's worth taking an aside here to mention that pretty much all of the turmoil Jason had experienced up until this point probably could have been avoided if he just didn't get into drama. If he spent, let's say, 6 hours a day streaming and the rest of the day working on Heartbound, while his coding would probably still be pretty amateur and bad, he would actually finish the game at some point, I assume. But instead, it seems like he can't help himself but get caught up in all of these weird little controversies. Controversies that ultimately don't make him look good and don't benefit him in any way. Now, in late April, Jason gave an update to his Discord where he said, honestly, the amount of negativity when I do release content for the game doesn't really make me want to work on it more than I am. The amount of people acting like the world has ended over an update being delayed on a $10 indie game that's been in development 4 years is absurd at best and more than likely just a means to bash me at this point. If you're so invested that you act like an asshole over it, go somewhere else. It's not a means to bash you. It's a reason to bash you. And the people who paid for it aren't gonna go somewhere else. You owe something to them. They paid for a product and they never got it.
If I screw them over, if I lie to them about that stuff,
Then they are well within their right to tear me down, and they have every ability to do so.
You gotta go over there. The guy's not returning your phone calls. I know. They miss a payment. They start acting like they're doing you a favor if they give you anything. And then you gotta spend all your time hounding them. You gotta get your arms around this thing.
In the meantime, streamers who tried to play the game in its current state noticed that despite all the hotfix updates, the game was still fundamentally broken, as you could corrupt your save file by pressing the spacebar in menus or during cutscenes, apparently because the spacebar was the quick save button. These Steam reviews reflected the situation pretty appropriately. After so many years, I forgot about this game. Seems the developer did too. 7 years past the original release date. Updates consist mostly of added some dialogue, which then is being listed scene by scene on the Steam updates to inflate the otherwise empty patch notes. Developer is openly hostile to any criticism, bans anyone who dares to not pat him on the back or kiss his ass. It makes no sense for a 2D RPG story-rich game to have these extremely minimal, barren monthly updates. While he generally didn't engage with the negative reviews, when someone brought up a sensitive topic, he went out of his way to respond. Such was the case when a user brought up how inconvenient and pointless his Steam achievement-based DRM to prevent piracy actually was, considering it was for an unfinished 2D RPG Maker game with not that much public interest. Jason instantly locked the topic on Steam and gave a one-line response saying that he had no interest in adapting the game for platforms outside of Steam. While the updates eventually started coming out again, it was more of the same, with no third chapter in sight. Heartbound, along with Jason's reputation as a game dev, was dead and buried. And the final nail in the coffin was a YouTuber named Coding Jesus, who released some videos reviewing Heartbound's code and concluding that the game is simply unfinishable. These code reviews turned into a whole situation of their own, as Jason's fans apparently tried to take Coding Jesus' videos down.
They've started brigading my channel and mass reporting videos on multiple platforms. Since neither Jason nor his fans have actual arguments against my videos, they resort to smears, ad hominems, and shady tactics in order to get the videos removed. This video in particular, debunking Jason's ray tracing solution for his 2D game, was flagged as selling illicit goods.
Many people believe that this game will never be finished. Every day, it's looking less and less likely that the third chapter will ever come out, and the fourth and fifth are beyond consideration. The game is so doomed that its Wikipedia page has recently been deleted, and that's because the majority of the wiki was made by him, causing an obvious conflict of interest. But as bad as this is just the first jab that led to Jason's ultimate knockout. The second jab was an interview, or maybe
exactly, man, it's
he did
wild,
with content creator psychologist Dr. K. You guys probably know who Dr. K is. He's interviewed a lot of different Twitch streamers and decided to basically psychoanalyze them on a live stream. And honestly, I have no idea why Jason chose to do this. But here's a snippet of how the conversation went when the topic of Jason's arrogance was brought up.
I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this.
Yeah.
That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
Right? So, oh, yeah. So you don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No.
Right? I'm right. So you're subjectively, you're thinking you have blind spots. You're wrong. Like, I'm objective and you're subjective.
During this interview, Dr. K kept trying to probe into the controversies that Jason was involved in to try and understand what processes led to his current situation, and Jason kept feeding him incomplete answers. Dr. K picked up on this and pointed it out as blind spots in his narrative, but ultimately he never managed to cut through, as Jason couldn't wrestle his way out of his defensive delusion.
Right, so we heard a long story from you. Even if it's congruent with reality, one word of what you did wrong, smug, and then 99 words of what other people did wrong. Even if it's correct, I'll agree that it's correct. My point is that when a human being shows up and says, I did one tiny thing wrong and everyone else did 99 things wrong, the reception that they're going to receive is not going to be pleasant.
The thing is I don't know if that's always the case.
One is, once again, this pattern of the more I do something right, the more wrong someone appears to be. Right? So I tried to listen to
why
them.
you would do this.
They became more unhinged. They became more unbending. So that can absolutely be the case. But do you see how this is another scenario where you behaved correctly and someone else behaved incorrectly?
I feel like that is an incorrect response, because the first thing that'll be brought up is they always say, well, you didn't accept any blame. And I go, here's in this post.
What did you hear me say?
Maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah. So I'm just pointing, your statement was, I tried to listen to people and they became more unhinged.
Yeah.
So I want you to
I
code.
think that the people that are still.
No, don't worry about the people. Hold on.
Okay.
Code that sentence. Look at the grammar of that sentence.
Because it's objective?
I did something right and they did something wrong. That's the way. That's what I hear when you say those words. And this could be where your disconnect is. I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. I'm just saying, here's another statement that you made. I tried to talk to people. They're crazy.
I don't think, I think there's an objective reality there, though. When someone comes in and says, you didn't take any accountability for this, and I go, here in this post, I said I did this wrong. Here on this video, I said I did this wrong. And they go, that never happened. Like,
okay.
What am I supposed to do with that?
Very good. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay. So I know it's crazy. I know it's crazy. Okay. So bear with me, Thor. Try. Don't read chat. Focus.
As Dr. K was gridlocked by Jason's unbreakable narc aura, their conversation came to a dissatisfactory ending. The gist of it is Jason overemphasizes the instances in which he's justified and others are wrong, and minimizes every instance where that's not the case. Even if he acknowledges them, he plays them down, like the WoW situation. While remaining mostly technically correct about the details, this is a kind of doublespeak, using tiny morsels of truth to convey an overall dishonest narrative while ignoring what goes against lost it. A month later, this second jab was followed by a devastating cross. But in order to get it, we have to establish a tiny bit of context. Back in February, Jason made a video retreading the wingless Emoto drama about Second Life, among other controversies. Although he correctly explains that him and Emoto were on good terms and that nothing illegal ever happened during that situation, he leaves out some key details about why this was even brought up in the first place. One key component of the testimonies from other SL people was that he was a freaky furry, as we covered much earlier in the video. However, there's no mention of this in the video whatsoever. But why is this relevant? Well, because people realize that although Jason did his damnedest to completely erase any trace of him taking part in the furry community from the internet, this same effort was not carried out by his significant other, Shay. Shay's Second Life profile, which was still up, listed Jason as partner, and listed the groups they were a part of. One of these groups was TDAC Wild Dogs, a group for ferals to congregate. Now, a feral is a furry who prefers their sona to have the anatomy of an animal, as opposed to anthros who prefer their sonas to be humanoid. A lot of people found this concerning because a cursory look through Shay's accounts on other furry websites lead to a fur affinity account named Necrophile. This account not only identifies Shay by name, but has a picture of Shay as the profile ID. Now, if you check the gallery of this fur affinity account, you immediately find a lot of not safe for work art. Some of them depicting animals in diapers, or otherwise they're clearly meant to be children. This page has since been hidden by Shay. All of this is to establish that both Shay and Jason are unconventional, to say the least, when it comes to intimate relations. This brings us to the Lyric Wolf allegations. Before I even get into it, I'd like to preface it with the fact that Lyric Wolf was not a minor, and no criminal charges have ever been brought against Jason for sexual impropriety. Over a long Twitter thread and an accompanying website, Lyric claims that Jason and Shay worked together to have Lyric commit to an exclusive relationship with Jason, despite this degree of commitment not being shared by him. These efforts supposedly culminated in Thor being intimate with Lyric Wolf in a hotel room during TwitchCon. A day later, when Lyric was walking around with Shay, but Jason wasn't there, Shay mentioned he had a secret wife. This supposed secret wife would then be a third person Jason was simultaneously with during this time. When Lyric brought this up to Jason, he instantly became standoffish and hostile, although he didn't exactly deny he had a wife either. Lyric then went back to Shay and communicated what happened, but in the process of doing so, Shay discovered that Jason had been intimate with Lyric, which apparently was a violation of whatever relationship arrangement this kind of thing is, where Jason was supposed to communicate whenever he'd be with someone else. Now, after they fell apart, Lyric admittedly lied to PayPal to make a chargeback to a donation he'd made to the Pirate Software Studios, and Jason responded by making a DMCA against Lyric's YouTube channel, which culminated in some public back and forth that never got any attention. Both of Jason's responses from 2019 and 2025 focus exclusively on the fraudulent chargeback and Lyric allegedly doxing his phone number when sending their conversation to someone else. Whatever the case may be, the extremely extensive chat logs Lyric uploaded seem legitimate and contained original pictures of Jason found in them that cannot be found available online. Additionally, Lyric shared court records that prove Jason was indeed married at the time this story took place. While these claims ultimately aren't that scathing, Jason clearly put forth an inordinate amount of effort toward maintaining a furry ERP harem exclusively committed to him while keeping all of it a secret. But despite not being too damning as far as accusations go, you can imagine how this further lowered his standing in the public eye. If the previous controversy was a KO, this whole thing was a hammer fist follow-up shot. If he ever had a chance to regain his audience, that chance was quickly slipping. Fortunately, not all was bad, because his catastrophic downfall served as fuel for the Stop Killing Games campaign. As 1 year after their initial clash, Ross decided that, as the deadline for the EU petition was approaching, it was time to finally put his thoughts about Pirate Software into a video. As it turns out, despite how much Jason's anti-Stop Killing Games campaign was a PR nightmare for him, he enjoyed sort of a Pyrrhic victory against SKG, as according to Ross, Jason's video was effective in drying up the initiative signatures. Despite how justified Ross was, he was simply way smaller than Jason was at the time, and for all intents and purposes, SKG was doomed to fail. Or was it? Well, if this was purposeful on Ross's part to get Jason talking about it again, it worked, as Jason made a tweet doubling down on his original stance in as ignorant a way as ever, explicitly saying he will never talk to Ross and considers the entire thing rage bait. Jason immediately regretted this decision and took his tweet down, crying and complaining to his hug box about the hate, but it was too late. The same day this little exchange was going down, none other than Moist Critical decided to signal boost SKG to the tune of a little under 4 million views, which poured gasoline, paint thinner, and lighter fluid on the fire of support for SKG and hatred for Pirate Software. Software. After taking down his tweet, Jason also took down his stream and fired up another one to get rid of any of his engagement with the Ross video, which is kind of funny considering this clip.
Never accept responsibility? No, I 100% accept responsibility for my own words. That's why I left those videos up and I'm not taking them down.
As his audience was simply not large enough to counteract all the negative feedback he got whenever he streamed or tweeted, he holed himself up in his Discord server where he melted down for the rest of the day. Eventually, he went back on Twitter to double down on his stance, not out of courage to stand up to the majority, but instead because he has no other motives in his repertoire. Among his reiteration of his points, he blatantly lied and claimed he never took any of his videos down, which Ross pointed out in a reply. While Jason initially tried to claim internet outages were responsible for the vanishing VODs, he randomly removed this line and claimed instead he took down the VOD because of harassment. What's pretty interesting here is despite saying many times he would never be willing to engage with Ross, Jason kept replying to him on Twitter, fishing for a gotcha moment that never came. This means that he was perfectly okay with engaging with Ross. He's just not okay with doing it on stream. During this period, Jason was extremely tense and sensitive during streams, banning anyone he even suspected was going to be negative towards him.
EDAGFTDNADGFSNM with $10 said you should remember what Dr. K.
Enough of that.
Within one day of his first video on SKG, Charlie made a second video, this time focusing more on Jason.
Anyway, he did delete that tweet, but just a little while ago, he made a new tweet, a very long tweet, as well as a series of tweets under it in regards to this whole thing. And in all these words, all this mumbo jumbo, not once does he say he was wrong about anything. In fact, he just continues to double down, even proudly stating he is doubling down. Wow, how incredibly noble, doubling down on things you are provably, blatantly wrong about. And it prompted me to reach out directly to him, to talk to him, to see, like, why isn't he acknowledging that? Is there a reason? Like, what is going on there? So I did. He made it very clear he was not very happy with my coverage of Stop Killing Games, which is fine. I think that's totally fine. I'm not going to leak DMs or really go in depth on our private conversation, but the point of me reaching out to him was to talk about his refusal to acknowledge that he did, maybe unintentionally, misrepresent Stop Killing Games, and it led to a just shy of 2 hours, like, circular argument that ultimately got us nowhere. He was more focused on his qualms with Stop Killing Games and really liked to challenge me to prove him wrong about some of his hang-ups with it. We got nowhere.
Despite Charlie making it a point to mention he wasn't going to leak their DMs, the first thing Jason did upon the release of the video was leak their DMs to his Discord server. Given Charlie mentions that Jason repeatedly tried to get him to challenge him, I think what Jason intended to get out of this from the first moment he made contact was getting a debate stream with Charlie. When that didn't happen, and Charlie nonchalantly put him down in a video, which was pretty fair considering Jason's attitude, he settled for the next best thing, villainizing him in his hug box. If you actually read what Jason is saying here, he's complaining that Charlie didn't just continue to talk to him about this indefinitely, as if the two were friends, which may have been what Jason wanted ultimately. After all,
he wanted to keep it private, like what DSP doesn't like.
Avoid talking to someone about SKG directly. But when Charlie, one of the people with the most clout online, reached out, suddenly he's talking. A few days after this controversy involving Charlie went down, former Blizzard dev designer Dave came out in support of SKG. Finally, a real Blizzard dev with over 20 years of experience. This guy actually did 20 years too. Unbelievable.
First and foremost, as a game designer, I have a vested interest in my work remaining in the public eye in some fashion. I honestly don't care if it's pirated or sold without any compensation returning to me, because pretty much everything I've worked on is pirated or sold without any compensation for me. So, what I care about is that people get to play and enjoy that work. What Stop Killing Games is trying to do is change EU laws that are currently vague, which allow companies to abandon their games, while the people who purchase them may never be able to play them again, without some form of piracy. All that the initiative desires to do is to require these companies to have some form of end-of-life measures so that people who paid money for these games can continue to play them long after the development team is laid off.
Hearing from people with actual boots-on-the-ground knowledge speak on this topic is like water to a man dying of thirst in the desert. Next came the YouTube channel GNCA, who collabed with Ross to promote SKG. Then, a KF user named Definitely Not Me made a design for a pro SKG poster based on the guy from Postal, and the studio behind the Postal games retweeted it and officially supported the movement, leading to memes such as this one.
Hi there, would you like to sign my petition?
Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
Then PewDiePie and Jacksepticeye made community posts mobilizing their audience to go sign the petition, with Jack making an entire YouTube video promoting the initiative, which now sits at over 1 million views, where he mentions Pirate Software by name.
Someone like Pirate Software has gone out and done a horrible video on it, misrepresenting what it is.
It's almost unbelievable to see the sheer volume of support for not just the initiative, but also for Ross. He was basically screaming about this for 5 years and having to put up with people like Pirate Software trying to dunk on him for it before the initiative ever saw any significant success. The first benefits of this wave first hit the localized UK petition, which within just a couple of weeks skyrocketed from 16,000 signatures all the way to the required 100,000, which meant it would be brought before the parliament. When this happened, the company Jason was working for at the time, Off-Brand Games, started suffering consequences for its association to Jason, to the point where Ross posted to Reddit asking for people not to punish the company and its games for Jason's stupidity. Unsurprisingly, he got fired or stepped down from the company and profusely mauled about it on Discord, while he banned anyone that mentioned anything negative in his Twitch chat. As he clammed up completely and his sycophantic followers continued to make increasingly delusional responses to criticism, the collective efforts of Reddit, Kiwi Farms, European gamers, and gamers in general, and a number of YouTubers who went out of their way to support the movement, and probably most importantly, the continuous efforts of Ross over the course of half a decade, Stop Killing Games managed to rally a massive amount of support. In May, they were just a few months away from their deadline and only had 400,000 signatures, 1 million signatures away from the goal. It looked like it was over. But you know what they say about what's inside every "it's over"?
I don't think CoffeeZilla's going to look at DSP.
I found there was, within me, an invincible "we're so back."
In under 2 months, the glistening, white-hot hatred of hundreds of thousands of people for one smarmy, furry pseudo-game dev made itself manifest, and just like that, by July 3rd, the initiative got to over 1 million signatures. Just as Ross published his major update to the campaign, Louis Rossmann re-entered the fold and started avidly promoting and donating to his cause, followed by none other than the original creator of Skibbity Toilet. With this final push, the initiative met its final destination: 1,400,000 verified signatures. While this was all just literally an initiative, it's a major step forward in a conversation that just wouldn't have happened were it not for an extremely unlikely set of circumstances: the perfect storm. Now, after this happened, there were a few developments to Jason's online presence. Since his game is probably dead and his popularity on YouTube was well on its way to meet the same fate, he had made his last stand on Twitch, but even that has started to look sour. For the time being, this is probably one of the best outcomes this story could have. SKG succeeded, and Ross is drawing a lot of eyes to the right places, while Jason, not Thor, Hall's online presence has been relegated to his Twitch worshippers, a number of people which seems to be dwindling to this day. With that, I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
And even after this, more shit happened. With the fake hype trains and stuff like that. A little bit more stuff happened even after this. Turkey Tom. He is annoying, isn't he? What else has he got? Fucking Turkey Tom. We watched Liver Kingdom, that was alright. I don't know any of these other ones. iDubbbz. Really interested. We watched the Wes Watson one. Johnny Somali one's well old. That was trash. Most of that was trash. They didn't get all the way through it, I don't think. Turkey Tom. DSP really hates this guy. Where's the DSP one? It's a while ago now, look. 1 year, is it 2 years? A decade of failure. Oh dear. Turkey Tom. Fucking Turkey Tom. Every time. Oh. Yeah, the ego stroking, that'd be great, wouldn't it? Renzo, big ups. Did I say Tinkle Fairy? Right, what next? I don't know if I'd want to watch the Cyrax one, to be honest. I don't know if I want to watch that. That's terrifying enough. That's a while ago anyway. So it ain't even gonna be up to date.
Oh, look at that.
Turkey Tom. Yeah, I listened to that as well. Bearded Biscuit. I listened to that as well. Did he get his money? Yeah, the guy got bank. Didn't the guy make like $250 today? Yeah, he was loving life, I bet. Fucking Turkey Tom. Yeah, allegedly. Allegedly, the guy made bank today. But, you know, what are these sus games? What is this sus game I've just seen on Xbox? On the fucking main page. Hang on a minute. Age 7 and above. Oh, yeah. Age 7 and above. Oh, there's another good one in here. Where's the other one I see the other day? Where's the one I see the other day? Oh, where is it? Oh. Ah, yes. A live-action romance simulation where you, by some ridiculous twist of fate, become the only guy at an all-girls university. Oh my god. Yes. Oh, I almost want to play this. What's wrong with some of their eyes? What's wrong with some of their eyes? That's not very credible. Oh my god. Oh, I wonder what Turkey Tom would say about this. Yeah, look, what's wrong with it? It's not AI'd up, but that ain't even real. That ain't even real. That's AI slop chop. I'm telling you now. Look at that. That is some wild AI slop. Yeah, it's got some weird name as well. What is it? Yeah, that's the name. Look at the name. Oh, by New Gamer. This is some proper AI slop. This is some proper slopper. Oh, what's it saying? What do the reviews say? Bump out great FMV games, fun and entertaining. That person wasn't happy. That person was well not happy. Another banger. All for £11. Yeah? Mafia. Let's see what we can find. Turkey Tom. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to calm down after watching that. Wasn't there some other rant from the other day I missed? Oh, the feasting of the hot dog. Of course. Oh my goodness. I completely forgot about that. Right, let me go and get another drink and another smoke then. We got the feasting of the hot dog that I didn't watch.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
All right.
Snort, snort, snort. Tell you, drip. Snort.
All right, sit tight.
Snort. I got the drip. Go.
Okay, I got a lot. This will be interesting. 4 different items I'm testing for the first time. By the way, someone tipped me $2. Let's see. Did you get my $5 tip? No. It doesn't mean that you didn't send it. It means I didn't get the notification for it. All I see here is a $2 tip that says, did you get a $5 tip? So no. Sorry, if someone did tip me $5, I'm sorry. It must not have sent me the notification. I apologize, but if it does show up here, I will shout it out during DSP Tries It, okay? Okay. I brought a copious amount of napkins because I knew for this, I'm probably going to need it for the amount of grease involved. Okay? Okay. All right, are we ready to start? All right. Let's begin, shall we? Cool. I'm just going to go ahead and mute every single person saying that the audio is muted because it's not. So I'm just going to mute ban all of you right now. So ban you. Let's see here. Ban you. Ban you. Ban you. 5 or 6 people lying about me being muted, which I'm not. Okay. Are we ready? All right. Let's begin. Here we go, everybody. Hello, everyone. DSP here. And once again, it is time for a very fun episode of DSP Tries It. Devour. We haven't done one of these in a couple of weeks. This is going to be a decent one, I feel. Today, we are going to partake in a place that I've eaten at once before, but only once. And it actually wasn't a full meal. We actually had done a triple smash burger taste test back in the fall. And during that time, I compared the standard burgers at 3 different places against each other. This place won that taste test. Months later, August of the next year, I said, hey, why not do a real episode of DSP Tries It, tasting out all the different foods? So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Today, it is time for DSP Tries It Shake Shack. Let's see how it goes. Hopefully well. I have not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 different items that I'll be testing from Shake Shack today, all of which are kind of different. So, I got a burger. I got a chicken sandwich. I got some, a hot dog. And I got some fries. So all 4, all right, 4 awesome things to try today. I hope you guys are excited. All right, let's actually take a look here. Let's get it all out in the open here. This looks like the fries. Crinkle cut. Wow, I can't show them to you because there's this weird tab, a weird cardboard tab. Crinkle cut fries that are seasoned with a spicy seasoning, and they provided ranch sauce to dip them in. Okay? So that's number 1. It'd be great if I could grab a paper towel here. A bacon and cheddar and regular American cheese hot dog. Guess what? They gave me a plain hot dog. That is incorrect. That is not what I ordered. Wrong. So I paid way extra. The standard hot dog is $5. The bacon and cheese hot dog is $9 and change. And they gave me the wrong hot dog entirely. Now I wonder the rest of the order. Idiots. Okay, that's not a good sign and not a good start for Shake Shack here today. We've got, find out, the Chicken Shack sandwich, which is supposed to be the standard fried chicken sandwich that they have at Shake Shack. It's supposed to be pretty basic. It's just like chicken and maybe lettuce, tomato, and like shack sauce. I figured since I never had their chicken before, I wanted to give it a fair tasting of what the flavor was before I did like 20 add-ons, because they have one that has like pickles, like fried pickles and crazy stuff. I was like, we'll do the standard. So the chicken shack sandwich. And then lastly, a variation on the shack burger. Last time I just got a standard shack burger. This time I got what's called the smoke shack. Okay. So this one is supposed to have bacon and some kind of like cherry peppers on it and some kind of like a barbecue sauce. Okay. So there you go. So 4 things to try. All right. I've already had a burger. So I actually feel like I should wait to try the burger and do the other things first. Okay. Now also, 2 packages of just ranch sauce to dip the fries in. And that's it. So if someone was like, oh, did they put the toppings for your hot dog on the side? No, they're just not there. They completely ripped me off. That's almost $5 that they cheated me out of because they didn't give me the bacon and the cheese. And there's supposed to be 2 kinds. Supposed to be cheddar, American, and bacon on there. So now I got a plain hot dog, which is, I'm not too happy about that, to be honest with you. Okay. Like the thing is, a normal hot dog like that, there's nothing wrong with a plain hot dog. But if you're going to eat a hot dog, you want toppings, right? Like I would have, if I was there, I probably would have put mustard and relish and things on it. Okay. Now, I did tell you guys that as a special treat, we would have a little return. Let's do the hot dog first. And while I'm doing it, let's wear the Sonic the Hedgehog hat that I've worn over the years. I've actually had this hat for like over 12, 13 years. And every once in a while, we do a Sonic playthrough, and I put the hat on, okay? So here it is. While I eat the hot dog today. Wow, it really doesn't sit on my head very well, does it? So, Devakian just did a super chat and says, how much did this cost you? I'll tell you each as we eat, okay? Wow, this really doesn't stay on my head well. Let's just eat the hot dog now so I can get it off my head because it's not going to stay on, okay? So, it's supposed to be an all-beef hot dog. It's supposed to have 2 kinds of cheese and bacon on it. It has nothing on it. Now you might say, why are you wearing the Sonic hat? This is weird. So originally this was supposed to be all hot dogs. Like no lie, this DSP tries it. The entire thing was supposed to be hot dogs, but their hot dog promotion ran out. They were supposed to have a spicy hot dog. They were supposed to have a more like savory hot dog, one with pickles on it. But then it ran out. They don't have them anymore. So I said, oh, I'll just get the best hot dog they have, the bacon cheese. Oh, they don't even give me the toppings. So all I can do, and thank you guys for your contributions. I'll shout these out in a bit. Literally all I can do is judge it based off the flavor of the plain hot dog. So for the record, this is $5 if you order a plain hot dog from them. The one with bacon and cheese is $9 and change. Well, guess what? I didn't get any of that. So I'm eating a $5 hot dog that I paid $10 for. Great. All right. Let's see if it's any good.
Devour.
For a plain hot dog, it's not bad at all. It's all beef, so it has that extra flavor of an all beef hot dog. You ever had a Nathan's hot dog or something like that? It tastes just like that. They cut it down the middle and grilled it on that side and then put it back together. So it actually has a little bit of extra flavor, like that sear flavor on the inside of the hot dog. The casing is a little bit chewy, which is good. That's a good sign. It means that maybe it's a natural casing actually made of intestine as opposed to the simulated casings that they make today that are like mush. So it has kind of a bite to it when you bite into it. It's supposed to. The bun is surprisingly good. It's supposed to be a potato bun. I don't taste potato, but it's sweet. It's a sweet dough. And it's actually very soft. So I like the flavor of the bread going with the hot dog. But you can only go so far with a plain hot dog. Is it good? Yeah, it's all right. Definitely if I had spicy mustard, relish, sauerkraut on there, if I actually got my bacon and my cheese, and it's supposed to be 2 kinds of cheese, it probably would have been really good, like amazing. But Shake Shack ripped me off and only gave me a plain hot dog. All right, well, there you go. Plain hot dog. $5 for a plain hot dog, or 9 and change if you want the bacon and cheese one. Okay? All right. Now I'm going to get this hat off because it's bothering me. Very good. All right. You got to see Sonic Phil eat a hot dog here today. Okay. Continuing on. I want to try the fries. I'm intrigued if the fries actually are spicy. Let's get the ranch sauce. Here it is. So all it says is ranch. I guess it's just plain ranch. I thought it was supposed to be like a spicy ranch, but it looks like it's just plain ranch sauce here. What the? It like exploded when I went to open it. You know what though? It's weird because it's not actually that plain ranch color. It's a little bit yellowish. So you would think maybe it does have extra flavor. I don't know. Okay, so here we have the seasoned fries. I'll give you the alternate camera angle because it's actually hard to see them. The seasoned crinkle cut fry. There you go. That's a much better view. Okay? Honestly, they look like the standard crinkle cut fry you can get anywhere, including the grocer's freezer. So I'm not really too impressed with the fry offering. But maybe that spicy seasoning is good. The camera does not want to autofocus for some bizarre reason. It does not want you to see these fries. Nope, it does. It really doesn't. Whatever, I give up. All right, so let's try spicy fry. First, let's try a spicy fry by itself. Okay?
Juzzy killing the headless ape? The second time?
Not soggy. Look, it actually holds up when you lift it up. It's not sogging over. That's a good sign. So hopefully it's crispy.
What a face. The deathless run?
I know, dude. I know well, my deal. Fucking... Welcome to the deathless... This is the deathless attempt. Still going. Now it's over.
It tastes just like a fry you get from your
It's
grocery
over.
store. But it is crispy on the outside. That's good. It's not soggy. As for the spicy powder or seasoning, it builds just a little bit. Like it's a little bit of spicy.
The powder? The spicy? The building?
I feel like the more you eat, the more hot it'll get in your mouth. Let me have 1 or 2 more and see how it is. Then I want to try it with the ranch sauce. Here's a little one. This one.
Keir Starling is the worst admin the UK server has ever seen. This is why he's such a bot and won't be admin again next season. So everyone knows that Keir Starling loves VPN players. Since he has been admin, he has opened the server for other regions and rewarded starter loot boxes to VPN players on arrival. This loot box includes brand new phones, new cosmetics, and a level 8 hotel base. This has caused a lot of angry UK players to raid these POIs, as OG UK grinders are still rocking tier 1 Primark skins, and they get no
tier 1 Primark skin is wild.
Loot boxes at all. But here's the thing, back in chapter 2003, Bro grinded as a human rights player. This was to keep VPN players in the server, so Bro's been practicing this ult for a while, but since he was made host, he's been bottom fragging on all of the polls. Absolute bot. Bro's on 1 health and no one's resin.
I mean, accurate.
Has more seasoning on it.
Accurate.
It's actually a little weird. I can't tell what it is. Is it paprika? Is it red pepper? I don't know. I don't really taste much. All I taste is burning in my tongue. Like my tongue is burning, but I can't put my finger on what the flavor is that they use to season it to make it spicy. Oh yeah. The more I eat, it's building.
DBD sucks. I mean, I never played it.
This one has a lot of the seasoning on
I
it.
never played it. I'll have to take your word for that. Don't. I wasn't planning on it. I wasn't planning on it. Is that bad, is it?
It is building spice, but it's not. I think this might be a little bit too spicy for certain people. For me, I have a decent spice tolerance level, so it's kind of like okay for me. Let's see if these are good with the sauce. So here's the ranch dipping sauce. The sauce does come
I mean,
with
it
the
does
standard
seem
for
to
the
be
record,
that
like, it
sort
does
of
come with it
game.
by default. Whoa. I actually think that made it way better. Mmm. Those are way better with the sauce.
Oh, yeah?
That ranch is not a standard ranch. It has an extra flavor to it. Maybe that's why it's
A
not
standard
white, it's a different
ranch?
color,
Oh,
almost
my
like
Why
lord.
is there a muscular man screaming?
It's got added flavor.
No, was
It's
he
really
bad?
good, actually.
I didn't
So-
watch any of it, no. I didn't watch any of it, no. Was it bad, was it? Was it that bad?
Now we're getting to the craveability of this.
Very embarrassing, yeah, I'll bet.
Damn, that's good.
I'll bet it was. And he's
Okay,
on
so-
PC, mouse, keyboard, and everything.
I would say I like the spicy
He tried
fries,
sniping, wow.
but I like them with the sauce.
I hope
By
my sniping
themselves,
still holds up.
And there's nothing to write home about. Added to the sauce, the flavors are good.
It should do.
It's a better quality ranch. It's more high end. Yeah, that's good. One more because I want to eat other stuff. But again, addictive. I keep popping them. I can't stop eating them. Mmm. That's good. That's okay. The hot dog was like $5 for the plain, $9 for bacon and cheese. These fries, I believe, were like 6 and change.
20 minutes, but again, yeah. This
Not
doesn't
too bad,
surprise
but they
me.
do sell like the deluxe smothered fries, and those are like $8 or $9.
In the
I just
slightest.
went for this. It wasn't so expensive. All right, one more. One more. 2 more. Okay. Okay. That was pretty good. I'm not going to lie. Even though they're standard fries you get from the grocery store, the fact that they were crispy on the outside and the combo of the
This
spice
is
and the
Wu
ranch,
Jang.
and the ranch was a very tasty ranch, I would say.
Still,
Okay. Well, certainly better than the plain hot dog they
we're
screwed
still
up on.
going strong. We're still creeping towards the end.
Okay, so Devoclin, thanks
Well,
for $2
I can't find the
Canadian.
lady I'm supposed to talk to right now.
And thank you to
And
BVan021 who did a $5 super chat and said Sonic Hat. I told you I'd put it on. I'm going to put it on again when I eat more of that.
I read something about that.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know what
And then I got
they're
a $5
talking
tip
about.
as well. And this is from
I don't know
Using
what
a
they're
4
talking
and 4
about.
as a mobile
But today in the game, allegedly there are parts of the game now where you just can't kill certain enemies. And that's true. Certain enemies now, they just kind of fight amongst themselves and then they just kind of wander off. You can't lock onto them or damage them and they don't react to you. Because these fucking imbeciles or whatever had to like appease the Chinese government. Allegedly. That's what I read. I don't know about the story because I've already come quite far in the game. So I'd have to like maybe play it again. I've not been paying that much attention to the story, but enough. Now it's getting review bombed on Steam because the devs caved in and changed all this shit. I also got a text from my mate who's been playing computer games for a long, long time, and I respect his opinion, and I'm going to read to you what he said. I'm going to read to you what he said. There's a map on Battlefield that has to be literally the worst map ever made. The start, you have to capture the flag. The middle with their spawn looking down on that part of the area you need to be in. They can walk right up to your spawn, so a decent team will be able to easily spawn trap you. And there's loads of buildings they can access from their spawn that allows them to shoot down on you. Whoever designed that map should never be allowed near a map editor again. And I put, that's why I wouldn't even give them an extra player number on the server, like on the beta. And he put, it's so bad that as soon as the map appears, everyone leaves the server. He said the first week was good, this one is shit. A guy on his team was sniping with a tank. He said it was kind of fun, but he's basically saying like, it's not, Battlefield's not back, like everybody's saying. Oh, what is this?
Spawn point that allows you to be on your team spawn any point in the map, while X is a motion sensor, also 6 is a UAV. This is a delayed tip for when I was playing Battlefield. It does not apply to DSP Tries. So maybe that would have made sense when I was playing Battlefield, but I'm not anymore, so I have no idea what you're talking about. But thank you for the $5, whoever that was. Okay. Okay, continuing on. Up next, we will have some chicken. But before that, I got to blow my nose, because every time I eat something spicy, my sinuses fill up, and then I can't taste properly. So allow me to blow my nose, and then we'll do the chicken sandwich, okay? Give me a sec here.
Okay.
Fox did a $2 super chat, says, don't scam us, put the hat back on. I said I would wear the hat when I'm eating the hot dog. And I'm going to eat more of the hot dog, so don't worry about that. Okay.
A one-shot sniper. I love that.
All right, let's continue. Okay. Time for the chicken. This is called the Chicken Shack sandwich. If you're not in the U.S., you probably call it a burger. But in the U.S., we just say chicken sandwich.
Hey, I might have wanted to replicate that sauce.
We don't call non-beef sandwiches burgers. We don't. If we do, we'll call it like veggie burger, so you know what it is. But we would never say chicken burger here in the U.S. It's kind of a different thing than the West.
But he's not talking about Chick-fil-A, is he?
It's hard to actually film things from Shake Shack because of their packaging.
That's probably just a bot.
I'm curious what's on it. This is the standard chicken sandwich, the lowest end. Okay. Let's see here.
That was most likely a bot, wasn't it?
So it's in an actual like wax paper, almost like envelope. I guess you could eat it.
Envelope.
And it looks like it's got lettuce. What else is on here?
There's some really weird-brained people, like, either typing in chats or making bots to type in chats on this fucking website, dude.
I guess it's just lettuce and pickles.
There's some severely fucking weird people on this website.
Let's give it a shot. Let's take it out of that wrapper. All right.
You know he ate all of them.
Yeah, there's pickles on the bottom. I can definitely see pickles sticking out the side there. Okay.
Listen, I annihilate all fast food when I eat it. Even if it's the next morning or whatever, I don't give a fuck, bro. I'll annihilate it. Turkey down.
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah, see, look, Juzzy, before I could kill these guys, and there was another one of them here who wanted to fight.
On the breading. And it is absolutely
now I can't target them or hurt them.
The bite was like ridiculous.
And the other guy who I did fight is just not here. That enemy's just flat out not there. Look, I can't target this guy with this knives. Look, I can't target him.
One thing I'm noticing, the bun.
I literally can't target this guy.
As you can see, the chicken
They've changed what the enemies are. There used to be dogs here. There used to be dogs here. Now I can only target this like fucked up version of the guy. I can't target this dude himself.
Wow.
And he can't hurt me. Look, you used to have to fight all these guys with their own move sets.
That's not good.
Now they just wander off. Yeah. The Chinese. Great game, guys. Well done. Bruv, cowards, man. Just leave the fucking country and do something else.
Wow.
You fucking cowards.
It's pretty good. It's just dry. If they said there was supposed to be shake sauce on here, I don't taste any sauce. What I taste is tons of flavor in the breading. It's very crispy, salty, savory. It's not buttermilk. It's something else.
It's not buttermilk.
It's got a lot of seasoning in it. Whatever the breading is they use for the chicken sandwich has tons of seasoning in it. The pickles are decent. The lettuce you don't really taste, and I don't taste any sauce. The bun is sweet. It's the same bun type and that was with the hot dog. So
it's not buttermilk.
Sweet bread. It's not bad. It's pretty standard, basic chicken sandwich.
Great, weird elongating of his fucked up face eating there. Great.
I would put it up there with some of the other chicken sandwiches that I have had over the last few years. Chick-fil-A, Popeyes, they're all pretty good. They're all very similar, too. The base sandwich, all have pretty much the same.
I got a heel off. Great.
Right? Nothing special. I swear it was supposed to have a sauce, or a sauce, and I swear it was supposed to have a tomato. All right, I gotta check this out. I should say this for clarification purposes. This is a mall Shake Shack. We actually don't have any standalone Shake Shacks in my area at all. The only one we have is this mall Shake Shack. So I don't know if this is like a screw up because the mall Shake Shack doesn't know what they're doing. Let me take a look. So here it is. The Chicken Shack, it's called. So antibiotic-free, hand-breaded, white meat chicken breast over lettuce, pickles, and buttermilk herb mayo on a toasted bun. Okay, it's supposed to be a buttermilk herb mayo.
Buttermilk?
I don't really taste the mayo at all. If it's on there, they must not have put much. It must be like the tiniest amount of mayo. The pickles
He's
are good,
really complaining over mayo by Naka. How you doing?
All right.
He's quibbling over how much mayo he can taste on it.
Bacon cheese dog is what I ordered. 100% I ordered the bacon cheese dog and they ripped me off. I didn't get it.
He's lying. Okay. I don't even believe him. I guarantee you he's lying.
The spice rub on the fries is supposed to be cayenne pepper, garlic, and paprika. So maybe because it's all three together, it's hard to put your finger on what it is. Okay.
DSP, you never name any herbs or spices ever.
Is decent. Not amazing, not bad. It's decent. Okay? Now, for the main event, the burger. The Angus beef cheeseburger with applewood smoked bacon, chopped cherry peppers, and a shack sauce on a potato bun. It's called the Smoke Shack.
Smoke Shack.
What's up, Satan? How are you? Satan saying hello to me. Let's give this a look. Smoke Shack, shall we?
The Smoke Shack.
Here we go. Interesting. I wish this camera would focus better. It really does. It's supposed to be autofocusing. It almost never does. Interesting looking. It is a smash burger, for those who don't know. The Shake Shack only does smash burgers. They don't do other kinds of burger, okay? It's a single, though. It's not a double. It's a single burger. I figure with the insane amount of food I was ordering, I definitely didn't need a double today. Okay. So I just want to check it. They said cherry peppers. Oh, yeah. They're on there. See them? See all the red peppers on there? They're on there. So there is cherry peppers, cheese, bacon, and supposedly Shack sauce. All right. Let's give it a go. The Smoke Shack from Shake Shack. Is it any good? Let's find out.
Devour, devour.
Interesting. Let me keep going a little bit. I'm going to take a couple more bites. I definitely want to bite with the peppers. It looks like they put all the peppers in one area, which is not
It's
good.
literally a fucking Shake Shack burger. Literally all that thinking to not even name, again, most of the time, any sort of like specific flavors used, anything at all outside of the basics. All of those faces to the side, thinking like he's an actual food critic. All of this bullshit. Every time. Just bullshit. Oh, yeah, that bite was so different to the other two.
Whoa. They are spicy. They're
Oh, yeah,
tangy,
so spicy, dude.
Very spicy, too. I
Shut
took that
up.
one bite, and the heat has gone up from that one bite.
Well, the heat has gone up.
Okay.
It's a basic burger, you fucking moron. You get Shake Shack here, for fuck's sake. It's a fucking fast food burger, you dent.
All right, one more bite, then I'll give you my thoughts, okay?
He's nearly eaten the whole thing already. After already stuffing his face with a chicken burger and a hot dog.
Okay.
He's healthy, though.
I really like the cherry peppers on there. They actually hit the spot. They give the burger an extra tasty kick that a normal burger doesn't have. Tanginess and heat on top of the savoriness of that meat. It has the nice crispy edges on the meat that you get from a smash burger. I really like the crispy edges that are on this burger.
Wow.
The cheese is good. I'll be honest about the bacon. It is crispy, but I don't really taste it that well. And I just don't know if that's because there's so much flavor in smash burger meat. Remember, smash burgers, the way that they're made, the fat kind of like pools into the meat when they're smashing it, and then they just scoop it up and fry it. So it might be that it's already so fatty with the meat from the smash burger that it's hard to discern the flavor
Of what? Of bacon?
of the bacon from the actual
Yeah.
meat that's in there. Every bite, I'm just tasting salty and meat. I can't say, oh, that's bacon. You know, you eat a certain burger with bacon, you can usually make out the bacon flavor. I can't really make out the bacon flavor. Also, I'm going to say this again. This one had garlic mayo on it, garlic aioli mayo. This one, I think it said had smash sauce. I don't taste it. I feel like they're going too light on their sauces because I really don't taste it at all. I taste the meat, I taste the peppers, and again, I taste the sweetness of this nice potato bun, but I cannot
The
taste
sweetness of
sauce
this
at all
nice
on
potato
this.
bun?
Okay. All right, by the way, the chicken sandwich, the basic chicken sandwich, was around, I think, $8. This burger, the Smokehouse smash burger, single burger, not a double, was around, I want to say, a little over $10. If you get more toppings, like the higher end ones, they have one that's like a Smokehouse, and that one has like from what I remember, onions, like breaded onions, and like a barbecue sauce and other things on it. That one's more expensive. That one's like $12, $13. This one's around 10. Okay. So, taking a look at everything that I have here. All right. The hot dog is just okay. It's a beef hot dog. I like the bun with it, but it's nothing special. If I was able to put condiments on it, maybe I would have liked it more. And if I was able to get the toppings I paid for, you know, the bacon and the 2 kinds of cheese, maybe I actually would have liked it. But it's a disappointment when the place gets you the wrong order, right? Okay.
Kittens Mittens, did I say hello to you
which
earlier?
I believe were 6 and
Maybe.
change. They're not bad. I'm a little disappointed with the fact that
They're
they're
not
just
bad.
like grocery store crinkle cut fries. I do wish they did something different with them. They're not doing that. I'll give you an example. Nathan's used to have, I don't think they have them anymore, crinkle cut fries, but they were actually around a
Sagat
that had
there in the
skin.
background. Oh my god,
And so you
Nater
would get these
Tots.
giant areas, surface areas.
Do you want to do
of
first to
smooth
5
potato
right now?
That would be well
I keep
fried,
forgetting.
and their oil had something about it. That had
Nater
this
Tots
extra
wanted to
flavor.
test out Sagat.
So even though they were crinkle cut fries, you would get rounded pieces that had more surface area to put like ketchup on, and they actually have more
I keep
flavor.
forgetting.
These are just literally the exact same crinkle cut
Because I've
fries.
been
you
too
get from the
busy
grocery
like
store.
watching
But
Turkey
combine
Palm
taking the
and playing
seasoning
Booba Souls.
on there and putting that with the ranch sauce they give you.
Ah, yes. And now he's explained to us that you dip fries in sauce.
That's quite good. I really do like this combination of spice, cayenne pepper, paprika,
Good Lord.
garlic with the ranch sauce. I wouldn't want those fries plain, but that version of the fry isn't bad. The Chicken Shack is okay. It's on par with other chicken sandwiches, but there's nothing special about it. It is crispy, very crispy, and the breading has some good flavor. But lettuce, pickles, and this garlic aioli mayo, it's still pretty dry, and quite honestly, not enough mayo on there. Maybe if there was extra mayo, it would be better. So this is just kind of, it's okay. And by the way, like I said, this is around $8 for that sandwich, okay? I would say the best thing of the day definitely is this Smoke Shack that has the tasty cherry peppers on there. And it really is the cherry peppers that do it for me. Like, I feel like the cherry peppers are quite good.
Still going.
Mmm. They add
Yeah.
a whole lot of flavor to it. They really do. So I really like the cherry peppers on this burger. Okay? But overall, am I blown away? No. Am I disappointed? No.
It's fucking Shake
I
Shack.
think it's all right. Honestly. Like, I think comparing the Triple Smash Burger Challenge. that we
Honestly,
had,
what does he want?
Jack in the Box versus Sonic versus Shake Shack. Even though the Shake Shack
Honestly,
burger
what
was the
does he
smallest
want?
of the three, it actually tasted the best. So comparing all three products, Shake Shack kind of impressed me. But now that we're only eating from Shake Shack, and I'm kind of judging the store itself overall, it's all right. If you definitely want a burger that has that crispy char around the edge, and you want variations on that, go for it. But for me, like, I'm not blown away by it. I'm not like, oh my God, that was so good. I want to go right back and get Shake Shack again. And I am disappointed that they completely screwed up my hot dog. Maybe I would have liked this much better if I actually got the correct order, but I got to review what I have, right? Okay, so let's rate them all. The plain hot dog that was screwed up, I'm just going to give it a 2.5 out of 5 right down the middle. If it had the toppings I liked, I probably would have liked it more.
I guarantee you that was his
$5
fault,
for this
not
hot dog,
theirs.
I would say it's way overpriced. Probably should be like $3. Okay?
$3, bro. You know about inflation, DSP.
Spicy fries with ranch, I'll give it 3 out of 5. not bad. Definitely wouldn't be good plain. Definitely eating that by itself, not that good.
Yeah, he's never eaten
Combining the
anything
two,
like
the
that,
flavor
mate.
works.
Ever.
3 out of 5 for me.
Literally ever.
The Chicken Shack,
Chicken
it's
Shack.
kind of on par with many other chicken sandwiches that are out there. It's really nothing to write home about. I'll give that a 3 out of 5. And the Smoke Shack burger,
Yeah.
the best of everything today by far. Nice crispy edges, smash style burger, tasty cherry peppers that have heat and tanginess.
Heat.
I'll give that a 3.25.
Heat and
out of 5.
tanginess.
But overall, it's just okay. I'm not sad. I'm
Oh,
not happy.
my
I'm kind of in
lord.
the middle. I'm probably going to eat more of the hot dog, a couple more fries, and maybe I'll finish the burger. But I'm not going to go crazy. I'm certainly not like, oh, I got to go back to Shake Shack right away. Or
I'm glad we got to the bottom of that, though.
okay. All right. So I hope that you guys enjoyed this episode of DSP Tries It. Devour. I'm honestly not sure what we're doing for the next episode. We were trying to stay away from fast food, and then we stumbled upon it again. I guess we'll see. But as usual, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Like I said, I want to have some more. I want to finish that hot dog. And I did tell you guys that I would wear the Sonic hat when I ate the hot dog. So I'll put it back on. I want to finish the hot dog, and I'll probably have like another bite or two of the burger and maybe a fry or two. So let me get the Sonic hat back on. Looks terrible. Okay. Here we go. More Sonic fun. Imagine if they still had the chili
We
cheese
retired these, by the
Imagine if
way.
they still had the pickle dog. Well, guess what? They probably would have just sent me 4
We
plain
retired
hot dogs
hats
anyway,
and
so I guess
vests.
it doesn't matter, huh? Yeah.
State of him.
Like I said, it's just all right. It really needs toppings.
Great content this is. Amazing. These people must be wild. If we could see the people that actually enjoy watching it, not ironically, like who are, I mean, we're our own kind of fucked up, but
Who dips a hot dog in ranch sauce?
it's all people like Gamer Stevie and shit, like literally. Some wild freaks out there. Loving life, watching DSP. He's a wild man.
That does not go at all. Not at all.
Okay, good. Yeah, we'll eat all of it, make sure. It's just alright, by the way. It's just alright, so he tried it first and he's come back to it, and now he's going to scoff the whole fucking thing. It's just alright. Shaking his head as he's still eating it.
It's not a bad hot dog. It just needs something else. I wouldn't have ordered a plain. Even if I ordered a plain at the store, I would have put condiments on it, you see?
Then why didn't you put something on it yourself, idiot? Wow, amazing. Scoffs the whole thing. You know Kat's loving it when he hits the goal.
Put nothing on it.
Yeah, she's stuffing her face still downstairs right now. She's got food left
I was
over.
a kid, I almost always only had ketchup on my hot dogs. But then as I got older, I learned that the traditional hot dog toppings is yellow mustard or spicy mustard, diced onion, relish, and sauerkraut. And once I had it like that, oh man, I knew that. I was like, wow, that's way better actually than the oh, I grew up with ketchup style. So I ended up basically dropping eating hot dogs with ketchup. And I eat them with other stuff now, which is pretty good. All right. I think that's enough. Even though I like the burger, I think that's enough. Like, I ate half a burger, half a chicken sandwich, a few fries, and a hot dog. I think that's enough for me. I don't want to go crazy here and eat too much meat and get sick. So I think I'm going to tap out now. All right, so guys.
I got the drip going. 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 I got the drip going.
It's like a faucet that's dripping. You can't make it stop.
So what do you want me to do? Have a mute button that every second I'm tapping the mute button just in case?
That was wild. That's it. And then he made his bank for today. Warfield's still live. No, we got a Capcom fighting stream. That's it, dude. I've been playing Wu Chang all this time. I need to play something else, to be fair. I've been I beat how many bosses did I beat? I beat a few bosses earlier. But I'm not sure where I've got to go next. There's one place where it definitely doesn't, it feels like sort of secret boss. I'm not sure where I'm actually supposed to go now. So this is a problem. So I fought all the way to some place and then it just... There's nothing there. And I was like, oh. But I must have, like, I've got some items and stuff. But something else might have changed and I ain't seen it. No. I've been up here. I've definitely been up here. The way I came from. No. We've got a new favourite spell. It's pretty good. All my stuff is geared up for that. I don't know if we can fight these guys fighting the monster now, look. Yeah, I can't. I literally... I don't know, I wonder how much easier the earlier sections of the game are because of this. You have to fight all these people normally. You have to literally fight all these people. That's wild. Oh my god. This enemy is quite tough. I might not beat this thing. Yeah, that helps. Okay, that helped. Those things are tough. I don't know what this thing does, really. Yeah, they just flat out, like, just changed all that shit. Again, some people have said that they've changed dialogue and there's some boss that doesn't die now. Like, you fight the boss or you fight some Chinese folklore type character, and before you killed them, whereas now you don't. They're just like defeated or whatever, or they're like worn out from fighting or some shit. It's so embarrassing, dude. But yeah, something like that. Oh my god, did we not get that one? Oh god. Help. Help. Okay, we're good. Oh my god. Somehow I survived that. That's what always happens in these cases. What's she doing, cat? God knows. Yeah, that's what always happens in these things, isn't it? Oh my god. Help. I so nearly died right there. That wasn't even funny. That was extremely close to death. But yeah, people start complaining and they just ban you and shut the thread, and just nobody cares. And we've all paid now, like, we've literally all paid. What? What? Yeah. Don't need to do this, I don't think. No, it's the madness thing. I don't need to do that. I really don't need that. I'm just backtracking to see if I've missed things. I'm pretty sure I haven't. But yeah, someone will make some video about this and like go for over everything. God damn it. Actually not sure. It literally led me to here. And then there's just nothing, dude. And I'm not sure where to go next. Nah, again, I wouldn't believe anything Triple P says in that regard, dude. You know, he's just like, he can say what he wants at this point, do you know what I mean? If they'd have kept DSP like on the hook or whatever, like I said, got into play a little bit, they wouldn't have done anything over the top. He'd have just he'd have just known it if hanging out with DSP would have kept bringing views and attention. Trust, like, he could just say what he likes at this point. But if they had DSP still on board with me, wouldn't have done nothing like that. I don't think it's through there, whatever it is. fuck? Is it up there? Nah. The fuck ain't up there. God, dude. Right. I actually don't know where I'm supposed to be going next. This is a little bit. This has become a slightly larger problem now. There's some stuff around here, but it all leads down to here and nowhere else really. So, yeah, I saw LTG is banned off TikTok. He was allegedly, it's for posting that here's a video of him agreeing with Nick Fuentes, of all people, doing one of his like ROG rants or whatever. Yeah. I've seen a few old videos of him fighting like old Street Fighter people on YouTube as well. There's a few of them floating around. Street Fighter 4 videos and Street Fighter 5. Oh my god. Look at these things. Help. That hurt. That hurt. MTC do big ups. Look, there's nowhere I haven't been because there's no item. There's items on the ground. But there ain't. I've been all over this. Bro, I don't want to have to look this up, but I'm gonna. All these guys are like looking at this thing like, oh, just praying and shit. I've been down there. I killed it. I've already done it. Yeah, look. Same entrance. Big plant thing. Glowing and shit. Been there, mate. Completed it. GPM was playing fucking GPM was playing Kazan, the first Berserker. I played that too. I did not like it. I mean, I did at first, but it got quite fucking old because it's just the same thing over and over again. There's very little like. There is enemy variety, but you replay all the levels as like side missions. There's a lot of like, just got really old to me. And I got, oh my god. Some of the bosses were a bit mental, but they weren't, some of them was alright. It was just like a grind playing it. I think maybe if it had been more open, or maybe the world, or ultimately like, I don't know, maybe not outfit choice, because like some of the stuff was just like mix and match. There are only like 3 weapons, like basically. But yeah, I just got bored in the end. This one is much better. In my opinion, bro. These guys are tough as well. I ain't fighting him. Not suitable for fashion souls, definitely not. You do get some kind of cool outfits in it, but you kind of just keep finding. The outfits don't have set values. There's like a leveling system where the gear levels up with you. So you're forever changing out your old shit for new shit. It's one of them things. Oh. See, this can happen. Ah. This sort of thing can happen. Oh, fuck. Help. Cameron, no. I mean, there was nothing I could do, dude. And anyway, I've already been all over that place. I mean, it's probably too late for a lot of them games, isn't it, Redanima? It's probably too late for a lot of them games. CTO5, how you doing? What do you want to play next, chat? Cat's chilling. We could maybe just start a new game of Cyberpunk. Fallout sitting there. I've still got that going. That playthrough's not dead. Stalker I was playing a little bit of. I installed this. Where is it? I installed it and played it a little bit. It was okay. But it wasn't the best. Can you do any meme builds? And what's a meme build? I mean, not really. Like, probably if I wanted to. But I don't, like, run any of those builds. Like, really. Capcom has said that 30 AVI. What's that? I don't even know what that is. Oh, 30th anniversary. Hang on, what one? This one. There's no way because... What, on the... Nah, not this one. Then why can't I barely ever get a game on Xbox? You mean the new one? You mean the new one that he's playing? With CVS 2 and that. He's not playing another one. Oh. Yeah, but the one he's playing is in a collection, isn't it? It ain't the older one. There was a new one that come out. Right? I forgot you can actually buy them, like, individually. Which is weird. Hot Wheels game. Yeah, I want to see the old ones. The newest one. I forgot it was called Capcom. Oh, god damn it. Fuck me. Bro, I was right the first time. Help. Is it this one? That's Marvel versus Capcom. Yeah, I looked at this the other day. That's the one that's on sale. It's this one, right? Mountain and Blade, nah. It's this one. 35 quid, dude. And it's got what? That's the one that he's been going on about, SNK, CVS2. What's that, one of them alpha ones? Like some old games. I would buy this, but like 35 quid, dude, is wild. Does it tell you every game? Does it even tell you every game? Okay, surely. Yeah. Capcom versus SNK, Capcom versus SNK 2, Fighting Evolution, Street Fighter Alpha 3, Upper, and then a bunch of stuff that even he hasn't played yet at all. But like, again, I'm nowhere near good enough to play these online is the thing. If I get battered by the AI enough. Know what I'm saying? What's the time? Well, we might have to do one more smoke. What? We put on for you. What can we put on for you? Whilst I get one more smoke prepared. The time is 1:20. No more Turkey Tom videos. And we can't uninstall Minecraft. That my daughter plays that. Okay. Minecraft, it has to stay. She'd be very upset. Probably, what else? She plays Stardew Valley a bit. Turkey Tom. Black Ops 7. Sorry. That is literally how I feel about it. That is literally how I feel about it. Stardew and Tanetta. Oh, God. Bro, you can't have Tanetta. Not until I get back, at least. Technically, for me, it's Saturday now. So, I could claim that, but I probably won't. Let me try and find something. WPIG is still going? No, just G, and there's just what's name? This is sound special on the Roblox. I don't know exactly what's going on. I know he said there isn't someone like suing them or something. I'm not sure exactly what the what the thing is, but yeah, I saw some guy's gonna like sue him or gonna do like expose or some shit like that. Oh my god, dude. I got the itchiest nose tonight. It's just because I'm streaming. Oh, the new Chero thing, but it's only like 8 minutes or something. That might be long enough. It won't be long enough, dude. What's Ludwig got? Did we watch that one? Hang on. Hang on. Oh, we can do this. We can do this.
Last night, I was asleep, having a dream. People were actually accusing me of crimes and things in this dream that I'm having. And that's kind of where the dream ended. I want to set the record straight on this stuff publicly.
Help.
Whether or not people believe it is their own prerogative. Why won't someone interview me? I
Right,
want
sit
someone
tight.
to interview me. The reason that I feel this interview will be different from what they're expecting is because I am going to be an open book. All right, boys, prepare the slave trade. We're selling her right off for profit.
That's
Okay.
fucked up.
I absolutely should have not done that, you know, but it's the same style of commentary that I've done over the years. It's not any different. It's different because I've changed now.
I'm
In
sorry.
the
You sound like the abusive ex-boyfriend trying to get back with his girl. I've changed now. Don't worry about it.
I have depression, you dumb fuck.
It doesn't seem like a very healthy lifestyle.
You keep ruining it for me.
Begging for money is never a good look for anyone.
Completely agree. Completely agree. I can't dispute it. I refuse to just sit here and beg for money. So, beg. There you go. Here's a nice begging session for all of you. I know it's absolutely obnoxious. You can't stand it. I love what I do.
Do you currently still play WWE Champions?
Yes.
Can I ask you, Phil? Have
Sure.
you ever spent money on this game?
Of course I have. Yes.
How much money have you spent in this game? Do you mind saying?
Total, I couldn't tell you. I mean, I said you can ask me absolutely, positively anything.
So, like-
well, I'm not going to tell you any account name, anything. Okay. Oh, no, hold on. I told you I'm not even doing anything with my phone or anything on the stream. Anything. I don't care what it is. Just ask it. You got to understand there's liability here, and that way I can answer it. And we actually have a place where I've answered all these hard questions.
You know, you say you beg too much, and you know you're working on that, which is good. It's not a good look, but
They're assuming that's me in the game.
Keemstar offered to you $50,000.
I don't like these drama YouTubers. I call them misery brokers. I feel that's the worst kind of content. Stop watching Keemstar. He starts insulting me and everything on the internet. Keem, you are someone who, damn, I'm impressed with what you've done. Keem, you are someone who, and you know what? I think I'd rather be a beggar than a Keemstar. I'll probably be forgotten. I'll just be a fart in the wind, right? I respect you immensely, but I'm going off documentaries, right?
holy shit, Phil! I gotta say, this is fucking rich coming from you right now, though.
Yeah,
you're
fine.
do you hear yourself right now?
Indeed, I do. That's the nature
Okay.
of the beast. That's how YouTube works, man. That's how all this works, right?
Fuck, man.
You're right. So, Phil, level 1. Yo, you've been for 15 years. You're just on level 1. Do you think I need that? I have renamed my podcast as the Level 1 Podcast. I wouldn't even say I'm successful at all, but I talked with my wife about it. I want to get this out in the open. Did you ever find the restraining order that she had against her ex?
Goodbye.
But I do feel like I very intelligently conducted myself on that show. You know what I'm saying?
Holy shit, Phil! Fuck, man.
How do you feel it was a setup exactly? Right?
If you do part 2 You have to ask about the business expenses because all he did was dance around the question and he never answered the question. Yes, we went back to that 3 times, never got a straight answer.
I felt that it was a fair interview.
So
you guys, I have zero issue with how that went. Zero.
All right,
I knew
cool.
that was how it was going to go.
He's lying.
He's a pathological
Yeah,
liar.
It's
Right.
very clearly lying.
Stop lying.
And that's where everyone thinks it ended. That was exactly how I expected the interview to go. I'm disappointed, for sure. Let's laugh at Phil because he's not here. Ha 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 ha. They didn't do that when I was on the show.
It's like, bro, and I said this to him, you sound like an abusive ex-boyfriend who's trying to convince his girl to come back. It's like, it's not going to happen, dog.
They waited till I wasn't. That's funny, isn't it? Very funny. Ha ha ha. Right? And we're going to take a big dump on him because he's not here, the beat-up show. The pummel Dark Side Phil show when he's not for 2.5 hours and make money on it today. Laughing. They all did the ack laugh together in unison.
Wait, you mean spending $40,000 on JPEGs of sweaty muscle men in a mobile game isn't a good use of money?
Which I don't do. It's a detractor meme. My wife is pissed. She's very upset. She says, "Oh no, did you watch it?" I said, "No, I haven't seen it yet." He said, "Oh, I did." She was not happy. She's like, literally, it's a shooting gallery against you. Like, literally, it's just, they're just 100% reading every super chat.
Super chats have been amazing. We will definitely take a look at them.
And she only watched maybe 10, 15 minutes of it. And she said she couldn't even continue. And they're laughing at you and they're making fun of you the entire show. And I was like, wow, that is shocking to me. This was not a shocker, nor was it not something that I had already planned. Oh, okay. So you didn't care to begin with. I mean, let's be honest. I will be completely 100% honest with you. And, you know, people will... I say that a lot. I'm going to be completely 100% honest with you. I also say I'm going to be transparent. These are mannerisms in my speech. When I say that, essentially what I'm trying to do is emphasize that what I'm about to tell you is a serious matter. It's not me joking. But some people over the years have misconstrued it as meaning other things. All it means when I say that is I'm about to tell you guys something really important, and it's meaningful to me, so please listen up. Breathe! The accusations that get thrown at me by detractors are partially true, and then they take a part of that and turn it into something that's not, and that's how they claim oh, don't you see? That the evidence is that this part was true, so the whole statement must be true. No, half of it was true.
We were talking about body language before the show.
Body language. No, body language is a tell. Like, for example, you asked me a tough question. Oh, why am I hesitant to talk about WWE champions? Oh, you know, oh, man. Oh, because I'm racking my brain for an answer. Did that ever happen? I mean, I don't think it did, or whatever. I don't know. And they said things are off the table or whatever. And I was like, nothing.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
People talk shit about my wife.
Deploy special shield! There's all these memes out there about me looking like a horse. It's not worth getting upset over. It's just funny now. Well, I think over the years, things have changed. Like, you know, I've learned to not care about what the troll... Like, I know there's trolls watching this, and I know there's trolls restreaming it, and I don't give a shit.
I can do what I want, bitch!
I just don't care. I don't care what people say. I know there's people that say, you know, oh, they say things like about my weight and stuff. Like, that's a big thing they've been saying. And you just gotta laugh at it.
They say horrible, horrible things about me and her. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo-hoo. Definitively, I gave up mobile gaming when Kat moved in with me. And the reason I stayed is because I'm telling the truth. Do you think if... I mean, no, really. Okay, now we gotta be real. Hold on one fucking second here. If someone is guilty, why the fuck would they stick around for 5.5 hours? Are you crazy? Why would they even agree to the interview? But you know, that's what I mean. Like, Phil looks like he's going through puberty backwards.
Yes, you are.
No,
yes,
I'm not. And sweating like nuts. I didn't sweat once. I was doing them a favor. I want to set the record straight on this stuff. They took one joke from a stream last summer. It's a joke that's completely out of context to my normal content. I don't usually joke like that. You know, I'm doing commentary on this game, and I'm doing my usual style of improv commentary. I feel like what that was a momentary lapse, and it's the same style of commentary that I've done over the years. It's not any different. It's no different because I've changed now from anything else that I've done. All right, everyone knows that I try to do all kinds of things on the cuff. Jokes, dark humor. It was a joke that was misinterpreted by a lot of negative people being negatively saying it was a racist joke. Wasn't intended that way. It's still a dark joke. It's definitely still too dark. It's not in my normal style.
Yeah, it was definitely some dark humor.
It's just something I've always done. I agree with you. This is something that I've always done. And those jokes, I don't really make anymore at all. You know, everyone has always enjoyed it. Okay. This is not the norm on my streams. People
Yes, it is.
Out of context. I am actively trying to change. WWE champions. Like, literally, that's what he's talking about. That's it. None of what they're saying makes sense.
And he chose not to confirm with you, Craig, and he chose to fucking talk shit on Keemstar after the show. And it's like, bro, what the?
Because Keemstar's a piece of shit. Keemstar is a piece of shit. No one likes him. Keem, you are a great businessman. Everyone knows that. I can say whatever I want about him. I respect you immensely. I talked shit. He talked shit about me too. I'm supposed to kiss his butt? Damn, I'm impressed. Because I was happy. I want nothing to do with the guy. I already said this multiple times. I want absolutely nothing to do with that man at all. Are you stupid? Have you not done any kind of research on this man on the internet that's factual? And that's the difference. They'll say, oh, Keemstar and Phil are the same. They both get to hate. No. The things Keemstar has done are well publicly documented, and they're not circumstantial evidence. He fucking talked shit about mental illness to people like, people like Etika and what happened there. He's falsely accused people on the internet. Keem, you are someone who, let's be honest here.
Fuck is wrong with you? Anyway, like, do you hear yourself right now?
Anyway, no one's watching me because it's like Jersey Shore, you fucking moron. No,
Yes,
I'm
you
not.
are.
I'm a king on a pedestal that needs to be worshipped. We explained what the King of Hate moniker meant, right? We did. We actually went through it on the show. That has nothing to do with anything like that whatsoever, right? Well, you see, it's a giant king and everyone should kiss his butt. Yes, you're right. What? Dude, this guy is a fucking dunce. You fucking tremendous black hole of emptiness in your brain. They only listen to the detractors. What a bunch of fucking idiots. Wow. That was old Phil. What do you mean you can't hear me? Yes, you can hear me. You're so full of it. And whenever do I say today I'm big or I'm popular or I'm you know what? Never at all. It's completely the opposite. They watched nothing. They did all the negative research and none of the positive.
Like, we totally fucked him.
No, the interview didn't fuck me. This is what fucked me. Right here. This is what fucked me, you idiot. Not the interview. The interview was fine. The interview was exactly as I expected it to go.
Like, do you hear yourself right now? You know, the funny thing is there, you know, that paper was just blank.
And this is really stupid. But just to show how dumb they are. Just to show that I'm not full of shit. Right? Oh, you can't. Oh, there you go. Can you kind of see the writing? Oh my God, you can't see it. The camera won't even adjust. Yeah. Fuck. Well, you can't see it. You saw writing. You see right. Okay, you can see writing. You see I'm not full of it. There's fucking writing on the paper right there. I can't. The camera won't do it. I know. You can't see shit. I wasn't going to prove nothing. Yes, the paper was blank. Your actions are heinous, dude. You guys have been great. Thank you. You didn't approach it objectively. If it were true that my mental health was bad, why do you think that is, Craig? This is wrong, what you're doing here. Let's be honest here. This whole thing was all about you. Why won't someone interview me? I want someone to interview me.
And then you start guilting them? Like, dude.
I need to change for the better. I need to stop with the e-begging shit. I know that. I'm trying my best. That's why when I fall back on my old ways and when I have my fans emailing me and shit and saying, dude, what are you doing? I appreciate that. And it's happened recently and it really pisses me off. It does. You know what I mean? It really pisses me off that I do it. I'm not even gonna listen to the rest of it. I got a headache. I got a fucking headache, dude. People want me to clarify on that statement. What I said was I stopped playing mobile games like I used to. I quit on all of them. I don't play mobile games anymore, but all right, I don't play mobile games anymore.
Yes, you do.
Yes. I gave all those games up years ago. Like I said, definitively, I gave up mobile gaming when Kat was in with me. Remember, I admitted I got with Kat. That was the end of that. And I actually have something to say because I'm done with this now. All right? Here's how we end it. Craig said, you know, coming in from neutral perspective, fair interview, the fairest shake I've ever gotten on the internet right now. That's definitely not what it was, but I believed them. Congratulations to Craig. You proved who you really are. Disingenuous. I don't know if I could trust anyone. If, you know, these guys were supposed to be neutral. How could I possibly trust anyone moving forward? It's crazy to think how it turned out. It just seems everyone out there is just, they want to use me. That's 1,000,000% that's what this is. And I've had it. I'm not going to let other people use me in their shit like this. You want to make content about me, then, you know, do it in your own content, your own streams or whatever. Crap on me nonstop. Profit, profit, profit is what it's all about, right? My misery is your benefit. I can't stop you from doing that. I can't. I'm done with this. This is the end of it. I'm happy now. That because again, the bait was set for this to happen. It happened. So now I know. I will never get a fair shake. It's never going to happen. So since the benefit outweighs the morality part of the equation, I won't put myself into the position of risk. You understand? There's no point. So I'm not going to do that any further. I'm just going to do my own content. Like, that's done. I'm just not going to do nothing else. I'm not wasting my time. This is it. This is the end all be all. I addressed the nonsense. And by the way, I told you, I'm done with this. I'm done. Nothing's a big deal to me, man. It's just, I'm done with this nonsense. So Uzi Gohard did a super chat, says, I think you're messing up being confrontational. You had a chance to make connections. I think you blew it. Wait, dude. They interviewed me for 5.5 hours. I did exactly what they wanted, correct? And then they shat on me for 2.5 hours the next day. Well, how am I being confrontational? What are you talking about? They did this to me first. And then I reacted appropriately, defensively, saying, you're out of your minds doing this to me. How are you saying what are you talking about? To the best of my ability, I'm done with it. There's no point in bringing it up ever again. The experiment worked.
Get what you fucking deserve!
Oh, shit, I missed. Oh, shit. I missed that. I have no ammo. Fuck this game. I fired twice, you're out of ammo. What is happening today? My webcam just froze. What is going on? But here's the deal of what's going on right now. There is a documentary on Review Tech USA in the coming weeks. There has been strong interest in seeing a crossover event between myself and the Kino Casino guys over on Kick. Before we get into it, I'm well aware that these guys have been very critical of me. They've insulted me and my wife. They have done this kind of stuff. They've also done it to a million other people too. And I've actually had some positive interactions with these guys over the last couple of weeks. And we've had some conversations back and forth. We basically have a understanding, all right, that we kind of want to maybe even do this together, all right, like a co-op commentary on the Review Tech documentary. Their audience has been great, coming over, watching my stuff, checking it out, and even supporting it. I totally understand. There's so many people who are in the chat right now, and they're like, we don't think this is going to work. We're apprehensive. You're not the only ones. I'm skeptical too. I've been treated pretty poorly by the vast majority of people on the internet over the year, right? I really have. It's hard to have trust that people aren't going to turn it into something toxic and messed up towards me. So there you go. And by the way, I'm sure these guys are going to be watching this back, and also they're going to be seeing tons of people in my chat are saying they've been incredibly mean, not only to you, but your wife as well. Is that acceptable? No, of course it's not acceptable. Do you not think that that's something that I would have issue with? First of all, do you really think that's something they're going to do when I'm on the show? Of course not, right? And they know now that anything that they say, I'm going to get wind of it. Like, they know that, right? So obviously we're going to see what happens, right? I didn't know anything about these guys until like a week ago. This is all new to me too. Let's see what happens. Someone says, if you're going to watch the Rich video, does that mean you're going to watch your own documentary? I'm already watching my own documentary. One of the things that I don't think I ever want to react about, fake financial shit, stuff that people have fabricated about me playing mobile games and stuff. Not only have I legally been advised by lawyers not to talk about it, but I've already been down this road. It's like I said, it's the devil I know versus the devil I don't. Because you know how crazy insane my haters are. Everyone already believes the nonsense. Let them believe it. I don't care. And I know the truth. And, who cares? I'll be honest. The Side Scrollers interview covered a lot, but it had no direction at all. The fairest shake I've ever gotten on the internet right now. They were all over the place with their topics. They weren't even prepared with certain questions. Like, you could tell they were trying to get at something, and then they never got to it. Right? So what are these expenses? Are you talking about the expenses that were listed during the bankruptcy? They didn't put a single piece of information on screen. Show on screen what you're talking about. Well, you know what we're talking about. No, I don't. And then I answer honestly, well, I don't even know what you're talking about. They want me to somehow admit to fault of something I didn't do wrong. So, oh, you see, well, he was dishonest the whole interview. Well, you don't have any evidence I was dishonest the whole interview. You just said that because you're a fucking hack and you didn't do a good interview, right? I'm never going to talk further about it because there's nothing to talk about, and I've been legally advised don't keep talking about it. Hello everyone and good evening. Welcome to the show on DSP Reacts. This is something completely unprecedented. My guests from Kino Casino, everyone please give them a hearty welcome here tonight on stream. Gentlemen, how are you? I mean, let's be honest, it's kind of fate, and we
tonight
get
the
to take
bully becomes the bullied. It's your turn, Dickers.
In the casino of life, you start full of chips. And every time you mess up, you'll lose some of your chips. Oops, he's going to lose some chips.
This isn't like Dark Side Phil cultivating a community over 15 years through original content and commentary. This is just an absolute bozo.
Just pay me for my hangout session instead of pay me for work. Listen, you got to put in the work if you're expecting to get compensation for it. You're going to see a documentary coming out about me later this month. There was a lot of that kind of stuff back then, and I'll admit that I got hooked too. But I learned my lesson over the years, and I learned to ignore this stuff. But I don't think he has the right to criticize other people's looks. I just, sorry. Listen, I call myself an ugly monster all the time, but you don't hear me standing here also insulting other people's looks either. Like, why? Once you get to a certain point like me, I don't have to defend myself anymore. You said everything you could possibly say about me. I don't give a shit.
Rich, on his Facebook, was firing back, claimed that the trolls that went after him will be made an example of.
It's like, how cringe to say they're going to be made an example of. No, they're not.
What are you going to do? They're anonymous trolls on the internet. How are you going to make an example of them? You have no power here. The only reason I'm doing this here tonight is because this motherfucker has done this for 10 years. He's talked shit about me. 10 fucking years. And I held my tongue. So now it's time for my chance to finally vent on this guy.
If it's wrong when he does it to you, how can it be right when you do it to him?
Right.
Like, this is the thing. Like, this is the golden rule.
He is burning down everything around him with his actions and doesn't have any self-awareness that he's doing it. He just thinks it's fair. Every single interaction with Keemstar is like, didn't work out in your favor, didn't work out in your favor, didn't work out in your favor. How did you not know that interacting with this man was going to blow up in your face badly? It's like, he knows he has tons of trolls. He knows he has these people who've done malicious things to him before and have done things to not only hurt him, but all the people around him in his circle. So he never learns his lesson, which, as we've already talked about, that's true lolcow behavior.
Yes,
they don't learn. They just keep making the same mistakes over and over. They never improve. And that's why people find them entertaining to watch, because you always will get the same ridiculous result from a situation they totally should have learned from in the past.
And that's the thing, is you do make good money doing this, and I think that's some of the criticism people have, is they wish you had more of a prosperity mindset, be more grateful for the abundance and prosperity that you have.
You're right. If I have a day or 2 days where my streams are bad, I'm not going to go out of business and lose everything. I'm not. I publicly said that to everyone too. It's just that I'm so stuck in this rut mindset. But for him, he's stuck.
I have a problem when somebody refuses to put in the hours and then fucking cries and complains. That's when I have fucking...
A lot of people, this happens to them when they hit their midlife crisis, right? A lot of people this happens to. The problem is, he's been the one making fun of everyone for a decade. So now that it's happening to him and his miserable time is happening, right? I've always said this. For Rich, a day when someone has a bad day is his good day, because he's going to make a ton of money on that, right? But now, Rich, every day is a bad day for you. Again, it seems like this is just karma. This is what has happened. They're going to self-poison themselves. I don't have to waste my time and my effort and my life and my positivity on these people, because eventually it's all going to come back to bite them anyway. When am I ever going to do, oh, fuck you, Stuart Hogan, fuck you. That's the worst thing you could do, because all you're doing, you're giving them the attention they want, and now they're after you even worse. I just ignore them. One chip left. This is what Rich has left in his life. Now, here's the thing. I would like to say I am a person who believes that people can improve and change for the better. I'm trying to help this man. I want him to get better. He makes the same mistakes. He never admits fault. He always has the same problems. Can you do that? Whoa. Oh, wait. You're fucking felted, bitch. Felted. You're done. You insulated yourself from any criticism, but now you've been exposed. You're done. This is my chip, and I'm going to wear this proudly in my fucking background from now on, because I earned it.
He earned it. God, what an incredible place to end our reaction. Wow.
I'm having such a good time now, but I can't fully enjoy it. I'm being honest with you guys right now. I'm trying to be like really open with you. I have a feeling that at the end of this month, this documentary is going to come out, and a lot of the people who are like, oh, this is great, are going to be like, wow, that guy actually was a piece of shit. Now it's fun to shit on Phil again. This was the ultimate redemption story, but it's even better now because the redemption story is canceled because his documentary is so bad. Fuck that guy. Let's shit on him again. Because I'll tell you right now, if that happens, I'm done. I'm not going to be doing any kind of collabs or anything. And I'm not saying the Kino Casino guys are going to turn on me or anything. Who knows what's going to happen?
Maybe I was
right?
like
But I'm
BRB
done
or
with it.
something.
I will shut myself off to the
I don't
possibility of
remember.
doing work with other people, and I'll just sit here and do my own content forever. I don't care because I've had enough of it, of everyone shitting on me. I'm not going to even put up with it anymore. Right now, it's good because everyone's saying good things about me, but it could change in 2 weeks. And yeah, I know it's paranoia because people are saying in the chat, listen, not paranoia. Yes, very well justified paranoia. This has happened to me many times. Will this be time number 10 when I try to trust people? You know, I can't take it anymore. So that'll be it. I'm not going to put up with it anymore. I can't. You know, you reach your limit. Everyone has a limit. If this is it, if it turns into the DSP shit show number 4,722, that's going to be the last shit show. Because I'm not going to give anyone else any more content to fuck with. I'm just not going to bother. I really am enjoying the ride. I'm worried. Basically had 1 month to be happy with how things were going, and then it's right back to being the internet's whipping boy. You know, me and those casino guys have a chemistry. We do. And it's weird because we never had even spoken with each other until last Tuesday, not even a week ago. All of a sudden, we just realized we kind of work. We work off of each other.
Listen
we
to
react
this.
each other very well. Everyone was saying that it's working. People are like, oh, so Phil isn't just some weird space alien who can't interact with people. No, actually, I'm good at interacting with people. First of all, like you said, who would have thought this ever would have happened? Because I was like the whipping boy of the internet. And now it's like people actually would like to see me have a conversation with Josh and talk about the whole Kiwi Farms thing. I want to have a real conversation with you, Josh, because I don't want this to be like an attack session. I want us to have a real conversation about how things are going. Things are turning around for me right now in a very positive way.
All right,
I
well,
just need you to
Josh,
understand that. I don't want this to, I'm not going to be attacking Josh or anything like that.
I would actually kind of disagree that only recently people have wanted to speak with you, and I think that you've
People
been
like
kind of
me now.
I have an answer for this, but do you know what has changed?
I don't know because someone gave me a chance. Things have changed.
I think that part of it is that I've watched you and the Kino Casino, and a lot of what they're doing is like showing you other people, and you're reacting in the same way that like detractors would. You're kind of taking shots at people, and I think that's really funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, thanks you guys, Kino Casino, for giving me that opportunity. And again, the people who wanted to interview me previously are like,
right over his head there.
We're just gonna be, you know, taking shots at you constantly. Let's talk about your finances and shit.
Side scrollers, right? That was side scrollers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I when they contacted me, it was supposed to be, oh, just be a guest on our show like anyone else. But then they turned it into this 3-ring circus interview that I have to be interrogated for 5-6 hours. The interview was fine. The interview was exactly as I expected it to go.
Like, do you hear yourself right now?
And then they canceled the chance for me to be a real guest after the interview when they saw how much money they were making.
Right. Okay.
How much money they were making from what?
From that interview. Because that interview that they did with me was literally 100% negative stuff. You guys have been great. Thank you. I thought if they're going to do an interview that's fair, right? You've been great interviewers. You've been completely fair with me. You've given me, thank you. You guys have been the fairest shake I've ever gotten on the internet right now. What they did is they literally did the interview, and the next piece of content they made was, we don't believe anything Phil said. Let's dump on him all day. So immediately the entire audience says, oh yeah, Phil's a scumbag. Phil's a piece of shit. It's great, you know? I'm on a stream and I'll be like, well, if I don't raise money on this stream, I can't buy groceries later in the week and shit like that. Okay. Has that ever happened on my streams? Yes. I have said shit like that. Should I say that kind of shit on my streams? No. Okay, I'm here to be honest with you guys. All right? I'm fessing up to everything. And the good news is I'm not in that position anymore. And in the last 4.5 years, I've stopped doing those kind of streams. You're not going to see me say, hey, we're doing $1,000 goal today. And if we hit it, some crazy thing's going to happen, but I really need this money. I don't do that anymore. I canceled all those events that I used to do. I don't even do like goal-based streams anymore. We're going to raise a certain amount of members and then I'll do a marathon. I'll just do the marathon to have fun with my viewers. I don't have anything based on that stuff anymore. But the problem is with my detractors, they're living in the past. To them, everything is black and white. So the fact that I did stuff like that in the past, but I've changed for the better, doesn't matter. So to them, I'm still that guy sitting here every day saying, oh, please give me some donations so I can buy groceries. That's the issue I think they have with me, but it's not valid anymore. That's not the modern DSP. I mean, this guy Duty in the last 3 days has made like over 20 videos about me that he monetized.
Of course he has.
Something is going on there. That's
fucking Duty, bro.
Either he genuinely hates me or there's something else happening there. Who knows? Maybe they just saw the dollar sign.
Duty.
What's happening now slowly is the camera's turning back towards these people and they're like, oops, Not like, oh, they made fun of me because I did something stupid on stream today. No, it's like my wife is ugly and fat. It's all personal stuff.
So, for instance, we have the bank leaks where they're hacking your bank account. And and we have like the situation with the Comcast guy and stuff like this.
I'm not a giant guy and I do pretty good for myself. Well, how is that possible? Because I've been in the game for 16 years, because I have notoriety for various different reasons, some good, some very bad. But I'm not going to quit, no matter where I go and no matter what these detractors say about me.
And would you say that that makes you grateful?
I stayed pertinent for bad reasons instead of good. And now here I am in 2024, and I'm finally, for the first time in 10 years, getting a turnaround. I am the luckiest fucking dude, the product of a community of people working together to make something awesome for each other, as opposed to I'm just the guy out here to put out content to print money. That's never what it's been about. I like being called out when I do things like that, because when I realize after the fact, oh shit, I fucked up, that's going to make me a better person. But when you got detractor channels that are just complete libelous bullshit every day, stuff that's not even close to being true, that's where it's like really frustrating, because I can't stop that.
Let me interrupt you, because this was requested of me. If it's written, it's libel. If it's spoken, it's slander. But both libel and slander are both forms of defamation. Someone begged me to correct you on this because it bothered them so much.
But I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
It would be for defamation unless it's written.
So,
I don't know.
guys,
I'm not a
do you mind
lawyer.
If I ask Josh some questions about Kiwi? I want you to understand something. I know absolutely nothing about you. Where did Kiwi Farms come from?
It was originally specifically dedicated to Christian Weston Chandler. And in 2013, I took over as administrator.
You own it. You have control of it.
I am the top dog.
Okay, very good. So at what point did you see that people were not doing things in the best judgment? The stuff that's been put on your website has been very harmful to many different people. I think we can agree there. I don't want this to be like an attack session. Now, from what I'm to understand, you are against that, correct? You don't want people putting harmful information on that site?
That's a very broad question, and I'm not answering this in a legal sense. I'm trying to be very specific about what I'm saying. If harm comes from information, almost always it was inevitable, regardless of if it was on the forum or if it was on Twitter or whatever website. And I am perfectly okay with that. There are no quandaries about that in regards to the law or to morality. Now, as far as people on the forum instigating harm, causing harm, I don't like that.
Okay. So here's a question. How do you determine on your forums what's being posted up is too far or is acceptable? Because I'll be honest, I've checked out my section of your forums. Oh, here's actual information about like a distant family member of Phil's. What the hell does that have to do with anything?
Any public information can be posted. As long as it's relevant to the topic, there is very little that will be done. The actions that are taken are almost the exception to the rule.
Mm-hmm.
I went into the board and I was upset about something, and if I can remember, I'll tell you what it was. And I just start yelling at people, and people get very defensive. This happens every couple of years. Like 20 people quit the site. I demodded one of the mods because he actually ran one of your detractor channels. You know, that's a conflict of interest. I don't want like you to have a monetized channel and also be a moderator. That's never been a thing that we've had before on the site, and I didn't even know about it. And then the other mod for the board walked out. I wish I could remember what it was. I remember that I made fun of people, and then it snowballed into a bunch of people leaving. They don't like me there.
Okay. So following up on what you just said, you agree that section of the site isn't up to your standards, right? Why would you keep that section of the site open? This is why we can't have good things, right? And you take it away from them so that way they have to move on. And this is not me accusing you of anything. I just want an honest answer. I'm curious of your method.
I got you. Don't worry. If I went to the admin,
this is not me accusing you or anything. He's such a coward.
Completely able to do. What do you think happens? How do you imagine that playing out?
Well, first off, I just want to let you know that's not what I'm asking for. Why would you not just say, "All right, enough. You guys didn't behave," and you take it away from them? I don't want you to think that that's what I want you to do today. Okay, that's not my intention.
Well, you asked me.
He just wants you to.
Why didn't I?
Yeah.
I would like to know what you think happens as a result.
Well, first of all, I was on there the other day. They're talking about WWE champions. Kino Casino is gaslighting him because they're glazing him, but they're going to turn on him, and it's the bullshit. It's stupid.
Any minute
I don't really.
now.
I know. Oh no, guys! Any minute. My worst enemies are coming on stream. Like, what are you talking about, right? Like, the stuff they say is ridiculous. Anyway, those people who were there would scramble and try to find another place where they could do exactly the same thing, whether it's a Discord server or eventually they find another site to do it.
Very
Undoubtedly, they're
unfortunate.
going to keep trying to do what they're doing, right? So closing that part of the forum, I don't think would solve any kind of an immediate thing.
You're absolutely correct, and I'm very happy that our minds could meet on this point. If I deleted the board, yes, not only would they go to a different place, and in Discord's like the worst of the worst. You can do anything you want in Discord. Discord has no rules as long as you don't get caught, and it would be worse. And I don't want to try and sound like I'm saying I'm doing you a favor. I think that in a roundabout way, I probably do a favor. I set a baseline that has to be followed.
What do you think about that, Phil? Do you think it would be worse for you?
Kiwi Farms has too much notoriety. Kiwi Farms is known as the place on the internet that you can go and lolcows are being harassed. If you want to hate on someone, go to Kiwi Farms and get all the dirt on that. That new detractor forum would grow to the notoriety size of Kiwi Farms. Very well it could, but it would still take time. You understand that would actually be a time where like people on your forum, because this isn't just about me, this is about everyone who has a thread on your forum who's had the same level of harassment as me, they would have a breath of fresh air. That would be a big relief, at least for someone like me. Well, first off, I just want to let you know that's not what I'm asking for, okay? I get what you're saying. It wouldn't end it, but at least it would be a temporary reprieve.
Yeah, I think that sentiment would apply to everyone except you specifically, because I'll do my T+0. There would be darksidephil.exposed up immediately. The Kiwi Farms has limiters. Finding information on the forum through Google is actually difficult.
I can confirm that.
So yeah, with you specifically, you don't get a break. Sorry. I mean, almost everyone except you would get a good deal from the site going down, at least for a while.
Wow. That's interesting.
Yeah.
An interesting perspective.
What is it, Josh?
You know, they try to justify it. And for instance, do you know a guy named Darish or Derek?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The guy is definitely like a fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
And he definitely has like playlists of like little girls and stuff on his YouTube. Like that's archived independently of the forum. But
he's allowed in your streams though.
Yes, he is.
But he has playlists of little kids on his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Okay. Shall we publicly address this formally? This is good. We can finally do this.
Let's talk about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is he allowed to be a member of your community when he's such
I
a
remember watching
That's
this.
the one thing that's really fucked. Yeah.
Here's
Shall we
my
formally address this publicly?
philosophy. You guys can completely
So
disagree
weird.
as streamers yourselves, and everyone out there watching, you may also disagree as well. All right, but allow me to lay down my methodology here.
Sure.
Digging himself a big
I'm
hole
a
here.
content creator.
Tito protecting.
And I don't judge anyone for anything but
LARPing as an
what's
adult
going on in my
is what
stream.
you're doing there,
Okay?
MCC, dude.
If I see someone in this stream breaking the rules, they're out of it. I have rules laid out. Actually, my stream, I think, is a little bit more lax than others because I used to be known as like the moderator heavy guy, and now I almost don't have any moderators anymore. I kind of handle it all myself. But anyway, do you personally know every single person who's on your stream?
I understand what you're saying. You don't know everyone's backstory, can't control everyone. Makes sense. But we have verifiable evidence that Derek is a pedophile. He has playlists of kids, and it's really weird fucking shit. And this is the one thing Ashton and I are like, what the fuck is
what the
you know, I
is
get
this
what you're
shit?
saying.
And
I mean, knowing about it, like when you find out, like you have to do something about that. Other people who are in your community, who are in your chats, have pointed out that this guy is who he is, and he seems to be getting a layer of protection. He gets away with a lot more than other people would.
Somehow he's getting some kind of protections in my stream as
For
well.
real,
Like,
he did.
apparently he spams a lot, and he gets a pass with that.
But brother Phil, like you can't have a pedophile making stuff for you and part of your community in a broad sense, right? Like you should probably just ban the fucking guy and send him packing. And I think you'd get a lot less shit if you did.
Here's the thing. You're right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. You guys are correct. If I were right now to say enough is enough, too many people have issue with this guy, ban him.
Sure.
Okay. That would solve that problem. However, the big picture that no one's
Let's
looking
solve that problem then.
Okay, but listen.
Yeah, good.
You don't understand the Pandora's box that you open once you do
Phil,
that.
that's a very obvious, like, slippery slope fallacy. It's like you can get rid of the guy that has the
That
little
is
girl
a
playlist on
fallacy.
YouTube without opening Pandora's box. That's
Yeah,
all.
great
Josh,
addition
you gotta
there,
listen,
Warski.
all right?
Just
'Cause
like,
again, you know how bad my detractors
he
are.
literally
The
just
only
parrots what
reason
the
that
other
we
two
even
say
know
every
anything
time.
about this person is because my detractors went to all of his personal socials and dug into them deep.
You haven't got to dig at all.
They dug into them deep. Okay, now hold on. I know. Listen. I'm not disputing what you guys are saying, but please let me finish what I'm saying.
For sure.
All right. If the
Tinkle
only
Fry,
reason
Adrian.
that I know that this guy did something bad is because people went off of the realm of my streams and my content to find it, I'm sorry, but that's not my responsibility to be dealing with. Do you understand? Because here's the thing. Now, please listen. If I ban Derek right now, I call him Derek because that's what I thought his name was. I guess it actually is Darish or whatever. But if I ban Derek right now, here's what will happen. Because here's what Josh just said about Kiwi Farms. If he deletes my thread on Kiwi Farms right now, the detractors go somewhere else to do something worse, correct? If I ban Derek right now, the detractors won because they say, look what we did. We researched a guy who no one would have known he had anything wrong with him by just watching Phil's streams. For the record, Derek has never once talked about any of this malicious activity on my stream. He knows better than that. He doesn't bring that shit. That's his personal life or whatever, right? So he does not do that on my streams. If I ban him, guess what happens? The detractors say, we got the response we wanted. The moment I ban Derek and these detractors say we won, guess what happens? You just gave them exactly what they wanted. You gave them the attention they're craving,
Absolutely wild,
and then they move
this,
on to
isn't
someone
it?
else. And then they move on to someone else.
Phil,
And then they move on to
sometimes in
someone else
life
until
you
it's
have to-
done.
But sometimes in life you have to hold the L, and sometimes bad people are going to get a win. But that's just the reality. You can't have a pedophile in your community, like an open pedophile, and you're basically admitting he's a pedophile.
Oh no,
and
let me tell you
saying
this.
It's okay.
I will say this. I don't know anything about that because I make it a philosophy. I do not personally research my viewers. I think that's fucking creepy that I would spend my time every time that someone says something about someone. I got to go search their socials. I got to go to their YouTube page and search their history.
Wait, may I say one thing? Sorry, may I say one thing? Okay, so you're saying people did research outside the realm of your show and
Right.
whatever. I get what you're saying there. Well, if Derek was caught and you found out that the police found something on him and he's in the middle of a trial right now and he was a pedophile, right? And it wasn't the detractors or anything. It was through legal whatever, right? Then would you ban him because it wasn't detractors?
Well,
But
how
he
would
was
I find out about that? Like, how would I even know
a
that?
fan of yours?
Oh
goes,
my
I live in the same
lord.
city as him and I saw him on the news, for example.
Well, what if it was Harvey Weinstein? Like, how bad does somebody have to be
Yeah.
before you're like, well, I don't want to associate with this guy?
So if
You know what I
Hitler
mean?
was on my stream and was still alive, would I ban Hitler, right?
Yeah, if Adolf Hitler 1488 was an active user on your stream, would you ban him? Because he's only the Führer in Germany, and you don't know anything about that, right?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, that's a good point. But and I totally understand what you're saying. I do. Let me tell you, I've gotten a lot of shit over this. And here's the funny part. What the does this have to do with me? It's not even anything I've done or ever. I got to take shit because someone got dirt on a viewer of mine.
So if he does have playlists of little girls on his channel, he's creeping on little girls. Do you disavow that behavior?
Oh, absolutely, I do. Absolutely,
So you disavow Derek then?
Yeah, I don't condone any of that. But at the same time, I'm not going to go out of my way to find out who everyone is or what they do outside of the realm of my
Going
stream.
out of your way,
We're
though,
bringing
like,
it to you.
Me and Josh have both looked at it as of yesterday, saw that it was foul and disgusting, and now we're bringing it to you. We're credible. Like, I'm trying to help you.
Yeah.
I know.
Bro.
But I totally understand where you guys are going with it.
You are totally correct that if you ban this guy, the detractors will start looking into your viewers harder. You are totally correct.